Welcome to Dave's Drama Diner. This is your host, Devious Dave Rose. Thank you for joining us. And I'll just tune out the music there. Let me just check the audio. YouTube's not responding. Great stuff. This is your host, Devious Dave Rose. I think I sound okay. Thank you for joining us. I'm not yelling or speaking loudly. I can and will probably do so later. But yes, as always, let's start off the show by showing our gratitude and appreciation for all those who have chosen to spend their time in the chat with us here today. We have Getty Lee's Howl Knows, we have The Dan Kennedy Show, and we have It's Irish Dave. Thank you so much for joining us, as well as for the 10 in total watching. And yes, I'm sure that you did not expect a drama diner. I didn't necessarily expect one, but again, when you're a restaurateur, and you can choose whenever to fucking open up, it really doesn't matter. And again, on a whim. So here we are. And I was thinking actually of going live earlier this weekend, but things didn't really work out in that manner. But, well, why not a nice little early dinner for all the people out there, especially those that are slaving away, still working on their shift, or maybe just starting. But, yes, so we have a few things that have been brought to the diner that people have asked, can you process this meat and make it a meal? And as always, I listen to the people. I'm a good emperor. I provide for them. And at the diner, again, we don't turn away good quality food. And if the people are demanding it, well, then why not? Because nobody does it better than Dave Rose. So where are we going to start? We're going to start actually with some frivolities, but still comical. And then we'll move on to other stuff. But let's get to this. So this actually was something that I was going to discuss on my last show, which I believe was a diner. And I may have considered bringing it up on Ken's show. Initially, well, I told Ken about it, about the whole situation. He was fine with it, and my actions. And, I'm telling a story here, so be patient. But my actions towards, what I'm going to display. And there's still shit coming out, and obviously I want to show that, people get triggered, people get mad, and there's a lot of hate watchers out there. So let's get to the screenshots here, because again, I always show screenshots. Skibbity bop. No, that's not what I wanted. Where is it? There it is. Skibbity bop doo doo. Hold on. This is so I'm showing the conversation that went down at Ken's channel or Discord server. But yeah, so let's do a transition here. I think it's got everything. Yeah, I'm just looking at the screen and make sure that they'll be able to see what I see. There we go. Shout out to those all watching. So this Cronin is using Bailey's face here. And yeah, I'm giving her 15 minutes of fame, but and it's just going to make you look worse and worse. But and the receipts are here, which is why we're showing them. So Cronin's BBC lover, with a picture of Justin Bailey, says you need, like referring to me, you need to get Cake Stalker, aka Scott, on your show and clear the air one day. And I was like, no. He's like, come on, that would be a great show. I was like, never going to happen. I'm Mr. Consistency. a title that I've bequeathed to myself many moons ago, but it is true. And well, same story is being repeated here. Never gonna happen. So agree on a ceasefire. I was like, nope. If YR can be on monetize this, then I'm sure there's room for Alien Man. It's like he can go, in reference to Scott, he can go to monetize this for all I care. He's not coming on any of my shows ever. I've always been consistent with that. And there's been people who have supported me, even with donations, like the Goon, who were willing to pay for that. I was like, no, it's just not going to happen. It's a simple fact. That's just what's going to happen. And they didn't like it, but it's just like, well, you're talking to a wall here. You're not going to sway my argument or anything like that, and it is what it is. You go fantasize about me reconcile or even talking to Scott on the same, voice call. But I'm sure that we're going to see levels of depravity like something like Spaceballs, where you've got fucking, and yeah, I'm going there, Helmet playing with his dolls and stuff. People are going to get fucking AI conversations going with me and Scott, and probably Jack to it, and be like, oh, they finally reconciled or some shit like that, and just like, ugh, grow up, disgusting. So what did he do to you? Put an embargo on you? So this guy is like, are you new or something? He's like, nope. You mean nope? And he's like, put the guard down, bruh. If he apologized, would you let him? And then again, I've dealt with this argument from people who support me tons of times. It's like, no. And then this comes out. Like, so I ignored this. Again, this comment is just like, ugh. Because I've seen this and heard this shit before. People who are proven wrong. And again, look, this guy is using, obviously, a cover account. It's not like we don't know who he is, but, and yes, the sparrows chirp, yes. My all-male sparrows. And then he's like, and this is not the first time. This is probably the main reason, because, if you don't have haters, you're not doing it right. But, like, this is where you have to call out this shiesty shit. Especially from certain haters that have a love-hate relationship type thing. But they reveal themselves, especially their penchants and inclinations, as it were. What if he sucks your Canadian cock? So not the first time he's gone into this gay shit. Okay, and that's relevant later. Shout out to Ryan and the YouTube channel. I don't know who that is. But there are people that could remove you if they chose to, including myself. But regardless, no, maybe that is Ryan. I don't know. Ryan, if that's you, you got to stop changing your name, dude. Not cool. Anyways, back to what I was saying. So, guy goes gay, and what if he sucks your Canadian cock? Gross. I'm like, what's your creepy obsession with homosexuality? Because it's happened before. Arusha and Chu is always chiming in. Dave and Skunt will never kiss and make up. Their divorce, there should be a D on there, buddy, no, then I didn't read that. Their, THEIR, as in pertaining to them, their divorce has been finalized for years. We were never married, okay? We weren't like YR. And also, that was the gayest thing. I don't know of anybody who, if you caught a laugh of that, honestly, like, where is your sense of comedy? In the fucking gutter? Like, oh, we're married. Really? Really? Okay. But then again, YR does moan, and he thinks it's funny, and he does it to annoy people. But it's just like, dude, that says a lot more about you than my annoyance says about me. Certainly. So Arusha Chu continues. Skunt has to pay Dave in cake support since Dave is the cake maker and Skunt is not. I said his sister loved my cake. That's the line I use. That's a square version of my beautiful cake, la torta, as the legend names it. And find me somebody who can bake better than I can cakes. Because there's other people that could do some really good things with food in this community. And it's been joked about, mainly on Nikki J's Discord, that, oh, they've always just, hijacks conversation. I've never used the word hijack, but basically, let's say yes. That's what they mean. Hijack conversations to talk about food. Well, fuck yeah. I mean, and most of the people that I'm talking to are fucking fat asses. So it's just like, you don't want to talk about food? Like, Ozempic's clearly not working for you. But that's another side note again. Yeah, look at that beautiful cake. So good. This is another one that I made. I didn't have access to the peaches and strawberries, but I did have access to blueberries and raspberries, and didn't have as much crème chantilly or chantilly cream, which is actual cream. It's not this shit out of a fucking hydrogenated corn oil out of a fucking bottle or can or whatever that contraption is. It's just blasphemous. So I didn't have as much to fill the middle, which normally should be filled a lot more with this cream. And there's also fruits in that layer. All coming out in my cookbook, which I do plan to make eventually. Again, show me somebody else in this community who's even talked about writing a book. I made the first video game in this community based on the community. Nobody else has since then, but I did. So like when people like, yeah, we're going on another tangent. I don't give a fuck. But people like Rojas would might criticize me or others, obviously, as to what do I bring or it's like what do I know? It's just like, dude, I've got experience in this sort of thing. Anyways, and I'm like, and seriously, who wouldn't? Because honestly, like everyone I've ever fed, this cake to just adores it. They ask me when's the next time, and I've made this cake for my coworkers and stuff, and they love it. And it's also strategic. You make a cake, and your boss loves you, and you can get things done without having to run things past multiple layers of fucking work. Cake works. Cake is the fucking thing. And I said I don't buy pre-made Walmart cakes like Scunty. I know how to actually bake a cake. And then Aru says, that's true. She did and agreed he's considered a Walmart Canadian. He's like, you gotta, okay, so this is now where it gets juicy, okay? I don't give a fuck about the Scott stuff. This is where it gets juicy. So this is the typical mindset of a fucking somebody who uses leftist terms, and more probably than not is a goat fucker. But we'll get to that. Hold on. Shout out to Bam6956 in the chat. Says, has Rojas taken a shower yet? I think the calendar still stands at about 634 days. But you'd have to check Homeland Security for their biohazard alert page to be specific about that. But yeah, that man is holding on to skin sediment that was deposited many moons ago. But yes, and I use that line again. But here you are watching me. You got nothing better to do, and obviously this is always going to have huge replay value. Because people were telling me the other day, watching my stuff, my old stuff, figuring out which was, and this is pretty cool, people figuring out what my most watched video is, or, just stats like that, and it's you know, the message hasn't changed, right? They sent me a clip with the timestamp and all that, and it's just like my message hasn't changed. Again, consistent, but more importantly, the acting of others, the comportment of others hasn't changed either. So it's like I was right all along. You know, that's the conclusion of that fucking lesson there. And it's been like over 10 years, but like just the consistency of that, you know, crazy. Apparently somebody wants to be unblocked. All right, let's transition here the screen so I can see. Where is this message? There it is. DJ Gooner. Let's get some fat white guy. Let's check this out. DJ Gooner. Tom is Mop. Says, hey man, if you want, unblock me on YouTube. Old school gamer. That's who you are, huh? I don't know. You can make your case. Make your case. I don't know. Now he's talking, so I'm going to see. He says, I'm old school gamer. Yes, I know. And I must have blocked you for a reason, and I do remember your name. So if I remember your name, you did something naughty. And I don't know. I don't know. I'm questioning whether or not I should provide you. The Emperor should give you grace and allow you to return from exile. Would take quite a hell of an argument, because I'm usually very good on judging characters and banning them. Even if, again, I tolerate enough shit in my own chat, even when I fucking open it up. But I've had to, you know, engage certain protections. And that's unfortunate, because you've got losers out there, literal losers, like the one we were just talking about, who are just fucking it up for everyone else. And again, if you don't like me, then don't watch me. Nobody's forcing you. Shout out to It's Stony Tony, or the Stony Tony Show, actually, in the chat, who has a wrench, but I don't have a wrench in yours. You seem to go through a Jesse sort of mindset once in a while, and just like, fuck everyone, I'm taking all the wrenches away, and then I guess you eventually give them back. I don't know. I heard the other day you did a video where you're like, I'm done with the drama, and then I guess you said psych, I'm back at it, sort of thing. I don't know. But I did see that you were, you know, discussing certain things. Still surprised this dub guy hasn't been found, you know, face down in a ditch. That would make good things good good things good and great things great in this world for one less person like him. But also, Tony, when I invited you to my server the other day, you know, I had to send it to a different account apparently. I sent you a friend thing to be able to add you and stuff on Discord. You never fucking answered that, so you should be paying attention to Discord. It's where the shit happens. But all right, so after those pleasantries, let's get back to this. I'm showing you the receipts here. So this is where, but this is the thing. This is the good build up here. This is where it gets spicy. Where this guy starts to show who he is. And it appears to be that this guy's Mr. Wrestling. So if you ever see Mr. Wrestling in Ken's chat, that's him. And he has a wrench in there. He was this guy, and you'll understand why in a moment, on Ken's server. And it seems to be that he's using other accounts, as well as hiding from a name that he originally used when he was in Joe Cronin's community. So that's what the Sparrows do. They provide the information, and you just follow that trail. and they're very good at what they do. So, all right, let's do this. Give me a moment here. Yes. I hope you're enjoying your Monday afternoon. Tea time, yes. And that's why you're here with the Emperor, as he's slaving away a 12-hour shift at the diner. Dave Rose couldn't be available. All right, so, come on, OBS. Let's go. And once I get a new computer, this will be great. But I'm inching along here, and she's breathing fumes, but she's still working. So got to push with the cock you got, as the old saying goes. So basically, I said, "What's your creepy obsession with homosexuality?" And he's like, "You got a problem with fags, Dave?" I'm like, "Well, every normal person does, because if you look at studies and stuff, the majority of people who are straight, like men-wise, and there's a similar reaction for females and stuff, but it's not as strong. But through males, straight men's physiological stress response to seeing two men kiss is the same as seeing maggots and spoiled food. So it's basically it's a natural biological response. There's also the morality of it, religious-wise and otherwise. And then there's just the biological question as to why would nature want to create people who can't reproduce. You got to break it down to there. If you just want to remove everything else, why would nature create that? Either it's not normal, or it's what nature thinks it needs to do to balance itself. Because nature always balances itself out. And we're not getting into this morality discussion. I'm just going straight, like, if you reject God and all that, and atheist, and okay, biology, just simple fucking natural studies. If you understand the natural world, why would nature actually choose this evolutionary stage? A dead end road. So there's that. So again, there's this innate knowledge in people anyways, and we've got writings of it from thousands and thousands of years ago. I do find it comical that people think that the Greeks were pro-gay when it's not, if you actually look into it and so forth. But again, that's another thing. We're not here to talk about the gays, although this guy probably is, or closeted. But he asked a simple question. I don't lie to people. I just would rather tell the truth, even if it is shocking, or someone might consider it distasteful, even though it's the truth. But you can count on me being honest with you, at least. And I expect the same thing as well from everyone else. Shout out to the one and only Paul 3 in the chat. He says, "Stay high, my friend. Keep on rocking it, baby. Keep on rocking it." To you, Paul 3. The community misses you. I think I miss your knowledge in music. Well, we'll get to what YR has been up to with his betrayal and shenanigans, but we're not even close to there. This is still the appetizer here. This is the brown slop, because this guy's brown. Again, that hater account set up the fake Foulmouth Network channel, Discord server. Made it himself, and Ken set up a new. Well, it was actually what was his name? Sorry, I'm blanking out here. Ghetto God, GMTA. He built the current server, which is the official one, which is the one that Ken actually has power on, where he can remove people or mute people or do whatever he wants. But yeah, Mr. Wrestling / Hater is the one that created that. So, again, honest answer from Dave Rose. No hate at all. Paul 3 says, "Why are turned on every..." Let me check my levels. But yeah, Mr. Wrestling. I think I sound okay. I've got my speakers low, but No, again, honest answer. Yeah, sounds good to me. Paul 3 with Truth Bomb here. Wire turned on everyone just to pay to be friends with Joe. It's insane. It actually is, and I was going to discuss that even further today. You guys are so gifted tonight, or blessed, to have a drama diner that's willing to give you the meat. Arby's ain't got shit on me. We got the meats. Irish Dave says, people don't have anything better to do. They clearly they don't. Clearly they don't, and they're stuck at home or on a long tube ride, yes, as they say in the UK. Yeah, but even more so, just like, I hate that person. I'm going to tune in and see that every point, and in fact, I'm going to have a pad of paper next to me, and I'm just going to, like, write down notes and, like, say, oh, well, he said this, and he did that, and blah, 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 and then I'm going to make a comment here and there, and blah, 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 and use multiple accounts to, say the same shit, different ways. And it's just like, don't think you're not noticed, especially the timing of the messages that are left and written comment-wise. It's just like, don't think people don't notice. It's just sloppy fucking brown hand work. That's as simple as that. From the brown slop. So, it says, so this is now projection here. And again, this is how they function. Even if they don't necessarily believe it, this is still the same strategy that they use. But you need to come out of the closet simply for posting a study that confirms his question, right? It responds and confirms his question. You must be drier than a Middle Eastern desert. And I said, you're projecting since you're the only one constantly bringing up the gay shit, typical leftist tactic. That is true. Now, more importantly, because I'm just so fucking funny, my wit certainly is, in reference to the final line there. Obviously, you can see that quoted there. But yeah, that's a good intellectual, funny line. Might go over the head of some people. Some people might not give a shit because they've got bad sense of humor. But that's fucking beautiful, and it's a great, huge fucking line. But the fact that I even had to respond to such a stupid comment, I saved it though. I saved it. But again, this is important too. You're projecting because this is what they always do. Or they don't believe it and they're just trying to use more likely than not. Although he has gay habits, this is just typical liberal tactics, the leftist socialist tactics, is basically he'll use both sides of the argument to try to get a gotcha type thing. And when you refuse to deal with commies, they seethe. And we will see that now. Ryan says it's clockable. You goddamn right. All right, so now he goes on. Again, this is the guy that chose the name Cronin's BBC lover. I'm not the one who bakes cakes, sweetie. Fags and women say sweetie. So there is penchant to the gay, I believe. So maybe he's bisexual. Maybe he's a YR level fag. That's sort of in the middle where they go either way, whatever. But yeah, there's that. And more importantly, is statistically, if you look into it, the best chefs and bakers and cooks on the planet are majority men. Are there women up there? Sure, absolutely. Are the majority of them men? Are the majority of the ones that are famous, say just randomly fucking Gordon Ramsay, just Jamie Oliver? It's just there's a lot, right? The empires that they've built, right? Can you point to a lot of women doing that? No, because statistically, that doesn't exist. So to say that this is to say this unironically as this is an insult. It's fucking retarded. And then he says, "Bit feminine, don't you think?" So again, projection, but also statistically false. If you even bothered to just take I mean, your phone fucking does it already. Ask your phone. You can talk to your phone in 2025, dude. I know I'm 45, and it blows my mind. You're much younger than me, but like, dude, you can do it. You can talk to your fucking phone. You can ask a question, and bam, you got the fucking answer to own Dave Rose. I'm taking a call here. I mean, I'm doing a show here. Stupid call. Thou shan't interrupt my stream. That's what voicemail's for. So yeah, projection, and it's pathetic, really. But then I go, and again, there's no malice. This is important. There's no malice in my conduct here. This is Ken's server, after all, so I'm conducting myself well. Say the best chefs and cooks on the planet are men. It's like cook man food, steak. So I said points at match because I won. Dinner, and this was dinner I had a couple of days prior to this. And as always, I do try to take some photos. And yeah, it came out fucking awesome. It was dill mashed potatoes there, green beans, and sirloin steak, or New York strip steak, or strip loin steak as it's properly called, with fried onions on top, and it was delicious. So I continue and I say, again, deflection from the guy who brings up faggotry here, typical. And he says, when have I deflected? Typical leftist again, deflecting, not even addressing all the stuff that I've brought up. It's like, I'm not a 40-plus-year-old single guy baking cakes. Deep down, you're a fag. So more fucking projection. And you know this. It's like, okay, is that the best you got? Like, what are you, 14? From deflecting from bringing up gay shit constantly here, which is, again, I've never even went at this guy, but he has been, and other people brought this shit up, that he was bringing up a lot of gay shit, and accusing people of what you are, which he's clearly showing, to focusing on my cooking and baking, ignoring that the best cooks and bakers are men. I'm not saying anything wrong, nor confrontational, nor attacking him. But, yeah, he continues. And then I say, and I responded, deep down a fag, like projection again, because he keeps showing that. I know, and then he's like, you know this, and like, I know you are the only one who is talking about male genitalia, again, constantly in that fucking chat. So he grabs one of the pictures that I made in jest, obviously. When does Dave Rose actually make a silly face? When it is, it's a fun time, and it's part of the gag, right? So yeah, that was the show that I used to do, parodying Cronin, who would have a coffee in his car and all that. So I did a funny face. Oh my god! And he couldn't have taken one of the better ones, right? No, he's got to take the one where I'm like acting goofy. Why not take the one where I put my hair in ponytails, right, before I shaved it for $500 that I got, and it pissed people off. How about that? He says, you look like a member of the LGBTQ community. So again, he's going to the gay stuff. He's trying to accuse me of what he is. And that's okay. We all need some company. I'm like projecting again. Hell, look at the name that you chose to be in the Discord. Still no attacks. No attacks. And people know I can eviscerate people, simply verbally. And he's like, your obsession, I'm saying this, your obsession over cock is clear. No amount of deflection will blind anyone of your abnormal penchant. And he's like, post this thing. No source, though. No source. So this, like, you could have made this in, I don't know, Microsoft Excel or some shit like that. And what a shock. Canada is full of fags. So he goes from, again, trying to defend gays, for criticism to basically using that as an insult, right? So he couldn't work with, this is typical leftist tactics. You couldn't work with the one on one, two parts of the argument, right? Because it's sort of set up that way politically. Hegelian dialectic, you've got two opposing forces. You manipulate both, you can control the whole situation. So, and again, very smart of this fucking leftist here, or at least it's bred into him as the automaton that he is. But if one side of the argument doesn't work on a Hegelian dialectic level, then you go to the other one. You got to control both sides and argue that to try to get the person that you think you can control to break down to your illogic and just sort of acquiesce so that you won't continue to hound them. But you're dealing with Dave Rose here. You don't understand this. So then I just respond, and I'm saying the truth here. You started by playing defense for gays and a steady record of mentioning gay shit. Okay, so it comes even prior than that. Something I've never mentioned in Ken's chat about this guy. Then try to levy that towards me as an insult and accusation when you know it's false. It's just typical projection from someone who's living with certain inclinations and has the mentality of a 10-year-old. Yeah. These are facts, you idiot. And I was like, that you can't even back it up with evidence. It's just projection. Again, these are facts. Where's your sources? Because you said so? You had it in a dream? He's like, now jump on Plenty of Fish and find a BBC for tonight. So again, more of his porn-riddled mind obsessed with this gay shit. And it's not normal. So I respond with, it's in your name, LOL. Again, still not attacking this guy. Anyways, I tire of your gay projection and infantile reasoning. Go cool off. And I don't know what I said here. That must have been something else. But we'll see that. We'll surprise ourselves later. But basically, at that point, and that was last 7th. Let me take a look at my calendar here. 7th was on Friday. So on Friday, I timed him out. I guess that's what it's called on Discord. I timed him out, and I timed him out for a week, right? I had so many options. I could have done I could have kicked him from the server. I could have banned him from the server. But no, what I did was I fucking, I just timed him out, and it was just for 7 days. So he should still be able to speak, but he hasn't currently been speaking. However, some of his other accounts have been leaving messages on some of Ken's shows, and I think I will show those. In fact, I know I will. But we're not done that story yet. We're not done that fucking story yet. In the brief, fuck it. Let's surprise ourselves. We'll get back to this fucking faggot in a moment, but can't remember what this was. Paul 3 loves to cook. So loves to cook, and I love to cook as well. Shout out to the 15 viewing. How long ago was this? I didn't see this in the channel. Last interaction with, I just said on the 7th. Maybe, I don't know, maybe you're delayed and you didn't hear that, but last Friday. Let me just confirm. No, what am I saying last Friday? 2 Fridays ago. So about 7, 8, 9, 10 days. 10 days. But it's in Ken's drama channel on his Thalmos Network server on Discord. So let's get back to this. I don't even know what this is.
Dave Rose is right. I do hate white people.
Oh, this.
They're the worst race in history. I might have white guilt, but I love black cock even more.
Okay, so there's that. Jacob RP was back in the chat, so I put this, which is SC Greasy versus Jacob RP. Let's see that one more time. No, fuck you. So Jacob responds with this. My lazy eye trying to get away. Oh, it's not. Hold on. Is it not moving? My bad. Let's show it again. So it's not bad. So we go back and forth, and he makes an AI about me, and I show a meme that was made about him and Greasy years ago. And he's like, "Don't do that. Why you combine me with him?" It's like, dude, don't fuck around. We have YR in an old clip here. Yeah, we're gonna show this. Why not? Why not? We'll give you the focus here. YR.
Goodbye, Cronin. We want some clout from you. Goodbye, Cronin. We need the clout from you.
Okay. Yeah. So let's get back to. What's going on here? All right. So. All right. So this is where it gets hilarious. It's not visible. So, this was 7 days ago, and Terry Spunk, who's part of Ken's Discord, addresses his message to Cronin's BBC lover. He says, "Kindly get the fuck out of my DMs, asking for dirt on Dave Rose. I don't hate watch him, nor do I get involved with drama between you guys. My interest for that shit ends once the show is over. I don't think you're escaping the homosexual allegations with that message." And of course, Emperor Rose laughs vicariously. But yeah, so that's what we were going to initially start off with, because I thought it was hilarious. Shout out to the 19 viewing. Arushan Chu in the chat says, if that doesn't speak he's gay, I don't know what else would. Well, he watches Joe Cronin, so especially these days with YR there, the official moaner. And yeah, many people have commented about that moan. And he thinks it's funny. He does. But even people that considered him friends, like Dr. Earl, were very creeped out about it. And also remembered the guy was on a Skype call with Keith and others, and he tried to have a circle jerk remotely, and he was jacking himself and moaning for real. And I've unfortunately witnessed that that recording, the audio, thankfully, and also have a copy of it in the drama files. The drama vault, the black drama vault, locked 100 feet under the earth, protected, but ready for sale, actually. Currently about, I think last I checked, 25 gigabytes So get me a 128 gig. You know, you always want more space, but 128 gig USB flash drive, and I'll copy it on there for a fee. And then you can have all the drama files that I have. And I don't have everything. There's some people that have even more stuff. And there's stuff online that, other people have posted on their channels that I could download. But it's just like, dude, I need that space for other stuff. Like, come on. Shout out to EJ at News and Podcast in the chat. Yes. All right. So, yeah, I did want to highlight that that whole aspect there because I thought it was hilarious, this guy. And he's still around. Actually, shit, we haven't even sort of finished here then, I guess. Let me show some recent comments of this guy. Who 'twas in Ken's comments. So I was only on there for under 2 hours, I think. Although Ken was recording stuff prior. The show started. The recording of the show started. Here, just transition. Recording the show started on YouTube, but it was a while after we started talking. So that's why I was like, as soon as the show starts, I'm talking because we're already having this conversation. I didn't even think that Ken had gone live yet. He was still fiddling with things and such, but usually we get a warning. But yeah, it just started that way. But the show is, again, I haven't listened to all of it, but it's close to 5 hours. Where am I? Yeah, I think it's by 2 hours I'm out. Regardless, it was fun. 2 hours, not bad. I was tired that day, but regardless, miracles could happen. I could be on the same show as Mello. Shout out to MN Vikings fan in the chat. 42, brother. So yeah, miracles can happen. But what do we have down here? Oh, let's go down. It was first. So there's Josh Lyons there. Look at the name. That name is just so brown and stinky. It shits in the street. Farhat Chowdhury. Why is Rose so boring? Well, what's the answer? AI, what's the answer? Oh, we've got it reproducing Dave Rose, who says Ken doesn't think that, so clearly this is a you problem. Now, notice how I operate. I could so easily eviscerate him. Just remind him he's fucking third world garbage. Why is he encroaching on a place that he's not welcome? And more importantly, are you judging Ken? Are you saying that you could do a better job than Ken running the show? Because if Ken is perfectly fine, shut the fuck up. If Ken is perfectly fine with me being on the show, then clearly he knows what he likes, and he runs the show. So what can you do other than seethe and rage? Nothing. And write comments with multiple accounts. Because, again, I know I have my number of haters, but like 5 in less than a day, I'm popular, but not that popular. Okay. And then there's Mr. Wrestling, the guy that we're talking about, the guy that fucking had the souse mouth, despite the fact that I was carrying on a very civil conversation. And, then he starts to get creepy and fucking gay, and it's just like, dude, no. And then, well, he came to the FO part of FA and scampered away, but he's more than willing to leave these messages here. Look at that. But he's mentioned me multiple times in the comments. But yeah, so where was the other thing I was going to show real quick? Live stuff, because I think it was on I was on that last one with Ken. We just jumped on. It was a Sunday night. It was a
There's 3 that just came out.
great show, actually. I had fun being on there. There we go. Dave Rose is the cure for insomnia. Yes, yes. Well, I guess it's free, right? I mean, if you have a problem with insomnia, then there you go. And if you're writing that, you don't have a problem with insomnia, so how would you know that it's the cure for it? More importantly, dude, you're a loser. You gotta hate. You lost your server. You're not the big man. I have the ability to do whatever I want with you. You know, throw you around like a rag doll in Ken's server. You have no power. Your comments basically just continue to highlight your gayness, your obsession over me, because it's clearly what it is. Again, if you don't like something, don't watch it, right? There you go. That works. But again, this by his name, from what I've seen, brown stinky hands from the subcontinent of India and the Middle East wrote that. So obviously it should be dismissed and laughed at. What was I going to do? JP here. Great character. Grandma's Boy was highly underrated. And if anyone, again, and multiple people have said this actually, say, you remind me of JP from Grandma's Boy. I'm like, fuck yeah, that fucking guy was hilarious. I love that character. And the shit that he fucking did in that fucking movie was funny. Okay, I side with the fucking villain. Is that supposed to be a surprise? Come on. What was the next thing here? I've got to get back to those super secret things. Skibbity bop. Oh yeah. So yeah, we need some Joe sauce. People like the Joe. I look at people sometimes and be like, why the Joe every day? You know, I can't do the Joe every day. I got a palate. You know. But they want the Joe. They love the Joe, or they love a hate watch of the Joe. Casey's Raw is one of them. But hey, if they provide some content that you can laugh at, because I certainly did in some cases. Some other stuff is just like should be judged by the people so that they get, dragged through the streets and caned. Again, I'm not generating this stuff. I'm reporting on what the people have told me, your drama emperor, and why it's I already see it as the Christmas season. Once it's even done Canadian Thanksgiving, it's on. So it is the Christmas season, the time of giving. Stupid white shit keeps falling from the sky. Not a fan. At least not until a couple of weeks before and after, Christmas. But then it can all just fucking melt. But it's the time of giving, and why not on a Monday evening, I haven't even decided yet how I shall feast, but certainly in a way much better than the Indian brown slop Middle Eastern crap that our dear friend Mr. Wrestling will be shoveling into his mouth like a Mandami fucking voter, thinking that just putting your whole fist in your fucking mouth when you eat is civilized, when it took colonizers, those with muskets and lighter pigmentation, to truly civilize the world. Yes. Now, shout out to Ghost Chipmunk, who I've never seen before. Says, and he's got no wrench. Grandma's Boy has to be one of my favorite movies. I certainly like it. Not one of my faves, but again, it's a reward for me for somebody to try to claim, that saying that I'm JP is an insult. I'm like, okay. But where are we at? Hold on. Oh, why not? This came from November 13th, 4 days ago. This is on Joe Cronin's Blood and Guts review show, which to be honest, despite being such an AEW mark, I have not watched it yet. I've been busy with shit. I just dropped $2,500 today to complete the work done on my vehicle, my motor vehicle, and yeah, my wallet is hurting. It's in the corner crying. So yeah, I've been dealing with a lot of other stuff, but here I am, providing you the best meals possible in this community. No one does it better. Let's continue. Aw, Dave, you had it muted, idiot.
Whoever comes out on top, there's an ambulance match. There's fucking 30, 40 people in the ring fighting each other. So it's just like absolute chaos. And I guess whoever comes out on top wins something. Or
Right.
wins
like a Joe, like Tony
Like a Joe.
Khan. Tony Khan was listening to your reactions today because you're talking about being on top of the cage, and then they went and did it. So like,
Well,
people in the people in WWE and AEW do listen to the show. They always have,
I doubt
they
that.
do steal ideas from them.
I doubt they're listening now.
I know.
They talk to Jake in the DMs. They talk to him.
Oh my God.
They don't talk to me.
Maybe you need to get them in your the DMs.
Shut up, bullfrog.
Maybe you need to get. Maybe you need to.
It's some people. Sorry. Several people have indicated that they believe that the relationship that Joe has currently with Bullfrog is an exploitative one. An interesting theory, I do say. A lot of information seems to back that statement up. I would encourage all of you to make up your own mind and decide whether or not that conclusion to be the correct one. For real. Pay attention.
You get $3,000
Why don't
together.
you go fucking take a shower, you faggot?
Wow.
I did take a shower, you stinky fucking froglet bitch.
See, this is what
So I assume that's Jake Rojas, who just Jake. Sorry, hold on. That fucking last name. You could put any name in front of it. It's just inconsequential. But Luke Rojas. Why am I Jake Rojas doesn't even make any sense, señor. What kind of name is Spanish for Jake? Come on, is Jaco? No, it's chiste, man. Come on, it's not Jake.
this is what AEW and
Why don't you go fucking
WWE.
jump off a fucking bridge?
Yeah. You'd probably fucking break the
Oh my
bridge.
god.
Don't worry, Joe. I'm not just hating on you. Not really, though. But I mean, just it's part of the gig. But like I'm also reviewing and making you sort of relevant. Keeping you in the news. I'm good either way. Honestly, I could be playing Kerbals right now, but the people wanted it, and as a good emperor and one with a good tongue, as the ladies know, unlike Mr. Wrestling, who wishes to insult me, but got exposed as a homosexual. Yes. Let's continue.
God.
I hope you fucking get AIDS.
Rob Winkle.
Yeah, and I hope your mother gets AIDS. I hope your mother gets AIDS.
I know you are, but what am I? I learned that when I was probably 5, I guess. Kindergarten. Plus, Pee Wee Herman was on at that time. And that's the line that he would use on his show. Pee Wee's Playhouse? Yeah. You look back on it and you're like, oh, yeah. 80s were a different time, people. Let's continue.
Yeah, well, you know what? I'll go to the casino and I'll contract something, and then I'll fucking give it to your fucking niece.
Ooh.
Yeah, and I'll fuck your mother right in her fucking pussy hole.
Whoa.
Well, that's 1 out of 3. I mean, like, at least you know that part of the anatomy, Bullfrog. Surprised you do, but
You're stupid. Fucking stupid. Everybody
Damn.
hates you. Everybody hates you.
Ron
Fuck you.
Blanco.
Well, good. I don't fucking give a shit. Go fuck yourself.
if it wasn't for porn, I bet that fucking Bullfrog would think all women were like Barbies, you know, as in no orifices, and just like indescript sort of parts of their body, no detail to genitalia. It seems that way. Like, honestly, from the shit that I've been presented with by the Sparrows, and others in other channels, the Sparrows on my channels, but in other channels, I guess you call them something else, or I'll name them because I show those names in the chats. But yeah, people notice this shit, you know. I mean,
Yeah, everybody knows you don't give a shit. Everybody knows you don't give a shit. You don't give a shit about life, man. It's sad.
Wow.
No, but, dude, you're a fucking part timer. Why don't you go kill yourself?
Everything we've done for you, everything we've done.
and I believe, just so that you guys can get an idea of this too, because I started to notice this from these clips, is that it sounds like Bullfrog's connection's bad, so he hears things after it's said. So you hear a delay in his response because people will start talking. He'll get pissed off and be like, "Why are you talking over me?" Or "Will you let me talk?" Blah blah blah. And it's just like, but the delay seems to explain that. So you pay attention to that if you hear that, because I hear it as you know very clear. But it was later on. But
Done for you, and you just betray us all with how you live your life.
Dude, you're the one that's betraying us. You hardly come on the fucking shows. You're the one
Because it
betraying
hurts
us
my
and
heart.
the
It hurts
fucking
my heart,
community.
you know,
You
it's
hardly
like-
come on the fucking shows. You hardly come on the fucking shows. You run your fucking mouth. You're a fucking loser. You run your fucking mouth.
I think you run your
You're just
mouth.
a babbler. I don't call the shows because you know what? You're a bad person.
You want Daddy Joe. You want Daddy Joe's cock, and that's all you fucking care about.
No, when I was on
Eating his cock.
All you want is Daddy Joe's cock, and that's all you fucking care about.
he just fucking dropped my name. That's what I heard.
Hey, talking over everyone, Blaze.
Oh, here's a dono.
So I am disappointed in Boston. At Crown Jewel we managed to have most of the Seaud wearing John Sanos merch, but you guys only had us plattering. Pathetic. I love Luke Rogers,
Look,
I
Ross,
hear you, sir.
You might be right,
You're
Randy
a
Viper. I
disgrace
don't
to-
know.
Yeah.
Look, Ross, you're a disgrace to the fucking community. Why don't you go fucking kill yourself?
All right,
Jesus.
That's all you can say is kill yourself.
Everybody
Thank you,
loves
Randy
you.
Viper.
Everybody loves me. Everybody loves me.
You're a fucking disgrace, Ross.
Wow.
Even my
disgrace.
You fucking drive Joe's donators away, and you don't fucking give a shit.
God. Drive away. Joe.
And some people have actually said that, and I can kind of see it, is that Wire's been manipulating Bullfrog. Some people have actually said this, and you know what? It does seem to line up with some things in the past. Did Wire feed lines to Keith? Abso-fucking-lutely. Okay, that was proven, and I exposed that. But others did point that out. Okay, so I was not the only one who saw that. But it's sort of the same thing now with Bullfrog. It seems that there are instances where what's going on is indicative that there's a background conversation and that Bullfrog's being fed lines. So you open your ears a bit, consider that, and let me know whether or not you believe it. So let's play this.
Stop fighting, bro. It's Wednesday. What the fuck?
Ron
Good show,
Blanco.
bro. It doesn't matter what fucking day it is. This guy's a fucking loser. All he wants is Daddy Joe's dick, and that's all he fucking cares about.
That's a piece
Well,
of
how
shit.
much closer? How much closer can I get to Daddy Does Cock? How much closer can I get to Daddy Does Cock?
I can't fucking hear you. I'm at the casino right now, gambling away all the money that Joe gave me.
Yeah, and I'm wondering how you're gonna pay your and I'm wondering how you're gonna pay your mother's fucking rent.
Pay that rent. Pay that rent.
How am I gonna pay my mom's fucking rent? My mom's got a better job than Joe.
Yeah, how you gonna pay your mother's fucking pussy hole?
Does she really?
Whoa.
That pussy.
Yeah, my mom's got like a really good job. She works for
Hey,
she's a hooker on the streets. She's a hooker on the streets.
She's not
She's a
getting
hooker
paid
on the streets.
She's getting paid good.
Hooker on the streets.
I mean, I make. I mean, I make.
Why don't you shut up, Eric? Quit sucking Luke Ross dick, you fucking retard.
Make that?
Are we gonna have
Nirvana? Why don't you go fucking Nirvana?
Honestly, I don't know why or how people can tune into this sort of cacophony of noise and Bullfrog and YR trying to bait everyone on. But hey.
And it's fucking an ass.
Joe.
Hey, Novonics.
Oh yeah, I did hear about this. Somebody else told me about this. At this point, I believe, but this has happened in the past. But then again, consistency is always delicious. But yeah, anytime that Bullfrog gets called Novonics, or whatever the fucking name is, he gets really mad because apparently this, and it'll only make somebody mad if this is the truth. But like, apparently this is the name that Bullfrog operated on under prior to using Bullfrog. So when people call this out, he gets really mad because he's being exposed. So enjoy.
Joe, so AEW.
Joe, this is getting really fucking stupid with this Nirvana shit from fucking Glaze.
Why don't you guys just stop? Why don't you stop fighting then? Bullfrog, stop fighting then. Let's all stop fighting.
It's look, he fucking started it.
No, you started it with him.
He's over there fucking
Teacher, he started it. This guy, okay, he should be. Honestly, somebody's got to make a fucking an AI on this. Okay, I'm the thinker, but you guys can be the doer. Make a video of this guy in fucking alone, okay, in a kindergarten class, having fun, sloppily playing with building blocks, and smiling happy, even though he didn't make a house or something or just fell down, wearing diapers. That's Bullfrog. That is, again, AI could probably put it out beautifully, but that what I just described is Bullfrog. He should be tucked away from society. And if Big Pharma wasn't so evil, we wouldn't get to this point. It's true. Health obviously affects offspring. And we're not even going to go into that topic, but what's the result? We have a Bullfrog. One who, when has access to internet, could be very dangerous to himself and others. Therefore, remove him from society, put him in an institution, and the world will be better, and he's not being taken advantage of or monetized.
his mother all the fucking time.
What?
Joe, so AEW does what?
Dude, I can't do this with this bullshit. YR, you want to be part of this fucking game?
See, again, YR's the puppet master confirmed. I said this years ago. And people are like, oh, no, YR's a harmless, so yuck. YR's harmless, so yuck. No, he's not harmless. But then again, if you know to handle a rattlesnake, or you scare a rattlesnake, then, you're safer. You're safer. I'm one of those types. But, come on, let's fucking be real. And I said this, again, Mr. Consistent, I've said this for years and years and years. You can hate me all you fucking want, hate watchers. but you can't deny I'm factually incorrect. Therefore, if you decide to pay attention to that and you take that information, as valid and accept it, then you can notice these patterns and therefore say, I bet Wire's going to do this. Boom, Wire does it. You're not surprised because you paid attention to the patterns. I've noticed for many, many years. And therefore, I understood those patterns and said them. So you can hate me all you want, but you just can't call me factually incorrect. Morally, that's debatable, but I'll still say no, I'm morally correct. But factually, that's where it is. Because God is love and God is truth. Therefore, love is truth. And I always seek the truth. And I was get proven correct. Therefore, I was correct on the truth. Logical conclusion to that. So people can hate me all they want. And, your attitude's bad, you're arrogant, this and that. Okay, cool. Maybe there's validity there. Possibly mostly just, cope and seethe. But maybe there's validity. But you can't call me factually incorrect. And if more people, because there are people in this community that are real, but if more people had the honesty with themselves and the courage that they could stand by their beliefs, there could be better conversations. But honestly, I do believe that many people know that their argument is already failed. But they're just angry that I take the logical stance and they can't debate me because they would lose. But that's the truth. And I challenge anyone to, say otherwise, debate me. And I'm open to that. Where was it? Oh, yeah. So there's a few more things. Well, actually, a bunch more things, but we'll see it's relatively early. 5:21. We've been going on for, I started about 4 o'clock, so about an hour 15. I'm going to keep, there's no cutting the show down while we have still so much to discuss. Shout out to 22 viewing. We got the one and only It's the Costanza in the chat. Again, I remind, and this guy should be forced to walk through the streets of Philadelphia because that's where he lives. And I think that movie, Streets of Philadelphia or whatever, Philadelphia with Tom Cruise being, what's his name? Oh my God, I can't even fucking remember his name. The gay movie. You should be shamed there, Costanza, walking through the streets as a HIV infected gay because he loves his A1, and that is truly an abnormal, abhorrent abomination. That's the best way. AAA. That's the way you have to say. But what does he say in my chat? I'd rather get drunk off A1 sauce than watch wrestling right now. Well, you already stick that shit up your ass, too. Because, again, somebody who doesn't know how to cook will slather it with sauce that will just cover shitty meat, shitty cuts, and, probably expired meat. I don't know why you're buying expired meat there. But that's what people who like A1 or HP sauce on their steak, because steak should never require that. It's only the uneducated. And again, your parents failed you because you never knew that you didn't make ribs medium rare. You got to get them well cooked. But you didn't know that? So what? Were you born at 18, thrown out onto the streets, and you had to just start to realize how to live then? Or did your parents do a good job? Clearly not. Rhetorical question. But did your parents not teach you how to cook? Don't eat a raw egg. You might get salmonella. There we go. No parental guidance there. Like, what happened? In fact, I know you're kind of gay, but like, sorry, I know you're a fag. You're not gay, but you're a fag. And you could be on Discord, or maybe you are. But again, you've never been on a voice call. Why don't you call in so we can hear your fucking Casey is raw voice, and hear you try to defend your stance, or you can say like, oh, I'm at work or some shit like that, and not even call in. Because again, this guy he'll send memes to me, and he'll send other things, and he's not certainly willing to defend himself. But let's continue.
No one's talking to you.
You take everything to
faggot.
bro.
Listen up, you stupid faggot.
I'm being sensitive with words with these people. Just
Listen up, you stupid faggot.
Dude, I can't do this with this fucking guy. This Luke Ross is a fucking disgrace.
Listen.
Honestly, is this what you really? I mean, some people, I'm sure, tune into this because they like it, but I don't. And just me going through this would be made a lot better if somebody donated. But it's not something I'd tune into. But people apparently like it or hate like it. That's on you. That's a you problem if you hate like it, and you bring it to me. And I know who you people are. Okay, there are some right grievances, absolutely. Some people donated to Joe for close to a decade and just got thrown under the bus. You have people like, again, I'm not factually incorrect. Okay, call me whatever you want, but I'm not wrong. Look at what fucking happened to Himmelfarb. Look at all these other people that helped him out. Okay, so don't be fucking chirping on me when I've got the fucking receipts to fucking drown and fucking suffocate you. Okay? Okay, let's continue.
Wrestling.
Go steal your brother's shotgun and blow your brains out. How about that? Like, what the fuck?
Let's play that again. Some people, actually, somebody particularly told me about this line, and I didn't actually hear it, but I'm kind of curious to hear it in its entirety here. Let me just increase my volume. Here we go.
Listen.
Time to talk about wrestling.
Go steal your brother's shotgun and blow your brains out. How about that?
Like, what the fuck? Steal your mother's fucking credit card and pay off your fucking electric bill.
Yeah, that's.
Oh yes, that's why I remember it. Okay, so it's for the fact that and again, multiple people actually called this out to me. So I'm doing the will of the people. Never assume that I'm doing this for my ego because I already got proven correct and won multiple drama wars. No, I'm doing it for the people. Yeah, not King Macho. No, Emperor Rose. Yeah, I'm doing it for the people, and you gotta understand this. So this is what we're talking about right now. Yeah, we got Bullfrog, who claps back at the bullshit being sent to him by degenerate folks, yeah. So let's listen back. Oh, yeah.
Why don't you take out no bonnet?
That was pretty good. Steal your brother's shotgun and blow your brains out. How about that? Like, what the fuck?
Steal your mother's fucking credit card and pay off your fucking electric bill.
Yeah, that's pretty
Why don't you take out no...
Boom! And again, perhaps there's some weight to the argument that YR is feeding lines to Bullfrog, because if I was a betting man, I wouldn't bet that he'd be able to be that quick with that sort of response. A witty response indeed, but I just don't see it. But if, Puppet Master confirmed, YR is puppet mastering, then I can certainly see that he would feed that line to him. And I mean, I'm not gonna lie, fucking Wire is a funny guy. You know, he's fake. He does all this bad shit. He's gonna be called out for it. Very opportunistic, narcissistic. You know, we'll go into that later, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, we know. But he is funny. He can be very funny. So, you know, either way, fucking the response from Bullfrog, quite comical. Mentioned by multiple people. And I, your drama emperor, doing the will of the people here tonight in this surprise drama diner. Let's continue.
Bonnet.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
Listen, did you ever
Why
watch?
don't you
Did
go
you ever
fucking
watch?
buy,
All right, Joe,
buy
so-
your fucking Christmas tree?
All right,
Your
so-
mother's
you-
credit card.
All right, so
Did
Joe,
you ever go in when your niece
AEW
was sleeping?
Jesus
Did you ever
Christ.
watch her?
Yes. Joe,
Wow.
so AEW and WWE do this, and it's not the same thing, but it's kind of in the same pond. So like,
Also, something else that's been mentioned to me is that even on Monetize This, YR is constantly bringing up wrestling. And, I mean, I believe even Rojas might have mentioned that that's the whole point of Monetize This. It's not supposed to be wrestling talk. So even somebody like Rojas who tried to come down hard on me and failed. But, hey, you know, good effort, kid. Good, you know, keep up to it. Maybe you'll, you know, graduate from the minors. But at least had, you know, the guts to criticize the great emperor of the community. But Wire, no, he cowers. That's what I do. Instead of doing yoga and stretching every day, I cower. That's what I do. I practice in front of the mirror. I cower in front of people. It also works well on my resume. I can be a good sycophant. Yeah, I bet you didn't think I could say that word, but yeah, sycophant. I'm a professional brown noser. I tattooed my nose brown so people know how far I'm willing to go when I do a job. So just to let you know, Joe. Also, here's some money to waste on some sort of, you know, gabbing.
It is the same thing, Mario.
WWE will bring back, like you kind of we talked about earlier, like they'll bring back like a faction or, you know, maybe an old wrestler or something.
Yeah.
And then everyone pops or whatever. So like what AEW does, they do these extreme fucking gruesome matches, and then like they don't get rated. Like no one's getting extra viewers, and like
Oh, this is the sort. I don't know, 16 episodes of Fighting Words podcast, thinking I could get to the people in this community, talking about mostly AEW, but wrestling in general. And I would review the amount of wrestling, actual wrestling, that was done every week from different promotions. And I just can't. Sorry, it's not that I can't do it. It's the fact that these people they're arguing in bad faith. Okay, so they're not even willing to have a proper discussion. And I've been critical of AEW, but people want to ignore that and say, "Oh, you're just cheerleading for them." It's like, but what about what you're doing with WWE and ignoring all this stuff? No, that's not the. No, it's worse. It's worse. But again, you've got this mentality of people just ignoring what's been presented and piling onto AEW, you know, unjustifiably with the points that they're making. If they brought up relevant points that are worth criticizing AEW on, I'll be there to fucking give you the fucking sources, because I know these motherfuckers are too stupid to actually fucking do that, but I get my fucking sources. But no, it's disingenuous, and therefore their argument is worthless. And they should... No, when you put out a disingenuous argument, you should be shamed, dragged through the fucking streets, humiliated, and embarrassed. And since nobody, you know, works in that division of the government yet, well, I guess Dave Rose is, you know, going to have to lead it. Let's continue.
new viewers. I mean, like it's the same. You know what I'm saying? It's really nothing new. Like
what's that? What's that, haters? How dare you, Dave? How dare you? What are you going to do about it? Nothing so far. Again, I was never blessed with a fucking pizza. You know, you had all these other people that you thought you could be protected from by ordering pizzas for them, often free, many times not, but never a pizza for Dave Rose. Okay? Not even a pizza that you would think it's an insult. It's like, oh, I'll get anchovies. It's like, okay, you know what? I accept that challenge, but, you know, maybe put some sun-dried tomatoes. What, there was something else I remember saying that should be with the anchovies. Sun-dried tomatoes. You could add spinach. Regardless, there's multiple combinations. I'm not the biggest fan of anchovies, but yo, you honor me by even trying to prank me by sending me a pizza that I have to pay for that has anchovies. I'm down, but you know, at least make it palatable, somewhat. You know, so it's not like you're gonna get peanut butter on there. Although I might eat that, but more so it's just like, yo, here's anchovy pizza. Okay, fucking let's do it. I'll pay for it. But never once did Dave Rose get a fucking pizza. Proving that these people are fucking, you know, gutless pussies and have no power. And also knew what power I had because, you know, if I got a pizza, I would be able to track down who ordered it. But even still, I would have still paid for it, even if it had anchovies. But that's the difference. That's the difference between Dave Rose and other people. I don't know where we're going with this, but let's continue with this clip.
Rojas, you didn't really miss nothing on AEW. It was like the extreme gruesome shit.
Oh yeah, I was talking about how awesome I was, how there's lies about AEW, disingenuous arguments from YR about this. And in fact, I'll also take a moment to mention that Casey's Raw is also like this. I'm not sure if he's as bad as YR, but he's getting there. You know, I was just about to insult him, but I'm going to say that insult for later, Casey. It's going to be a special one for you. But yeah, people who don't know and also hate wrestling are going to criticize me even though I'm correct. And that's just the thing. You could say whatever you want, but I have that experience. And it's funny. Let's talk about this. So Luke Rojas, back, I guess the last episode that I did, was criticizing, like, who are you to say this stuff? Who are you to say that you criticize Joe in this way, blah, blah, blah. But I've mentioned this in the past, and anyone with a fucking half a brain will understand this. It's like, that's Dave Rose. Showed up in 2014 and was picked up almost immediately to start doing fucking wrestling reviews where he'd have, you know, structured content that he obviously had because he wrote it down while watching intently the shows for fucking close to a decade. On and off, obviously. But there it is. On and off. But for a big portion of that was fucking consistent. But even when later on in the years where Joe wanted to do... He wanted people to interview indie wrestlers, or he wanted us, me and JB, to do podcasts for an exclusive website that he had planned, which we did. We were the ones, again, taking notes, putting effort into our production. And that amount of dedication into professional wrestling, which, again, being 45 years old, for the majority, not everyone, but for the majority of people in this community that criticize me, you weren't even born when I first saw wrestling. Simple fact. So I do have authority, not just wisdom, authority to speak on this matter. And yes, due to that authority, just like an emperor to the serfs below him, I can dismiss you and your argument because of what I have accrued in my brain. You cannot step to me and therefore shut the fuck up, or you look like a fucking moron. And the more you criticize me, the more that people will laugh at you. And the more, fuel that you provide me to be able to do a random Monday diner just to embarrass and expose you. People are laughing at you losers. But again, if you got nothing better to do, I'd personally recommend, euthanasia. But if you can, get a hold of that, you should move to Canada. It's free. But if, you're too much of a pussy and coward, which probably most of you are, keep watching, keep hating, and know that you'll never be anything other than a footnote in history. But I do enjoy, ridiculing and making fun of you. My lessers certainly deserve it. That's a simple fact. Not everyone is equal. Not all cultures are equal. And Dave Rose has already proven himself to be a little bit above. When I say a little bit, I mean like fucking stratospheric compared to, garbage like this. So, let's move on. Because, again, it goes on, this sort of shit. But I thought this was funny. This was an image that was sent to me. But trying to keep up with Joe Cronin's bills. It's a whole conspiracy thing. And hey, I thought it was funny. It was sent to me. The memes. Hey, Joe, you're not famous unless people make memes of you. And I've had memes made of me. Love it. Huge. Fucking huge. What's the next one here? This is where this adds to what I was saying in regards to the fact that this is sort of encouraged and pushed on Joe's show when it comes to Bullfrog and this whole Jackie Redmond hoax thing that's going on. Again, somebody probably like Mr. Wrestling, brown hands, fucking fucks goats, and shoves that fucking fist of dirty rice in through their mouth like a fucking subcon, savage. But yeah, let's hear this.
Like, this can't be real.
I even asked her what about Christmas. She's making up excuses, but I know it's her. I know it's her. No, it's not. I love her.
Oh my God, he loves a brown man taking his wallet from India.
I love her. The only reason I bump off the show is because she texts me sometimes at night when
he's on the show. That's why he's leaving. That's why he gets silent all of a sudden. He's going to text her. Oh my God. And it's
All right, so that's the clip. Also, I'm responding to Aru in the chat, who is trying to besmirch my reputation. He's like, Casey, if you send Dave a shit pizza, Dave will dox you. Ha ha. And I'm like, no. Pizza is sacred, and no one will be doxxed for that gift. Absolutely. Even the haters who want to send me anchovies on a pizza, again, as long as you're not going to get, jelly beans on there. Like, but come on, if you want to challenge me with sardines or anchovies, not sardines, sorry. Although I'd consider sardines, but anchovies. If you put some other proper ingredients, again, sun-dried tomatoes, and I'm not sure if it would be, if I'd put it together with maybe some white onions, spinach could work. I want something to pop with that. Maybe baby tomatoes? No, but we already have this sun-dried. No, we need something fresh. well, the baby tomatoes could work even with the sun dried because you got the sweet and the salty there. But again, we're not here to talk about the combinations of anchovy pizza because I would eat it again. Like I keep telling people, nobody believed me. Nobody even fucking bothered to send me a pizza because apparently they knew where I lived. Well, then I said the biggest challenge then, or the biggest proof to that challenge is, okay, you know where I live? Send me a fucking pizza because you've done that to fucking Ryan. You've done that to fucking Bullfrog. Well, can you do it for Dave Rose? Apparently not. Apparently not. Pity. I would have rejoiced. I would have rejoiced. It's like, finally somebody had the guts to fucking send me a pizza and even make it so that I had to pay for it. Fuck that shit. I would fucking not fuck that shit. I'd say like I love that fucking shit. That's what I meant. Because I'd be like I'd be filming that shit. It's like, yo, my first unsolicited pizza, dude. Like fuck, and it's pizza. Like I just said, it's just like there's never a wrong time for pizza. Oh, come on. Somebody send me, and again, donair pizza double sauce. That'd be great. I've been craving that for fucking years, but hey, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, let's continue. Shout out to the 18 viewing. Oh yeah. And what do we got right now? We got an hour and 40 minutes. That's right, an hour and 40 minutes. But we're not even done just yet. And I'm certainly having a blast. And I'm sure that you people are too, because that's why you're here. Now, let's continue. Because I did explain this about Bullfrog and kind of gross there. Now we have something time stamped. This should be interesting, yes. Hold on.
After that.
Josh. Be a little quiet, senor.
I get.
Actually, let's show this. Look at this fucking. This is Luke Rojas, by the way. Now, kids do this these days. Again, lower millennials and disgusting generations. Just like fucking Costanza. He claims not to be a millennial, but he is a disgusting, worthless, unintelligent millennial. And he's a Walmart American. But look at this. This is even worse. Like land whale status. Unironically choosing these glasses. These were cool in the 80s, okay? I was there. I lived those times. Not cool now. Okay, especially when you've got a face that looks like a fucking, accurate map of the moon. And neckbearding all the way, very cool. Somehow he won this belt. And Joe looking intently into the camera. Dude, there's so many drugs that could help you out there. I'm not talking about ones that you buy in the store. Okay, like you're a little unhinged. I'm not too sure what kind of concoction. I wasn't called Dr. Feelgood back in high school. I was called, actually, revelation here. I was called Dr. Jones because, and I said I was in acquisitions. That's what I said. But yeah, people calling Dr. Jones just like that stupid fucking, and that's, again, something else that's retarded. But that song was popular during those days from Barbie. No, hold on, not Barbie. What was that band? That gay band. They made the song Aqua. There we go. Yeah, Dr. Jones, calling Dr. Jones. So I had a lot of ravers calling me and asking about stuff. Statute of limitations probably over, but yeah, you're smart enough to sort of understand. But regardless, back to on track. We got Chubbs here with the fucking the joint, and I don't know why you're holding the lighter on at the same time. holding the belt. Joe looking crazy. Another picture of Joe. Imagine if that was a carved marble statue. The horror of hell. And, chiseled by Michelangelo. Like this fucking gay, fat fuck looking into the abyss because he owes the state. He owes the Caesar, or Kaiser as it's properly pronounced, 33,000 copper pieces. I can't remember what they used in ancient Greece, but regardless. What about you, Aru? Why don't you send me a pizza? How about that? Let's continue.
A voice message, and I'm going to play that voice message for you right now. And I'm like, what? And then I see 8 voice messages, and I go, Jesus, what the hell is Bullfrog sending me 8 voice messages of? Well, here you go.
So what I played was a part of this, but this is the context here. Again, Dave provides context. Yes.
Joe, I know it's her. I know it's Jackie Redmond because I'm madly in love with her.
It also kind of sounds like AI, but I'm wrong, though, because, well, I said it sounds like AI. It's not AI. I know it's not, so I'm not wrong. But the point is that I've heard other people put on AI of Bullfrog, and it's the more you hear him online, the more it's going to learn how to fucking make him sound. So he's probably going to end up committing suicide because somebody's going to do something stupid and making him say something that he didn't say, and he is too retarded to, sort of disengage. So that's on them, not me. That's on them. And again, I'm warning you. I'm warning you of the potentials of where this could go. But hey, fuck Dave Rose. What the fuck does he know, right? Hate watch. Hate watch, hate watch, hate watch. But as always, the Emperor always gets proven correct. And then I come down from the castle and decapitate everyone who is incorrect and make an example of them and have them castigated even on shows that they love, like Ken's, and embarrass them for their stupidity. But 'tis the will of the Most High. Yes, Deus vult. And therefore I, as somebody who strives to be righteous, as the Lord commands, I will continue to do so. And not just continue, let's continue.
No, I did not expect that to be the message. I thought I was getting like, hey, Joe, here's what I'm thinking, whatever. No.
I didn't know that was him at first. I thought that was like DJ Glaze.
No, this is definitely him.
Oh, he's so choked up.
Listen, it gets bad.
Start to come see me for Thanksgiving, and now she's making up excuses not to come see me for Thanksgiving.
He's still talking about seeing Jackie Redmond after we told him it's a scam. Then he got scammed, and now he's still talking to this person. This is this can't be real.
I even asked her what about Christmas. She's making up excuses, but I know it's her.
Oh.
I know it's her.
No, it's not.
I love her.
No.
Oh my God, he loves a brown man taking his wallet from India.
I love her. The only reason I bump off the shows because she texts me sometimes at night when
he's on the show. That's why he's leaving. That's why he gets silent all of a sudden. He's going to text her. Oh my God! And it's probably
that's why he goes into freak out modes like the other night.
Yeah, and it's probably someone who listens to the show stealing his money. They're stealing his money. They moved on.
Do you think it's the same account?
Yeah. Well, I think so. Probably. He thinks it's.
Yeah, but fuck it. Let's just continue to exploit him. Okay.
Her.
He probably told them about the show.
Right.
Like, yeah, I'm on a show. You know?
No, there's enough degenerates in this community, especially watching Joe. Just, again, even watching Ken, Mr. Wrestling there, that we just fucking eviscerated. There's enough of these freaks watching that they would take an interest because they're losers. They've got nothing going on in their lives. So they'll see somebody like Bullfrog and say, I can take advantage of that. I can actually try to hurt that person. I can try to humiliate and embarrass them, and maybe I can make some money off it. This is the type of people that you've seen very often when it comes to people primarily in Joe's community, but those that have sort of bled off and sort of followed us that left, or that just hate watch us, like Ken or me, and others. But they're there because they're hate watching on behalf of fucking Joe Cronin, just like Luke Rojas. The only way that Luke Rojas would be able to comment on what I say is because he's tuning in. Right? He doesn't have an army of sparrows like I do. So that's the truth there. So let's continue.
Or they know, or they're from the show and like, we'll rob Bullfrog.
Well, I don't know because he found her through Discord.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, but that's the.
So he was stalking her, or somebody with her name.
The trap. That's the plan, right? They create the fake thing. Then when he starts.
So it was an Indian, probably. I don't know. This person seems to be too familiar with Joe Cronin's community. But then again, you never know. Like I said, with the menu, if you ever look at that, and very often I don't mention this because, again, it requires intellect to look at the menu. But there's relevance to the topics that are being said. But brown slop. Fucking people like these Indians who try to scam people, including this Mr. Wrestling guy. Again, brown hands, wrote that bullshit. And he's a goat fucker. And from a civilization that doesn't belong in the West. So very angry at me, making multiple accounts and thinking that he has some sort of influence when it comes to me being on Ken's show. So, comical, but we'll forever fucking lose. Let's continue.
Talking, then they make like the cameo or the AI video, and he's like, "It's really her."
I think this is just a regular scammer.
Yeah.
Who has happened upon the universe of the JCS Army and of Bullfrog.
Oh, that's right, because he sent her the show and stuff. And then we all called them and they got mad.
He's not talking to me.
This scammer is just cruel.
Yeah, this is sick, bro.
Oh, she's not talking to me.
You endorse it and you don't intervene. Therefore, you you don't condone it and you don't intervene. Therefore, you endorse it. Let's continue. Hey, Ken, set up your recording. I know you love to record the clips. So, here you go. Let's continue. Sorry, no, take two. Let's continue.
Because she's wanting me to pay her to have her come down, and
he sounds winded even just talking and being sedentary, which means sitting down for those that don't understand English, like fucking Mr. Wrestling, brown hands. And if it's brown, shut it down, flush it down. That's where it does, where it belongs, where it deserves to be. Shut it down, Mr. Wrestling. How about that? You got any shit to say? Any more shit to say on fucking Ken's fucking Discord? Any more shit to say in the fucking the comments there in the fucking video? Please expose yourself even more. Brown hats. Let's continue.
I don't have the money to fly her down.
You gotta laugh at this shit. Well, you're retarded. You're laughing at a retarded person. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. And so are you. Okay? And if it was up to me, I wouldn't be laughing at this guy because he'd be in an institution tucked away, fucking locked away, and he'd be laughing at a hand puppet, okay? But he wouldn't be endangered by all these grifters, okay? But while this is happening, yes, I am, and so are you. Let's continue.
We've already been over this with him. Listen to this.
It's not her. It's not fucking her. It's a scammer. You fuck. That's why when you don't pay her, she disappears. She's rich. She works for the NHL and WWE. She's rich. She doesn't need money. It's not her.
Apparently, this woman is also married. I don't know who this woman is, a WWE announcer, but yeah.
Fucking towel head, and you're giving some scammer person money. You're not
Towelhead.
talking to Jackie fucking Redmond.
That's where the true liberal Democrat Joe Cronin comes out. He hates, all the things that he claims that he values, because progressive and multicolored and brown people and all that sort of thing, commie, good. That's what Joe says he supports, but when it comes down to the truth, he sort of reveals himself. That, like typical liberals, they claim to want diversity, but as long as they live away in their secluded fucking gated community, they're good with that, because the crime won't fucking touch them. But let's continue. Again, at least Joe's consistent there. Very liberal, and when I say liberal, I mean like fucking ultra commie leftist. But yeah, let's continue.
That's my he goes on. He doesn't stop. This goes on.
I am madly, deeply in love with Jackie Redmond.
Oh.
Can you please have your WWE people help me out and help me be with her? Can you please contact Cody Rhodes or something?
Oh my God.
She knows Cody Rhodes.
Yeah, because that.
Here's the problem with shit like this is that Bullfrog really is that low IQ that his responses could technically be generated in AI. If you've got enough of him, you could do that, and it would sort of recognize these prompts where it would respond in this manner. So is there a possibility this is all fucking AI and Joe's fucking playing it? Obviously there's a possibility in everything. Is it a high possibility? No. Is it still possible? Yeah, but that really should give you an idea of the balance of things where, okay, fuck it. It is AI. Oh my God, it's got this guy down pat. So just a reminder, be very judgmental. They're like, again, liberals, commies, Jews, stupid fucks, fags, troons. Don't judge people. No, that's when you have judgment, you can recognize patterns. And when you can recognize patterns, you can avoid all sorts of problems. But, yeah, a lefty's never going to fucking tell you that. Let's continue. We're also going to open up the lines. I don't know if we're going to do StreamYards or Discord. I see Dr. Earl in the chat. But, yeah, I'm more than willing to open up the lines if anyone has anything to say. In fact, make your voice heard now so that if there is interest, I can bring you on and I can pause, what I'm reviewing right now. And there's other stuff. But if you want to get a word in because you're fat and narcissistic like Casey, or you're like Dr. Earl, who is going to burn the world down, due to a particular skinwalker. And I can't blame you, okay, doctor. And I trust, Time Lords. They know what they're talking about. So if Dr. Earl is in a certain mode, I would certainly be willing to hear said things. The floor is yours, Doctor. As a fellow Time Lord, I'm not as old as you. My TARDIS looks different, but I'm also one who knows the value and meaning of time. So if you wish to speak, you let me know and we can set things up, whether it be on the Discord, super secret server. Yeah, the greatest. Nobody has a better super secret server. In fact, nobody does. It's the only one. I'm the only one that does. But yeah, great stuff. Huge stuff in there. Fat shaming me again, Dave, says Casey. Yeah, my apologies. I don't do it enough. I should do it a lot more, to the point where actually you fucking lose enough fucking weight, and I can call you a true friend. How about that? How about that, Casey? How about that? Let's continue.
One interview
And
you
he
had
can
6
help
years
me.
ago.
Oh my god.
I just.
What is this? We have the one and only Dr. Earl in my Discord, so might as well get in there. Ladies and gentlemen, a fellow Time Lord. He's very knowledgeable on things. Dr. Earl, what's up?
I cannot believe Bullfrog is that naive, that fucking dumb, to believe that this girl who's, what's her name, Jackie, or what's her name, whatever the fuck it is involved, wants to be involved with him. He should realize that it's a scam, it's a lie, it's bullshit. You don't send any of these suckers money, but yet Bullfrog does it anyway. I understand he's lonely. I understand that no chick wants to be with him whatsoever, and we obviously know the reason why. But come on. Don't fall for this shit, Bullfrog. Come on. I spoke about this many times in the past. These scammers tried to hit me up on Facebook, Skype, when that was still functioning, on Twitter, when it was still called that, on other social media apps out there, asking me to either send them a photo of myself or asking me to send them money. I still remember this one scam from this one woman who claims that she used to live in Germany but is in Africa learning how to be a registered nurse, and she's asking me to send her money to pay for her fees. I'm like, no, I'm not sending you a damn thing. And they always come out like saying, oh, but why? Oh, my dear, I don't want your money. It's like bullshit. I don't buy that bullshit. I don't buy that one bit. It's a scam. They're all liars. And
that's why billions.
Can't tell which.
That's why billions must die.
Exactly. Especially overseas, Nigeria, India. Those two are the worst.
Yeah,
and
it
just pities the shit out of me that Bullfrog is that fucking dumb, that naive, that retarded to actually fall for that kind of stuff. I mean, come on, Bullfrog, know the difference. But like I said, he's probably lonely as hell because no girl wants to be with him. He's probably horny as hell. He wants to have a soulmate of his own. Well, Bullfrog, quit being stupid, lose the weight, improve yourself in a lot of ways. Like, come on, Bullfrog, you should know him right now. Come on, man.
Indeed, but he doesn't, and it's your former co-host. I can say that with some knowledge there, but your former co-host seems to think otherwise. So what do you have to say about that?
So why thinks that it's a scam as well, or does he buy into Bullfrog's bullshit?
No, the fact that he claims all these things, and you've got... well, again, like this guy he would rather be on Joe's show rather than doing the show that you guys have been doing for years. And he was so enamored with your meetup and so forth, but he just disappeared when the Keith Bucks came out. And then he said that you wanted to be on Joe's show, which you didn't. And then
Yeah.
he made the video of you shooting an AR-15.
Yeah.
And then he made you making out with somebody. I can't remember who it was.
It was
And-
YR with long hair. He did the AI version of himself with the long hair and the
Yeah,
mustache.
there's a lot of stuff going on there, which again was very questionable. Never consulted with you, and it's definitely
Yeah.
something that would be important for you to address. But I will point up on my graphics here. This meme is correct. Yes. So speaking of what Dr. Earl was talking about earlier, this is correct.
Yeah, and let's not forget the recent monetized this promo that YR uploaded featured Jacob RP smooching with Luke Rojas. Ever saw that? I'm sure RP.Wee's not going to be proud about that.
Well, he comes
then
in
again-
whenever he can, just for the opportunity to talk to Ken. So he's okay, you know. He's somewhat harmless, but he learned not to fuck around because people like Ryan the Hill, he will fuck people up, man. He will fuck people up so
Yep.
bad that like I will go, crying with my dick inside me. It's an innie now. And like it's not even out, it's an innie because I got so scared of Ryan the Hill. So I was like, no, this guy, he gonna kill me, so I don't do shit,
Yeah, he can't do shit no more. He can't do shit with me because obviously we all know why, and I proved my point again this past weekend.
Indeed, senor.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Here's a little challenge. How about we see
You
YR
don't
go
challenge me.
outside to which? Let's see if YR is able to mingle with any hot females at whichever concert he goes to. Let's see him try
he
that.
likes the guys. He likes the guys. That's what he do. He is also the guy. He likes the guy, and that's he. That's how it works. He likes the boys.
Yep.
That's his thing,
Exactly.
He likes the boy.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. Well, I will say this, like this gives me a lot more free time to go out and go places, do a lot more things. Probably conjure up more music.
I was actually going to
sets
show those
stream
videos.
live
I was
or
going to show the
premiere.
videos that you, again, you posted. And again, like you have an active sort of social life. So like you're going to clubs and shit, and you got like half naked ladies next to you and shit. And I was gonna show those videos and stuff, but like obviously Bullfrog would be thrown out from a place like this. YR would probably be like, nah, I'm into the boys. But like, yeah, like you're going to these
Jacob
places.
RP,
People would criticize, like, what do you do? It's just like I go out every fucking Saturday night and fucking throw down, like, and all these, again, all these photos that you show us, it's like these women aren't repulsed by you. They'll take photos with you. And nobody's paying them or
Exactly.
anything. It's just like this is how it works in the real life. If you've got a relationship, a connection with people, you can go to a club and take a photo with a fucking, a woman. Like these people don't even understand. But yeah, you can take a photo with a woman and it's all good. But they don't seem to understand that, and they'll criticize you like, "Oh, Dr. Earl." Oh, seriously, if you met Dr. Earl, the guy's like 6'5", 6'6"?
6'4".
Yeah, like, come on, kids. Like, most of these fucking mestizos, half-breed mutts that are talking to you, they're fucking, like, 5'4". Like, come on. Stop with the fucking delusion. Earl would grab your head and swing you around like a fucking rag doll.
Precisely.
No, seriously,
and
but that's the thing, though. People don't seem to realize. But again, like, do we need to show a measurement tape on air for people to understand? Like, yeah, I wouldn't go up against Dr. Earl unless you actually knew really good fighting, Let's be honest. But, like, most of the people criticizing you, they're fucking, they're like YR. They're skinwalkers, automatons.
Probably they're jealous as well because they get all these lovely ladies and they don't have none of their own except their left hand. That's their main girlfriend, and the right hand is their side bitch.
They go for strangers, huh? Because usually, usually fucking, left hand is reserved for stranger danger. But
yep, exactly.
Speaking of stranger danger, Look at this image that's being displayed right now. So there was a clip that was provided to me probably later after this. Well, no, definitely later after the stuff that I've been playing. But basically, the timestamp had Bullfrog say, "No, I would never send photos nude of me to other people," and blah blah blah. Meanwhile, these are the photos. Let me actually correct them for the people here. Yeah, basically, this
Oh
was
my
sent
gosh.
to a Wandy. This was sent to a Wandy, okay, and fucking Bullfrog was getting all fucking stupid and crazy, but a Wandy is like, "Why are you sending this to me?" And Bullfrog's like, "Why are you revealing this shit?" And it's just like, dude, because you sent this fucking shit to me. So let's look again. I've just adjusted this, but yeah, this is what he's been sending to other guys. And when I revealed this stuff initially, he got mad. He's like, "Why are you sharing this?" It's like, because you fucking sexually harassed men on this community, and they begged the Emperor to defend them. And who is better to defend the men than the Emperor? Oh, yeah.
Precisely. He said something like that to me a couple years back, and I called him out on another show.
Ugh.
Yes, he did. He was trying. This one he sent me was him trying to lick his own nipples, like these big-titted women often do in some of the photos.
And you know what's crazy is now we've got the AI. It'll do it for us. This is actually real stuff that you're seeing right now. The stuff that comes after it, you can easily make it fucking AI, and it'll convince a lot of people. And again, if the AI understands his body type, it'll probably make something accurate enough where you can be like, it doesn't matter if it's AI, it literally is an accurate depiction of what this guy looks like. But this is one of the final images that you people will probably see of this guy being naked. Now, chances are someone's going to be taking screenshots and fucking putting this into AI. You know what? Good on you. Good on you. Because it'll be fucking hilarious. But again, this is what he looks like when there's no AI. Imagine the AI shit that could now be birthed by people taking this screenshot and giving birth to some sort of crazy, hilarious shit. But this is what your hero looks like, YR. Your little puppet master confirmed. This is what he looks like. Joe, this is what your fat fuck looks like. Emperor Rose knows what you're trying to do, so use your apprentice of fat. Use your apprentice of fat and try to come against Emperor Rose. Disgusting. Disgusting. All right, you got to get going?
Yeah, I got to get going. I got to get to lunch break.
right.
I'm here at my job right now. I got to call in and chime in on this scam that Bullfrog is being taken advantage of. So see you later, my man.
All right, thanks for calling in. I always
All right, there.
appreciate the
Good.
word of a fellow Time Lord. He's a doctor, and I'm certainly not. But if you had that knowledge, you'd understand. But we are not going anywhere. We've only been going on for 2 hours and 10 minutes. A gift to you, the people. But we must continue. So let's continue. Indeed. Oh, what's that? No? What's that? No, that's not it. What are you doing? What are you doing? There we go. Transition. Yes. Ghost from the Ghost says, "What's the topic? LOL. Are you..." Well, en retard means late in French. Retarded in English means delayed. So, to be quite honest, Ghost from the Coast, you are retarded. You are delayed. because I've been talking for almost 2 hours about all sorts of juicy things. Yes, very comical. I've certainly been enjoying myself. I thought it quite comical and amusing. But you show up now and say, what's the haps? And yes, it is a gay statement. But yeah, a lot of haps. Okay, a lot of good stuff, a lot of laughs, a lot of funny stuff. We had Dr. Earl just a moment ago. But a lot of stuff, including your hero being decimated and destroyed. That is the one and only Joe Cronin. Also, Bullfrog. I believe you love Bullfrog, don't you? You absolutely adore him, and you're willing to defend him on just about anything. So, yeah, rather. So where's my display here? Display. There we go. There we go. Well, we were talking about this fatty here with the fucking, probably at least half an hour ago or more, but I remember. Yeah, I remember. Luke Rojas, neck, beard, troglodyte, tobacco leaf, joint. Okay. That's a brown thing. unironic 80s glasses, right? But yeah. And then Joe, psychotically looking into the camera with depressed Joe. Oh, depressed Joe. He's trying to be Mother Mary. Look at him. The look that he's trying to do. He wants a statue of him holding himself. So he is both Mother Mary and Jesus. That's what he's trying to do. The two different looks. This is what I'm trying to do. Very blasphemous. In fact, we're going to be talking about fucking Joe Cronin and Wire's blasphemy and heresy soon enough. But right now, we'll continue.
If we meet, then I can bring her on the shows, and she'll tell you that we've been contacting and been communicating with one another.
Oh my God, bro! I'm starting to think he has a tumor. I'm not kidding.
I think so too.
Like,
and you know what I'm worried about is that I'm starting to worry about that he's going to go to one of these shows, like whenever Raw or SmackDown comes to like his area, and he's going to fucking go after Jackie. Like he's going to see her in the backstage segment, and he's going to run in the backstage and like fucking be like, "You fucking bitch! You
Right.
fucking bitch! You."
Well,
and then she'll go, "My God, it's him."
these are in my Twitter DMs. Like, this is not AI or something. This almost sounds like it is AI. It's not. This is really fucking him, and I'm not kidding. And I can't believe this is real.
If me and Jackie Redmond meet, I can bring her on the shows.
If I can do all that other stuff, I could just bring her on my show, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, like if you could talk to Cody Rhodes, the fucking WWE champion, you couldn't get in contact with.
Yeah.
Like, why would you need to hear from Jackie Redmond? You know what I mean? Like, I would rather talk to the champion.
Yeah. Put the champ on. Easy. It'd be easy to do.
And whatever the case is, but
He's champ because he went on the show.
Yeah. He's friends.
Please help me. I'm madly deeply in love with Jackie Redmond.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. This is gonna end
I know
badly.
it's her. It's from the way she talks to me.
I'm tired of this shit. You can hear this on fucking Joe's garbage shows. What's this? Joe Cronin, pay my water bills. It's getting a little old there, people. It's getting a little old.
What's up, guys? It's Joe Cronin.
Shut up. So I'll show this, but it's getting a little old.
What's up, guys? It's Joe Cronin. I just found the board game that feels like real life. Pay my bills. You roll, you budget, you hustle, you pray, and somehow try not to go broke before payday. It's chaotic, it's hilarious, and yeah, a little too relatable.
And I believe, yeah, it was Casey's Raw that did that. Casey Casey loves that sort of thing. Yeah, let's see what this has to say.
You ever watch?
It's probably a knock on me. Casey can't do it right, but.
You ever watch this guy, Devious Dave Rose? He runs a YouTube show out of a diner that doesn't exist. It's like, welcome to the Drama Diner. Today's special beef. He holds tribunals. Tribunal.
I think I did show that the other day, but regardless, I find it comical. Yes.
You ever watch this guy, Devious Dave Rose? He runs a YouTube.
I already played you. Where's the next one that I was gonna play? Skibbity bop doo doo. I like this. I think I like this one. Yeah, I did. So it must have been good. Let's see what this has to say.
I stumbled on this YouTuber. Casey is raw, like sushi, okay? All he does is play video games badly. That's it. 20 minutes of, oh no, I fell in the...
We've got Ghost from the Coast says, dumbass Casey still does the same 2 jokes. Well, let's be honest here. A, I haven't heard, had a donation from you in a while. And B, you seem to defend Joe quite often, but there really isn't much to defend. So, yeah, not looking good on either of those. Now, again, Dave Rose could be bought out, obviously. So, that might sway my opinion. No, it will. Contractually, obviously, we'll have that in written format. But, right now, you're not looking too good to pay that money. Let's continue. So, what's the next point here? Okay, so again, in love with this fucking liberal faggot. If you think George Carlin was cool, you're gay.
this guy Casey is...
But, again, it's simplistic jokes for simplistic people in this community.
This guy Casey is raw? Yeah, YouTuber, whole channel, whole life. This kid treats Fortnite like it's a second job with dental. I watched him stream for 7 hours. 7! That's not gaming, that's hostage negotiations with pixels. He does...
Also, if you're going to be doing AI, Casey, just pay the money. I mean, you already pay for all these stupid video games, knockoffs and shit. Pay the money to fucking make a AI clip that's longer than 10 seconds. Like, you've got fucking Ryan, the heel, a.k.a. King Meow Meow, who can do fucking 30-second clips and shit. And they're fucking funny as fuck, and they're fucking good. Like, you tried to do a CSI thing and all that. Failed. This guy fucking does one attempt, boom, fucking amazing. So you got to get your game good, Casey. Okay. What else? Okay, so Casey is raw, something cow. I don't know. Let's see what this is.
You ever notice humans say cash cow like it's a compliment? Listen, if I gave milk that turned into money, I'd be retired. I'd be in the Bahamas wearing shades, sipping on grass smoothies. Meanwhile, I'm here, standing on 2 hooves, telling jokes.
I don't get it, Casey. Waste of effort. Now, these were kind of funny, though. I will
What's up, guys?
I will play these. Because, again, why not? This is our dessert. This is our AI slop. I didn't label it that in the menu, if you ever pay attention to the menu, which you should. And that's where the insight comes from. But, yeah. Casey is wrong. The chat says Ghost only donates to Joe. He's donated to me in the past. He could donate more often, recognize that I am superior, and his entertainment is clearly addressed not only in my server but in the chats and on the show. But it's up to him whether or not to admit either that he's an incel that loves Joe or is a macho de América, un latino que tiene algo que diferente, que puede estar con el único Dave Rose. So he's got the option for, one. One is being a cheapskate fucking, sellout. The other one is supporting the effort and work that goes to your entertainment from somebody that understands, señor. Okay, that speaks your language. But that's up to you, That's up to you. You could either be genuine and make a proper donation to me because you're very successful and you can bless others with your success, like me, who speak the truth. Or you could donate to Joe and watch fucking white trash, serial consumer Bullfrog die every day. Every time he goes on the air, he consume more fake food and he die quicker. But that's up to you. You're either illegal, mestizo, or you are purebred Latino. It's up to you to admit it. And now I await the donation to see whether or not he is truly worthy. But yeah, this is made from, what's it called? I think it was Casey's Raw, but Casey in the chat says, Ghost, if you don't like my jokes on Dave's Discord, leave. Not you're not a threat to anybody, Casey. That sort of line of, confrontation, it ain't going to work on anybody, okay? But we're featuring you right now. So, Casey, this is your video that you made on Tommy NC. Let's continue.
What's up, guys? Tommy NC 2010 here, and today I'm running the grill at Wendy's. Look at that melt. That's beautiful. Burger, drink, positive vibes, out the window. First shift is almost done.
I like this Tommy NC. He's very positive, and he enjoys his job working at Wendy's. Where's the next one? Here we go. This is kind of funny. Nope. Right. Here we go.
Nope, not today. It's just a balloon. It's just a balloon. Why is it knocking?
The voice is good. It actually looks like Tommy when he was then. So that's a good thing.
And
this is funny though. So again, this is I'm featuring Casey. Hold on. There we go. Not performative. That was actually phlegm in my lungs. But yeah, this was this was Casey making these AI videos. Hilarious, yes, not always on point, but comical. And let that hate flow through you, Casey. Yes, give in to the drama. Your drama emperor will teach you well on how to be a good apprentice. Yes. Let's continue.
And compliment is the tip. Thanks. You're fantastic.
Wait. I didn't even fucking transition it. What the fuck? No, I don't think so. Let's do it again. Can't.
And compliment is the tip. Thanks. You're fantastic at what you do, man. You have a good night, sir. Compliments are free, yo!
Now, to be honest, he didn't do that because the guy was black. He did that because he's cheap. Okay, it didn't matter what color the guy was. Tommy is the type of person to be like, fuck you, you're not getting a tip. Or the tip that I'm giving, because he believes like compliments are tips. So it's just like, hey, I like your shoelaces. It's like, sir, I've got to feed my family. Well, I love your shoelaces. There's your tip. Fuck off. So really, it doesn't matter, what color you are. In fact, I don't think he'd even tip a robot. Again, but then again, why would you? But regardless, if there's an option, if it was a dog, a cute puppy if a cute puppy dragged the meal to you and offered you the meal, he'd kick the dog. He'd be like, I don't know, you shit. Fuck you, little shit. That's what he would do. So, Tommy, you've got to come online and prove me wrong. But yes, tips apparently for you are, reminding the poors that they won't get your money. So, there's that. What else we got? There's this video. This screen. Classic. With Cows made this. This is Bullfrog chasing his niece, and he's got a big grape in his hand. So, and in fact, that actually kind of very much does look like him. The head terrifically does. The body certainly, the coloring, again, I've thankfully never seen this guy without his clothes on. But maybe he is green underneath, and he's got flipper feet and all that. But yeah, he's trying to grape his niece. Yes, indeed. Indeed, yes. What else we got to fucking embarrass people? What do we got? What do you got? Oh, Casey got shit on for making videos about Chris Benoit because he's a faggot. Joe doubling down on Bullfrog's heartbreak. Let's check it out.
And this could not wait for Monetize This. So, because by the time Monetize This happens, there's going to be like a song.
This is Corrupted Nation. You can see this here. Corrupted Nation 2 days ago. So that would make it the 15th on Saturday. But why is corrupted stuff coming out free? I thought it was only exclusive on a paywall. Yes. Also, fat beard, was it neck beard thing going on? Joe Cronin again, looking. How am I going to scam this person? That's the look in his eyes. He's got the look.
Song. There's going to be parodies, but
yes.
So Bullfrog. This is unrelated, but Bullfrog sends me a DM the other night. I'm jerking off. That's all he says.
Of course.
Yeah. So 8 hours after that, I get a voice message, and I'm going to play that voice message for you right now. And I'm like, what? And then I see 8 voice messages, and I go, Jesus, what the hell is Bullfrog sending me 8 voice messages of? Well, here you go.
Joe, I know it's her. I know it's Jackie Redmond because I'm madly in love with her.
No, I did not expect that to be the message. I thought I was getting like, hey, Joe, here's what I'm thinking, whatever. No.
I didn't know that was him at first. I thought that was like DJ Glaze.
No, this is definitely him.
Oh, he's so choked up.
Listen, it gets bad.
Start to come see me for Thanksgiving, and now she's making up excuses not to come to see me.
What the fuck? We got a donation. Unbelievable. What do we have here? I have no idea who this is, but I do certainly appreciate it. Flax Areco? No idea who that is, but I do have to show this. Okay, I'm not gonna show the details of the email and all that, but this is worthy of. And you know what? Guilty as charged. Guilty as charged. Let me just make this. I don't want to show all of it. Nope, that's not it. Hold on. Almost there. Oh, come on. Why is this giving me some fucking... Ah. All right, so... not even... Ah! Why is this not fucking working for me? God damn it. I got a fucking donation. You know what? Real quick. Here, asshole. LOL. So. Oh, didn't even show it. There we go. Yes, I am retarded. But yes, we have somebody donating to me. And they called it out right. Yes, I am an asshole, but I appreciate your donation nonetheless. And yeah, I always respect people calling out for what it is. I am an asshole. Yes, indeed. But let's get back to this here. Oof. That's quite the oof we got. But again, I respect, like I said earlier, I respect the factual. And if people call it out and it's correct, well, it's certainly fucking funny. All right, let's get back to this.
Me for Thanksgiving.
He's still talking about seeing Jackie Redmond after we told him it's a scam. Then he got scammed, and now he's still talking to this person.
I didn't even know that he did get scammed. Actually, why is it not showing this fucking... That's not right. Hold on. Why is this... Well, once I get a new computer, I can promise you this won't be happening, but right now this is what we're going to have to deal with. I also think that I'm just going to end up installing a third screen just so that I can have all this real estate where I can manage this without having to scroll out and do this stuff. But again, if you don't actually do this sort of thing on your computer, you don't know what I'm fucking talking about. But yeah, this look at this. Look at this. Let's rewind actually a little bit. Hold on.
Still talking about
not to come to see.
Rewind. There we go. Also, old image. Elfin, well, goblin ears. This is what you expect under a bridge today. You know? This is what you warn your kids about. Let's continue.
Up.
Listen, it gets bad.
Sir, to come see me for Thanksgiving, and now she's making up excuses not to come see me for Thanksgiving.
He's still talking about seeing Jackie Redmond after we told him it's a scam. Then he got scammed, and now he's still talking to this person. This is
also shout out to the 27 viewing, especially the hate watchers. I love you. I love hate watcher lamp. I would hate. I need somebody to make that clip. Bullfrog saying, "I love hate watchers," as he did saying, "I love lamp." I love lamp.
This is, like, this can't be real.
I even asked her, what about Christmas? She's making up.
This is also, like, see, here's the thing, though. Bullfrog is not smart enough to pull off this sort of scam. Have others done similar, and are others capable of pulling off a scam like this? Yes, they are. Bullfrog is not smart enough to realize how to provide enough credence into a lie that it becomes believable. Okay, and play on that and make it a work. Okay, whether it be like in wrestling mentality or something, or just like being a lying son of a bitch, and try to convince other people. We've seen a lot of people, especially going against me in the drama wars, trying to convince other people of certain things because they say them. But Bullfrog is just, this guy will believe whatever he sorts of hears, like no matter who says it, and he'll defend it. Like, again, this is why I think he should be sequestered from the public and never be allowed to either vote or interact with the public ever again, or ever have internet access. Like, this is the last type of person you want having access to the internet. Seriously. And if you were related, imagine you had a retarded brother, and this was your brother. Would you want him on the fucking internet? Like, no, you'd be like buying him like toys and mirrors and shit. Be like, look, hey, look at the shiny thing. Like, stay distracted. Don't go on the internet where, people are going to take advantage of you. Puppet Master confirmed why aren't taking advantage of you, or, some fucking street shitting, mouth eating or hand, rice stuffing into the mouth eating Indian subhuman fuck is stealing money off you and scamming on you. Like, no, this individual needs to be tucked away in an institution where he'll never have to deal with this. Show him a toy, he'll laugh. He's be, it's funny. Yeah, give him the toys, don't give him the internet. Okay, this is the only way to keep him safe. Now, if you subscribe more to a Dave Rose German-style belief, there's things such as euthanasia and also, selective breeding that would have prevented this mistake in the first place. But, what the fuck do I know? Let's continue.
Excuses, but I know it's her.
No.
I know it's her.
No, it's not.
I love her.
And they tolerate it.
No.
Oh my God, he loves a brown man taking his wallet from India.
I love her. The only reason I bump off the shows because she texts me sometimes at night when
He's on.
Oh, come on. Like, is this like, yeah, it's funny and shit, but it's just also sad. And it's just like, if you had a retarded brother, would you not try to defend or protect him? I would. I mean, despite the fact that this guy deserves a fucking beatdown like nobody's business, but it's just like, yeah, I'll beat you the fuck down, but you're my brother. But you still get that beatdown because you fucking deserve it and you're retarded. But, like, I'm not going to kill you. I'm not going to fucking ruin your life. But, like, dude, like, you're dumb enough that you require a beatdown so that you understand it. It's just the facts, guys. It's just the facts. I mean, it sounds bad. But is it? Is it really, nigga? Is it really? Or am I being compassionate? Oh, we got another donation. What do we have right now? No idea who this is, so we'll give you some sort of good... That's not working. Yeah, you know what? Who doesn't like Animal from the Muppets? So we will read the donation. Here's another donation for you, Dave. Well, thank you so much, good sir. Who, again, I don't know your code name. Again, fuck your real legal name, whatever. It's just like if you come on this channel or on the community, and you're like, my name is, I don't know, 123 money person. I don't know. Then that's what I'm going to call you. I don't give a fuck what your email says or what your name is, because again, we have certain names. So thank you very much for that, and yeah, he says, like I said, here's another donation for you, Dave. So certainly, we're working our way towards a new computer. That's again, I'm not like Joe Cronin. This money isn't to solve my inability to manage funds, or whatever accidents happen. Like, dude, I dropped $2,500 today on getting my vehicle fixed, and it needed to be done. And none of the money that was donated to me so far went to that. That is staying in a certain account specifically for what I promised it to do, which is to make the show better, because that's why people tune in, and that's why people would donate. Why would you donate if you don't like it, or you don't see the potential for or improvement? But that's where the money is staying right now. And my intention is eventually to upgrade my new computer and make it better and make the show better. And the stuff that I actually do have planned, I think is exciting. I look forward to it, and I look forward to anybody that decides to tune in. But I'm going to be stepping up my game. Ken's got it good. He's looking great. I'd love to be there. But I've got stuff planned for actually an entertaining show. And, it's not all going to include drama, but, drama always seems to find me. And the emperor, of drama has to discuss things. But there's stuff that I actually do have planned that I think will be fun for everyone. And won't be so serious, you know what I'm saying? But like I said, I do appreciate your donation, good sir. So let's get back to this here.
On the show, that's why he's leaving. That's why he gets silent all of a sudden. He's going to text her. Oh my God! And it's
and
probably a troll.
That's why he goes into freak out modes, like
freak out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's probably someone who listens to the show stealing his money. They're stealing.
That's what I was suggesting earlier. It's just like this not a fucking random Indian hacker or anything like that. This is somebody who is just recognizes his penchants, his interest, and they heard him say that he was in love with this woman, so they decided to make a fake account and try to bait him. And this is where we stand right now.
His money. They moved on.
Do you think it's the same account?
Yeah. Well, I think so. Probably. He thinks it's her.
He probably told them about the show.
Right.
Like, yeah, I'm on a show.
Or they know, or they're from the show and like, we'll rob Bullfrog.
Well, I don't know because he found her through Discord.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, but that's the trap. That's the plan, right? They create the fake thing. Then when he starts talking, then they make like the cameo or the AI video, and he's like, "It's really her."
I think this is just a regular scammer.
Yeah.
Who has happened upon the universe of the JCS Army and of both.
No, I don't think that's possible. I think it's somebody in this community that just actually thought that they could just take advantage of him, which in fact multiple other people have done in the past. Okay, so yeah. I don't think this is a random, raghead fucking street shitting goat fucking Indian scammer. I think this is just somebody who's just really garbage in this community who thought, hey, let's take advantage of a fucking fat retard.
Frog.
Oh, that's right, because he sent her the show and stuff. And then we all called them and they got mad.
He's not talking to me.
This scammer is just cruel.
Yeah, this is sick, bro.
Oh, she's not talking to me because she's wanting me to pay her to have her.
And I honestly, like, I'm not a fan of this happening to Bullfrog. Does he deserve a fucking... Does he... I don't think he deserves an emotional fucking breakdown, but he certainly does deserve a beatdown. Like a physical beatdown to fucking remind him, like... Because again, like, retarded people don't respond to logic, so you gotta use force. It's the same thing with the fucking, you know... A retard. Like, what can I say? Like, you're not going to reach them with words alone. A rabid animal. You can't, even an animal, just a simple wild animal, like, unless you exert sort of dominance on them, they're not going to really understand. So they're going to attack you unless you fucking show, like, no, I'm the dominant one here. And they understand that. Like, Bullfrog needs, and we've tried in the past, somebody to sort of control his delusions. But when he's left uncontrolled, this is what you will get. And you will have people like Joe and YR, Puppet Master confirmed, who will encourage beliefs and try to embellish these thoughts to make it a bigger threat than it actually is. Again, threat, I say in quotations. It's anybody that would be critical or just verbal about what anybody does. And Bullfrog will throw it out of context and be like, yeah, my whole world's coming crashing down because everyone's criticizing me and stuff. And, well, there you go.
Calm down. And I don't have the money to fly her down.
Meanwhile, she makes a good load of money there at WWE and could easily fly down by herself. You know, I guess she'd have to ask her husband for permission. Well, if she was my wife, she would never actually fuck that. No, my wife would never be dealing with anybody. But I don't know if she was Joe's wife. There we go, Joe's a cuck. If she was Joe's wife, you know, he would at least be investigating that sort of thing. But yeah, well, let's continue.
We've already been over this with him. Listen to this.
Oh, Ryan the Heel in the chat says, I told Bullfrog a year ago that this was not Jackie Redmond and that he is getting scammed. Yeah, a year ago. We have Ryan confirming a year ago, 2024. And, well, Bullfrog continued to ignore that. We also have Ghost from the Coast says he deserves this bullying. He sort of brought it on himself. Can't deny that. So, let's continue.
It's not her. It's not fucking her. It's a scammer. You fuck. That's why when you don't pay her, she disappears. She's rich. She works for the NHL and WWE. She's rich. She doesn't need money. It's not her. It's a fucking towel head, and you're giving some scammer person money.
So this is where Joe breaks from the narrative, because again, as a progressive, all colors are equal and all cultures are equal and this and that. But meanwhile, a true Democrat would be like, no, and where's that graphic that I showed earlier? But yeah, if you're brown, shut it down. And that's what Joe is doing. I don't know where I put that. Fuck. Where's that fucking image? Oh, I found another image. But yeah, basically, that's what liberals do, is that, you know, I'll claim all those of darker pigmentation as my pets, but how dare you ask me to involve myself with them. But not like YR. YR loves the black, he loves the dark meat. And there's that image there for you people. Yeah, shout out to Afro-American community and wrestling community. That's another channel of his, King. But yeah, he loves the blacks. He definitely stayed in hotels with a bunch of blacks. I have to assume that pornos were filmed, because there was just like 6 black guys there and fucking YR. So, you know, I kind of gotta assume certain things. Goes from the coast in the chat, says, I tired to tell. You actually said I tired. I believe you meant I tried, but you know what? Let's do it in your Latino accent. I tired to tell him to the weekend on empty. So you're talking about YR there, Spicky, or what? You can call in if you want, senor, to defend yourself. But, you know, it'd be better to defend yourself, a donation. Something I haven't seen in a long time from you. But you still support the show, which is very weird because he got no Latino in him. But, you know, the whitest of the Spanish, Argentinian, you know, with German talk. You don't support me? It's incredible. It's incredible. Bam 6956 says, how short is YR? Holy. He is, actually, you'd have to ask Earl, because he's the only one that met him in real life. I wouldn't say more than 5'8". I can't see him being more than 5'9", honestly. But yeah, I don't think he's very tall. Speaking of, we got to go from the call in La Sha. He says, here comes Bam, a retard to twist the conversation to the cringe over to the top. Hey, for Joe, you're in the same level, Casey. I mean, I believe you mean level. And in fact, if you look at the keyboard, the R is quite far away from the L. So either this is spick incompetence, not understanding the language, or it's technological incompetence, not understanding where the L is compared to the R on the keyboard. So poor form, senor. Still no donation, so therefore we'll continue to remind you and remind everyone that this guy, the ghost, he loved the Joe, but he don't love Dave, you know, because you show the love with the money and the power, you know. First you get the money, then you get the power, then you get the women. But, you know, we got the ghost in the chat, claiming to be Latino, but no donating to the guy who actually provides the competency and the comedy in the chat. No recognition. Unbelievable. But yet we got all these other people who donated previously, don't even know who the fuck they are. Honestly, I had to look into it. You know, I don't know. But they still donated, but you don't. Unbelievable. But you will defend Joe, and yet, like, you will criticize the bullfrog improperly. Because I criticize the bullfrog properly, but you don't, you know. You're jealous that he's on the show and you're not. And then when you go on the show, you get embarrassed, you know. Unbelievable. Let's continue.
You're not talking to Jackie fucking Redmond.
That's my he goes on. He doesn't stop. This goes on.
I am madly, deeply in love with Jackie Redmond.
Oh.
Can you please have your WWE people help me out and help me be with her? Can you please contact Cody Rhodes or something?
Oh my God.
She knows Cody Rhodes.
Yeah, because that one interview
And
you
he
had.
can
See, the problem is this could be AI, and yet it could not be. Because this is the type of crazy shit that AI would do, but it's also the same sort of crazy shit that Bullfrog would say. So I, right now, cannot tell whether or not this is AI. I can see it being AI, but I can also see it fucking being real. So, like, my mind is blown. I'm trying to figure this out, but, you know, come on, guys. This is a challenge here. This, some fucky. This way goes. Let's continue.
6 years ago.
Oh my god.
If we meet, then I can bring her on the shows, and she'll tell you that we've been contacting and been communicating with one another.
Oh my god, bro.
Yeah, the screenshots will prove that, but it doesn't mean the person that's texting you, Bullfrog, doesn't have a fucking cock and is not a woman. This is why, I mean, imagine this. If this was your brother, if you had a retarded brother, don't you think you might try to keep him from the internet? You know what I'm saying?
I'm starting to think he has a tumor. I'm not kidding.
I think so too.
Like,
and you know what I'm worried about is that I'm starting to worry about that he's going to go to one of these shows, like whenever Raw or SmackDown comes to like his area, and he's going to fucking go after Jackie. Like he's going to see her in the backstage segment, and he's going to run in the backstage and like fucking be like, "You fucking bitch! You fucking bitch!"
Well,
and then she'll go.
See, here's the thing, though. Yes, Bullfrog puts himself in this position. Yes, he's mentally retarded and should have a caretaker, and he's not being taken care of. But I can't deny that this is not warranted, that he didn't bring this on to himself. And on top of everything else, that it's not hilarious as fuck. Because it is. This is fucking funny as fucking you. Oh, you're laughing at a retarded person. Yes. Yes, I am. A retarded person that many people try to help out, but he refused the help and doubled down and fucking went even more retarded. Okay? No, I don't owe caretaking fucking work for this fucking freak. Okay? I try to help him out multiple times in the past, and multiple other people tried as well. And he continues to double down. I'm not responsible for what goes on with this stuff. But can I sit back and watch it and not only pity the guy, wish that, maybe things worked out better, but also laugh at the fact, especially since I warned it. And again, Dave Rose says shit. People ignore it. Shit goes down, just like Dave Rose said. And what do you expect me? Not to laugh at people fucking ignoring what I fucking... No, absolutely I'm going to fucking laugh, just like everyone fucking else will. Okay? Totally justified. I will not fucking criticize anybody that will look at this sort of situation and be like, Bullfrog, you got what you fucking deserve. You got what you pulled down and brought onto yourself. I'm not a bad person for basically saying I'm not going to involve myself, but when I do observe, I'm going to laugh at it because it was something that everyone tried to help you out with, and your hubris and arrogance, Bullfrog, no matter how retarded you are, you're still sentient, somewhat. You chose this, and there's nothing, I'm not fucking doing anything wrong by laughing at your misfortune, because despite my attempt to help you, you did it anyways. You doubled down. Therefore, I'm in the clear karmically, and you're fucking retarded and worth fucking laughing at. Okay? That people should be a sentiment that you hold on your head and in your heart. Because we didn't do anything wrong. We didn't encourage this sort of shit, but Bullfrog and his enablers did it. So is it wrong for us to fucking observe this and laugh at it? Abso-fucking-lutely not. So we have a donation. Yes, another donation. Something unexpected, but certainly appreciated. So let's get something good here going. I want to honor the man himself. Yes. There we go. Here's no. Come on. I promise I'm going to fix this soon. I'm going to have actually automated graphics with sounds and shit. But, yeah. The one and only, yes, it's Bullseye donated, and he said, "Hello, Dave. I hear you e-begging. Since it's you, I am happy to give to you. Anyways, I presume you haven't read my messages because I haven't donated yet. I donate now. Ghost, this is how you do it. Dave, would it be funny if Garguts is scamming Bullfrog? I would be surprised if Garguts wasn't trying to scam Bullfrog from the get-go. In fact, maybe, this is actually starting to make sense here. Maybe it is fucking Garguts who is scamming Bullfrog, making him think that it's fucking Jackie, whatever her name is. That would actually make a lot more sense, to be quite honest. Bullfrog, obviously very susceptible to this sort of thing. But, guys, fucking, I can totally see Garguts actually trying to pull off this grift. He is that type of fucking greasy guy. And I still don't understand it. Is this guy fucking Latino? Is Garguts Latino? Or is he Feather Indian? Because he claims apparently to be. But again, let's be honest. The majority of Feather Indians in America got, dicked by Europeans. So they're basically half-breed mutts right now. So there's never, there's really rare, pure blood Native Americans in America. Most of them fucking mixed. Okay. But how the fuck is it possible that you've got Garguts who claims that he's fucking Native American and he looks not like a feather Indian, but a dot Indian. He looks like a fucking scammer who'd be driving a fucking truck, like on the highway and shit, like transporting shit and killing people. Like he looks brown. He looks like a fucking, again, one of these people that fucking was imported and taking American jobs. And he doesn't look fucking red Indian. He looks, he's not feather. He's dot. That's what it looks like to me. But then again, I've heard stories that he claimed that he was Latino and stuff. So many lies coming from this guy. I don't even know what the fuck is going on. But yeah, that circles back to the question that Bullseye asked. Is yes, I do believe that the Garguts is scamming not just fucking Bullfrog, but multiple other people, including fucking Joe. But let's get back to this and let's continue. Yeah.
God, it's him.
These are in my Twitter DMs. Like, this is not AI or something. This almost sounds like it is AI. It's not. This is really fucking him, and I'm not kidding. And I can't believe this is real.
If me and Jackie Redmond meet, I can bring her on the show.
No,
if I can do all that other stuff, I could just bring her on my show, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, like if you could talk to Cody Rhodes, the fucking WWE champion, you couldn't get in contact with.
Yeah.
Like, why would you need to hear from Jackie Redmond? You know what I mean? Like, I would rather talk to the champion.
Yeah. Put the champ on. Easy. It'd be easy to do.
And whatever the case is, but
he's champ because he went on the show.
Again, there's nothing wrong with us laughing at this. Okay? I just want to remind you people, there's nothing wrong with laughing at this.
I'm madly deeply in love with Jackie Redmond.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. This is gonna.
In fact, let's show this. I just want to quickly show this. But yeah, it's there's a graphic made by Out with Cows, who has shown some good knowledge as potentially being a new chef at the Dave's Drama Diner. For he certainly knows how to name his meals and utilize the proper nomenclature. But yeah, this is basically what you would see if this happened in reality. But you're the championship belt of my heart, let's say Bullfrog. And then you've got this girl saying, wait, who even are you? It's Jackie Redmond, girl. Yeah, take a screenshot of that. That certainly is exactly how you'd see it go down. But great job. Great job. I love this AI stuff. Well, not really. Well, the stuff that trains Skynet to fucking kill us, not a fan of. But, you know, the funny stuff like this, it's cool as long as it doesn't train fucking Skynet to kill us. So, again, I'm a little wary about the Skynet trying to kill us. But let's continue.
I know it's her.
I know it's her.
It's from the way she talks to me. She tells me stuff about her work and what she does with the company. And she tells me about her hockey job that she does. I know it's her. I know it is.
They're right to laugh at you, Bullfrog. They're certainly right. Oh, fuck. Clicked the wrong. I think it was around here.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. This is gonna end
I know
badly.
it's her.
Yeah. Good call, Dave. You fucking know it.
It's from the way she talks to me. She tells me stuff about her work and what she does with the company. And she tells me about her hockey job that she does. I know it's her. I know it is truly her. And
he's too dumb to actually pull this off. Is like if he was trying to fake this whole sort of thing, if he was trying to make it sound like he believed it to be true and didn't actually believe it, you know, that'd be one thing. But like, he's not smart enough. He's not smart enough to do this. Like, I'd bet money. I'd bet fucking money that this guy actually does believe that a simple account that I don't even believe that Wire could convince this guy, you know, to pull this sort of scam off. I honestly believe this guy fell for it. I believe that some, you know, brown-handed fucking camel fucking street shitting Indian or subcontinental, regardless, anything south of fucking Nepal needs to be nuked and all the browns there need to be exterminated. But yeah, basically these are the scammers of the planet, and they even hooked Bullfrog. And yeah, okay, it's funny to laugh at retarded people. I'd still rather not see them scammed for money, you know. For laughs, maybe, okay. But for money, no, you know.
you guys can make fun of me all you guys want to. I know it's really her.
Oh my god.
I love her. I need help. I've asked her several times to come see me, and she keeps blowing me off. She could have came see me when she was here at Raw, or when Raw was here in Columbus. But she blew me off. But I know it's her.
Also, apparently, he was saying, I think in a later video, that he invited her to Thanksgiving and she declined, and then he invited her to Christmas and she declined, and yeah, but you know,
Joe, I know I'm sounding desperate and whatever the case is, but please help me. I'm madly deeply in love with Jackie Redmond.
Oh no, poor guy.
I know it's her.
Oh god, I know it's her.
It's from the way she talks to me. She tells me stuff about her work and what she does with the company. and she tells me about her hockey job that she does.
The music's getting bored.
I know it's her. I know it is truly her. And you guys can make fun of me all you guys want to. I know it's really her. I love with her. I need help. I know it's her. I've asked her several. It's how.
So you're playing the same clips over and over again? Right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's open up the Discord lines. Doubt we're going to get anyone calling in randomly from the StreamYards link that I could put up. But we have a few people who are quite active in the comments there that could certainly call into my Discord. That would allow me actually to have a go, a little smoke there, a little puff. And they'd be helping me out too, yes. But yes, if you wish to join my Discord, and hold on, let me go to my Discord. Well, there we go. I'm gonna go to the general chat. So if anyone like Bullseye or Casey's Wrong, or anybody else like Arush and Chu, who haven't heard from for a while, if you wish to join in, I appreciate it, because again, I would like to get my fix on my nicotine. I do plan to, again, I always try to self-improve. So I will be going, we don't have Zyn Canada, but I will be getting nicotine patches in the future very soon, yes, to diminish my reliance on the smoke. And I do love tobacco, and I love smoking, and certainly love, fucking cigars, but I promised certain people that I was going to improve, including God. Oh, look at that! We have the one and only Casey's Raw, and it's Bullseye. Welcome, gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us. The floor is yours. You may say whatever you want, except that you hate AEW. That's not allowed on this channel. But anything else, you can go for it. Yes.
All right, Casey, go first. Humiliate yourself if you have to. I don't care.
He always does.
Well, I'm wondering, do you think there's a possibility this could be like a gimmick that Joe thought of it and told Bullfrog?
It's possible.
Say, hey.
It's possible. I totally see what you're saying. And in fact, I think YR, if that was the actual possibility, I would think YR would be big on that. Possibly consulting with Joe to make it happen that way. So therefore, both of them are instructing, Bullfrog to act in that manner. So your suspicion is quite valid.
But I do agree that it could be AI, but I do think he's dumb enough to actually fall for this shit.
Absolutely. No, that's the thing, though. It's like before all this AI fucking craze that came out, people fucking making characters. Dude, 4 years ago, Bullfrog was saying this shit, dude. Bullfrog was defending this shit. So, like, no, you can't chalk it up to AI right now. Yeah, AI can imitate it, but guess what? Before this AI shit came out, Bullfrog was fucking spouting this shit. For real.
So,
actually, for an example, there was a time where Bullfrog thought he was dating Amanda Carmen. So it's nothing new.
Yes! I'm so glad that you bring that up.
Yes. Bullsy's great memories serves me yet again. Yay. Anyway, yeah, this is how Bullfrog is. In fact, probably not even the first time where he go like, I'm here now. Like, he, in fact, like, they brought this up about the sexual harassment. Yeah. He flirts with you behind DM, so in this case, he probably thinks he's going out with everybody. You never know.
I'm just wondering how he stumbled across this person. Like, what website or what chat room did he came across this and thinks they're like, oh yeah, I'm talking to this woman that works in the WWE, and
It was Joe Cronin who basically that guy made it. Oh, I'm in love with this person, blah blah blah. So what do these people, these scammers, do? Usually brown skin. They basically attracted this guy by posting photos and saying, I'm the real, Jackie, whatever. And, you got a retard who actually believes it. So that's how it happened. These people were watching Joe. They saw an opportunity to take advantage of a fucking retard. And that's exactly what they fucking did.
Well, I'm still like thinking like if there's anybody scamming Bullfrog, I'm just thinking Garguts right now. That's the only person that comes to mind. He's the only person actually doing.
Garguts is good at scamming people. That's the thing. Look how we fucking ended up with fucking Jesse. But that's the thing. When it comes to Bullfrog, the guy is so stupid that he needs a guardian. Like it's not unreal to say like this guy should be an institution, because if it wasn't for somebody that could take care of him, he'd be spending his entire EBT or fucking credit card provided by the government on like, again, donating to this Jackie fake account and stuff. He needs somebody to fucking protect him from himself.
Yeah, the thing that I have to say, like, I understand people laughing, and I'm not gonna say don't laugh. I can't bring myself to laugh about that. That's just sad, man. No, it's sad to me. It's sad. So watching Bullfrog
It's sad, but it's also funny though. Come on, man. Like again, with the arrogance that comes from Bullfrog, when you try to be compassionate and forgiving to him, he'll like double down, and be like, "No, fuck you, Bullsy. Like I know this person is real and stuff." It's like, and Bullsy would be like, "No, I'm literally trying to tell you, like this is a fake person. I'm trying to protect you. No, fuck you, Bullsy." So it's like, okay, dude, like you want to be that way? Like fuck you too. Well, it's right to fucking condemn his fucking attitude when you try to help him and he just tries to shit on you. No, fucking fuck you, Bullfrog.
Well, the funny thing is, they happen to be really good at speaking autist, so you never know. But you are right though. He has that entitled personality to him. That's nothing to do with autism, where he'll just double down on his own.
No, that's simple ego and fucking hubris. It's just like somebody who is not willing to just self-examine themselves. Like, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe these people who are criticizing me, or at least just showing me this stuff, might have something to it. No, it's like, no, you're all wrong and I'm fucking right. This is the real person, and like you just hate me. It's like, no, we're trying to look out for you. But if you just want to take that attitude, like fuck you, go bankrupt then. Give all your money, all your EBT to this fucking fake Indian account. But like, don't blame us when you get fucking heartbroken because you fell for a fucking clear scam, which everyone tried to warn you on. Again, we should not feel any guilt about trying to help this guy out.
And that's the funny thing, because Ryan says it's true, and he's been letting them know since last year. I guarantee the Bullfrog does know. He just wants to, and just pretends that, you know what? Let me just put it this way: he knows and just doesn't care, and he'll double down and act like he's actually dating her. Just
I've debated that. Seriously, bullshit. I've debated. I've thought in my head. I thought to myself, okay, is it possible that maybe he understands this sort of thing and realizes, you know what? Fuck it. I'll double down and pretend it's not true. No, I honestly believe that this guy actually believes that this is true. That is how retarded he actually is. So we have to keep that in consideration regarding how he operates. He is that retarded that he is not only willing to believe it, but he's willing to defend it, rather than somebody that says, okay, you know what, I'm being played, but I'm just going to fucking go with it. No, like this guy actually believes. And, obviously Joe's not helping it. Neither's YR, pup mess confirmed. But like, they'll encourage this guy to believe that this apparent woman is actually messaging him.
And and here's one thing. Let's say if they want to talk to him about it, like if they want to be nice, they could not have to do it on the show. They's like, all right, we'll talk to this off the show.
Yep, that's what normal friends do. That's what people in this community actually do, is they will talk to each other behind the scenes and say, like, you know what, this is what I think, this is what's going on. I don't think you should be doing it. Like, Casey is absolutely correct. There's like people actually who value each other in this community, who are friends, who talk to each other. They'll talk about these important things behind the scenes rather than try to make them like, the focus of a conversation like Joe does when it comes to these sorts of things. So you're absolutely correct on that.
Yeah, making content on it. And like
exactly.
Like, I mean, I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to lie, it is funny, but it is sad at the same time, though, too.
Why can't it be both, though? Why can't it be both? Absolutely, it's hilarious, and absolutely, it's fucking sad. But you know what? None of us is encouraging stuff. All of us have actually tried to stop this. And you know what? People still want to fucking push this, including Bullfrog. It's like, it's not our fault. It's not our fault at all that this guy is fucking living this delusion, and Joe and YR is fucking encouraging it. We tried to help, and this guy wants to live in that way. We have no control over that. So we have to accept that and realize, this is the way it is. But more importantly, it's like, we have no fault because we tried to help.
And
go on.
Good. I was going to say the one thing. I was going to say that with this AI, you can't just say, like, they can just fake a photo nowadays. So let's say if he gets a nudie of this woman, like, how do we know? How do we know it's real? Like,
that's the thing, though. He would probably not. You could send, like, literally, like, dude, the Jews love fucking putting porn on. You could just Google that shit, get a fucking fake image, show this guy, and be like, oh, she showed me her tits. It's like, dude, if you do a reverse scan on that fucking image, you'll find that that's on fucking 1,200 different sites, but like, he'll swallow it and he'll believe it. Even if we try to show this, it's not on us.
Well, yeah, that's what Bullfrog is, though. Like, he has that entitled, like, arrogance, like you said. Like, he'll just double down and go, like, no, I'm gonna stick to this, even though it makes me look stupid. That's just who he is.
He doesn't see it as him being looking stupid. He's like, he thinks he's justified. It's like, look at me. Like, I got an email from this person that their email address doesn't even match Jackie's, email address in real life. But like, it must be the real person and stuff. It's not our fault for pointing this shit out. And more importantly, it's not our fault for laughing at this shit when we try to warn him.
Again, if he is being scanned, my guess it has Garguts. That's the only thing I find funny, because he's the only person I see doing it. Like, that's the only funny. By the way, Dave pointed out. Here's the funny thing, Dave. Like,
by the way, is Jesse is dead, buried in a shallow grave in the desert, and he got Garguts who continues to stream from his location. So that's the rumor, people.
Yeah. So going off of this, like,
it's no
just going off of this. This is what I actually. Okay, like, Dave, you pointed out Garguts being whether Indian, red dot Indian, or not Indian, or feather Indian.
Yeah,
well, I've talked about this before. I talked about this before, where Garguts admits to being Indian, but going, well, I don't know what kind of Indian I am. I just know I'm Indian. He actually said those things. He doesn't know what kind of Indian. He's just aware that he is.
Or what level of mestizo he is, how inbred he is.
No, he doesn't really understand his own ethnicity. That's kind of the biggest. He has understanding of what his heritage is. He just knows he might be Indian.
No, but he certainly looks like a fucking Indian fucking. I know these images in the past where he's with Jesse. Jesse's, he's in his boxers, and it looks like Garguts is fucking auctioning off Jesse for some sort of Epstein Island level fucking shit.
About Garguts for a minute or two. Let's think this through. Like, since last year, this guy has not. He has been like public enemy number one ever since, and he has been a top punching bag ever since that story that broke out about him, sexually assaulting a minor. Put it that.
Okay, let me clarify things. I'm glad you bring that up, Bullseye. Here's the story for you people. This individual essentially allowed for a female that may have been a minor to fall asleep, and as such, he took advantage of her sexually. And after that, it seems that everyone, and look, let's just be honest, I've got connections with this. Danny MT, shout out to you. So basically, we have the situation where multiple people that worked with him said that they witnessed this individual come to them and tell them about the sexual abuse that Garguts did. And very soon after, what happens? Garguts moves to California. So, they might be looking for him there in Texas. But, now he's moved to California, and and in fact, this was sent to me. I was going to cover this later, but the screenshots are in my drama channel. You can't just necessarily pick out anybody that you've invited into your home in California. You've got to, go to the government. You got to petition got to show a letter of intent to the person that is squatting. And it's a lot harder to get somebody like Garguts, who's living where you are right now, in California, to vacate the premises because you don't want them there anymore, than it would be in any other location in the States. So basically, Jesse, unfortunately, right now has to deal with somebody like Garguts, who probably will squat just like he did in the previous locations where he was at. But he left Texas specifically, and many people commented on this, is because there was a warrant out for his arrest due to his sexual behaviors.
And I'm pretty sure in the state of Texas, it would be considered harboring a fugitive inside a home. But unfortunately, Ferguson's in California being done to this. And basically, squatter is just another term for, and it's saying, it's legal to be a house invader, by the way. So come on in. That's what it's saying. Anything else, that's what it is. But the reason why
nobody's saying shit about this when it comes to Garguts, but Garguts is fucking, and we all we have Bullseye, we have me, we have fucking even Casey's Raw, who has pointed out how depraved this guy is, and we've had people sort of highlight and showcase that this guy again was willing to take advantage of somebody who was unconscious and rape them, and then try to defend their actions. Like, Garguts is not a good guy, and I've tried to point this out in the past, but he's not a good guy.
Well, like, considering what happened through that thing entire year, he has not seen a good look on himself. Like, believe it or not, Dave, I've known the guy for quite some time now. This was back then when I was listening to Joe Cronin. I've known this guy for quite some time until, like, I left Joe Cronin, and this was one. So, yeah, we used to talk, and honestly, when you talk to the guy, you don't see any signs of this guy being bad. He's just some wrestling guy. He knows. Ironically, he knows some politics. Ironically, but he doesn't talk about it too much. He just knows things. Or like he'll talk about.
I claim to be an Indian. They stole land from us. Forget conquered lands. But next day I'm gonna relate to Latino, and then I'll be Latino, and then the next day I'll relate as white.
That's how we operate.
Actually, like, this is one of his quotes. Like, this was 5 years ago, where he said once, "I just saw a video, burning Trump ballots. Oh wow, there was a rigged election." He pointed out a rigged election before, so he's as dumb as you guys think he is.
I do remember that, actually. I do remember that. And also, 5 years, that goes to show that the argument is consistent, therefore showing the type of person he is. And more importantly, both myself and Bullseye being able to remember something happened 5 years ago when most people just, are automatons and only remember what happened in the last 2 weeks. There's consistency here when it comes to him. And we're noticing this and we're highlighting it. And, if you don't like it, you're probably gay like Garguts. So.
Yeah. So, I'm only pointing out, I've talked to him before. We were friends once upon a time and never really been into the political things. He's been always a wrestling guy, talk about the people he's met in wrestling. I met this guy, met that guy. About all this stuff. These things, and a good portion up until we left, it's just kind of been okay, we kind of just rolled with it. And when I first started talking to Dave, YR, and Ken, all that group of people, you guys were talking about how he was a liar. And even Joe Cronin, after I go over to the Wire program, was talking about how Chris was a liar. It's just I guess word strikes pretty, right?
Yep.
I never.
Absolutely.
I'm just gonna say.
How dare you notice things, Bullseye? Because once you do, and then you mention it, let's just make fun of Bullseye any way we can. It's just okay, you can do that, but is he wrong? Oh, you can't say he's wrong. You can't even source anything that proves he's wrong. Well, then I guess no matter what you say about Bullseye or Dave Rose or anybody else, you can use the same strategy, but in the end, you still haven't proven that we're factually incorrect. Therefore, you look like a loser. And you are retarded. And that's how it is.
Yeah. So this is the big thing about Gargut. Never guessed.
What do you have to say about me? I take advantage of everyone that I can get a hold of.
Yeah, but the one thing I would have never guessed Gargut's ever doing was taking advantage of a minor. Of all the things I heard about him doing, that is the last thing I would have guessed.
You look at him and you know that's his penchant. That's what he wants to do. He's like, oh fuck yeah, man! I want to fucking take advantage of a minor. Look. I look at him and I'm thinking exactly that. How can you not think that? Honestly, he seems to me like the type of person that if he can get away with it, he will. And if it comes, whether it be fucking tax evasion or fucking raping a minor. The rules don't matter to this guy, dude.
Yeah, but before I address the pedo part, I'll say this: why I didn't ever see him do this. I listened to him beforehand, and all I known from him is he's a guy who supposedly plays guitar and drinks a lot of beer, and is unemployed. You're
a kind guy, because I would say that he's a leech and a fucking disgusting individual. But he does play guitar, and But you're kind. You're very kind.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying though. You talked to the guy back then. If you ever talk to the guy, friends with the guy, that the last thing you would even think of him is a pet, or even a scumbag. You would just see a guy on a fucking online who streams 24 hours all day long on his streams and just sits there going with everybody else.
Now, Bullseye. I love them. If there's no grass on the field, let's play ball. You know what I'm saying? Let's group kids.
Yeah, well, people like to try to groom me, so you never know. Those other good people that tried to groom me when I was talking. That's a different story. This guy used to have a big following, by the way. He used to have so many people calling into his shows, talking and hanging out for the past 24 hours.
Never watched it, so I don't know about that, but that's surprising that there was people that were willing to call into his show. But that's amazing that you were a witness to that.
I was around that time. I was around Gargus at the time when I was still in his Discord at the time. This is what I'm pointing out. People, you would have never guessed it. If you knew about all the people that used to talk with him, hang out with him, of course, there was the trolling and the server, which is a different story. If you want to talk about that, I will. But yes, there was he had a bunch of people that used to call into a show, and people would talk. People would chat with him all day, and he would just do the streams.
Tell me about your fucking fantasies. Do you like also to rape kids? And that's what I like to do.
I wanted to ask the question: do you think ever since Keith died, Wire's trying to get Gargis to replace him?
Oh my God!
No, actually, I was going to say that I believe it's his next replacement is Bullfrog, because of the lines that he's fed to him, because of the way that he sort of interact with him. I think that he wants Bullfrog to be the next Keith Rebarber.
Well, like Bullfrog isn't really a pedophile, to be fair.
I don't know. I mean, what about his niece and all that?
Yeah, that was a story about, like, I remember this story too, where he claimed his niece was his daughter, but this is one. Yeah, let me tell you. But let me tell you how. Was it just kicked out of the Discord?
Dude, he claimed. Hold on. I gotta say this. He claimed that he intervened with his desires, that his family line would be intertwined, saying essentially or indicating essentially that if he wanted to sort of breed, that and I it's probably because again he fell in love with his brother's wife and wanted to breed with her. Because she was nice to him and all that, and again, a retard like Bullfrog would think, "Oh, she's being nice. She wants to fuck me." That's again my belief on that matter.
Do you think anytime someone's nice to him, that he would automatically fall in love with him?
I sort of had that experience with him. I'll just put it
Hold
that
on,
way.
hold on. Are you asking me for real? Because look, you've got a fake Indian, again, brown-handed, fucking shit-encrusted hand that is fucking writing messages to Bullfrog like, "Oh, I'm the real Jackie Redmond." Of course, Bullfrog would fall for this shit. Of course he would.
Well, look what happened when Shell was being nice to him. He started harassing her. So it was
That is true too. That is true too.
Yeah. And he thought Amanda Cameron was dating him, but it was a fake all
That's
along.
true. I'm sure. Like, no, that's the real Amanda Carmen. It's the same thing that we're seeing now. No, that's the real Jackie Redmond. Like, it's the same thing, guys. It's the same thing. So if you give Bullfrog enough attention, even if it's a fake account, he is going to believe it, and he's going to push it, and he's going to defend it.
Yeah, that's who Bullfrog is. Even if it's wrong, and there's so many ways it's wrong, and he'll just be like, "Oh, hey."
Yeah, and then he'll try to tell Joe, "No, that's the real Jackie Redmond. That's the real fucking Amanda Cartman." It's just like, no, it's not, and we can see that shit. Now, meanwhile, people like me and Ken and you and Jess and Casey would be like, "No, this is wrong. This is not real. You've got to wake up." But you've got people like YR, Puppet Master confirmed, and you've got people like Joe who would be like, "No, they continue to believe that. And we're just going to laugh at you, but we're certainly not going to intervene or maybe even call your brother and say like, yo, dude, your brother needs to be taken off the internet. He's believing shit that's not real." No, that's what those who apparently Bullfrog considers close won't do, but they'll laugh and take advantage of him. But meanwhile, people like us would tell Bullfrog, "You're wrong, and you really need to stop this." So it's a big difference. We're not the same.
Is his parents dead or something? Like, how can they allow him?
No, his mother. Well, how can they allow? Because they don't want anything to do with him. That's the answer. But no, his mother. I believe his biological father's still alive, but his mother, and this was hilarious. He tried to explain this on a show that I did back in the day, but he said that his mother remarried a new husband, Now, he couldn't figure out whether or not they were Austrian or Australian. So I had to break it down. It's like, look, does your stepfather sound like Arnold Schwarzenegger, or does he sound like fucking Mad Max? And it was hilarious because the guy was fucking retarded, and he still is.
Remember when he was brought shrimp and he was like, what kind of shrimp? And he was like, is it fried shrimp? He was like, oh, I just know it's shrimp. Oh, that's Casey, but you get the point. But,
yes, I remember that actually.
Yeah. Yes, Bullfrog does these things and sometimes doesn't know. I remember at the time I pitched to him a question. Hey, you know where Russia is? And he goes, is that a country? And I'm like, is that a country? He asks.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I don't care how retarded you are. There's no freaking way you didn't know that was not a country.
Unless he's retarded. But he can't claim to be intelligent or anything if he's not aware of what Russia is. So
yeah, but the funny thing is that even if he is retarded, there's no way somebody is that goddamn retarded. There's just no way.
No, actually, that's my problem. Yes, I can. That's the way I want to think. Like, how can somebody be this retarded? But the honest truth is, Bullseye, yes, there are people that retarded. I wish it wasn't that way, but, it's true. It's fucking true. These people are fucking mentally retarded.
If that is the case, how did they operate online at all? Did they operate at all?
That's the question. That is the question that everyone should be asking themselves, because, to be quite honest, just you think, okay, somebody this retarded eventually would be stopped, but no, it requires people like us to call them out and say, yo, dude, you're retarded. But yeah, I totally know where you're coming from, Bullseye, but dude, look where we're at right now. There's people that sort of allow this and don't even call it out. And Bullfrog thinks he's got free reign to do whatever he wants. So
Yeah, I've tried to help the guy. I tried to help the guy in the past. I tried to teach
we all
some
did.
things.
We all did. Even Ken did. But, what do we get? No, Ken, I'm just here because Joe won't let me on. But as soon as he will, I'm out of this fucking show. And Ken was like, nope, not going to do that.
Yeah, but I remember vaguely, I could probably go into my Discord right now and just pull up messages. And I guarantee the last messages he sent me, and this was a while back, the last messages he was sending me, he was threatening to get the police on me beforehand. So, yes, he's done these things where I'm trying to help him out. And he goes, stop harassing me. I'm going to call the police. Are you kidding me? He's going to call the police on me for telling him not to do something or trying to help him out. This is who he is. The moment you try to help the guy out. And this is the same guy, by the way, that will call into shows and complain about the same thing. And then, after he complains about it, you tell him something and he'll say, you're harassing me, you're trying to trigger me.
No, you're trying to trigger me. We haven't gotten to those clips, but yeah.
Yeah, so it's so fucking bizarre to me. Even then, that's why I believe he's not as retarded as he makes himself out to be. He's just extremely entitled and arrogant and will just stoop to any level. And that's why I was is he really autistic? He might be just super retarded. He might just be super on the spectrum and is way past anything else. Because no way, it's just simple autism. He exhibits retardation on a level I never experienced before. So that's why I asked, are you sure it's autism? He seems more like his brain doesn't work at all. I don't know what you think, but I don't know what to put it. So it just seems like it's not autism. He's just, his brother came on once upon a time. He said he's mentally handicapped. So that's all we know from that.
Well, no, we know more.
I don't know.
I've seen the papers. He is fucking. There's so many papers that show that this guy's fucking retarded and that he needs the government to be involved. It's crazy.
It's funny though. Who's this?
Hello, boppers.
Oh, hey, Ken.
It's
What's the up? One and only Ken. Foul-mouthed Ken.
Oh, hello, my boppers.
Hey,
And
so
when you
what do
say
you?
that, Dave?
Yeah, it's actually I've been saying that for years. It's like
You haven't used that one in a
let's get
while,
now
bro.
to it, boppers. So I've been
Hello, buppers.
yeah.
You know, you guys hit on something. You know, the thing with Bullfrog.
Yes, sir.
And the whole thing with like believing he's talking to people that don't exist and all that bullshit. And you said memories of that. Now, do you remember I told you the other day, Dave? I went over some of your previous diners.
Indeed.
And I wanted to see what was the #1 rated diner of all time. So I went back into your stuff and I found out which one was the highest one as far as views. And I went and listened to it. And Bullfrog, I believe, is on that very one. And I think it's episode 19. And it's basically about him and him thinking this very same shit was happening with a different person.
Yes. Yep. I remember.
And it wasn't even, what's her name that you mentioned before? That chick that he thought, Amanda Carmen?
Jackie.
Amanda
It
Carmen.
wasn't even her. It was with someone else.
Okay. Yeah.
So, like, so this is like 3 or 4 different times that he's.
That's true.
pulled
That
this,
is actually true.
You know
I
what I
remember
mean?
that.
Yeah. So, and then, you know, remember there was a point where he thought he was talking to me and it was a different person?
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, the guy.
But Ken, you
fucking-
told me this. No, I didn't say anything. Well, look at this account. That's not my account.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
it told me that. No, it's not me.
Yeah, he's out of his. I mean, listen, we all, like you said, and you know that's a very touchy subject with Shannon with the whole retarded thing, right? Because
She wasn't
she's
too
worked-
pleased that I asked for his papers, but
Well,
that
I'm
is-
saying she's worked with people like that, right? And
oh, God
you know,
bless her.
he-
God bless her that she had the
no, you
patience
gotta
to
have-
do that,
you
dude.
gotta
Because
have massive amount of patience to
Oh,
work with
haps-
people like that.
yeah, that's
You
why
really
she's so good with Tommy. That's why she's
Yeah,
so
you-
good
you're
with
right,
Tommy.
You're right. You're right. And I'm not good with that shit. Like I'm not.
I'm
good
not
with that
good
shit.
either, dude.
I
I'm
am-
not a fan of retards.
Yeah, I'm not. I get frustrated because I try to
Yep.
treat them like they treat us, and you know, I
Doesn't
try to
always
treat them
work.
Like I would. You're right, and I would try to treat a guy like Bullfrog like he's a grown ass man, like all the rest of us. You know what I mean? Because that's what he wants. But when you do that with them, they get like, well, where's my special treatment? And you're like, no, you want us to treat you like an everyday person, just like us, right? That's why you're here. That's why you're chilling. That's why you're involving yourself. And he gets mad when you don't. But then he wants that special treatment still. You know what I Yep. mean? Like you pick up the phone call for him when he calls, even if you're with your family, even if you're doing something. You know, like get rid of this person, get rid of these people in the chat, or get rid. It's always something, some kind of special treatment he wants or needs.
It goes back to the entitlement, though. Like he'll say he wants one thing, but he totally wants another. What he really wants is to feel special. Why do you think he goes, "I'm a star of this show,
Oh,
and
yeah,
that show"?
Without a
Yep,
doubt.
he does these things.
That's why I'm like, I heard you playing Joe's clip about him calling him like, leaving him like message after message. And you guys remember we've spoken about this. He's fucking left thousands of messages. But the funny thing is, he really does treat people like shit that help him. Oh, Yeah, I got to interrupt Ken. What Ken's referring to right now is that, and Ken sort of discussed this on a previous episode recently, but yeah, there was a time where fucking Bullfrog was leaving message after message for Ken. Not just me and other people, but like for Ken. Like Ken was his defender. So he'd leave, all these messages for Ken. And Ken is my Ken- best friend. Yeah, like he'd make it sound like you owe me, Ken. You owe me to Well, because defend you me. know what it It's like, was, dude, Dave? you fucking He pulled the got- shit on yourself. He got used to the like special treatment, and he got used to me like being his buddy and going above and beyond for him as a person. Because there was one point where he was not allowed on the streams anymore, right? But and he was going, well, now you're not going to be friends with me because I can't be on your streams anymore. And I was like, I'm still watch Bullfrog. I am going to be cool with you outside of all this shit if you want me to be. And he was like, I want you to be. So I said, okay, I will be. So when he got banned from our shit for life, and he still hasn't been on,
he was upset, but I told him I'll be his friend, and he was like, well, we'll see what you do. And I maintained a friendship with him for a while after that, a long time, where I answered his calls. I called him back. We spoke on the phone. We talked, texted each other. He asked me questions. He called me up crying about numerous things and numerous times where he needed my help. He needed guidance. He needed, you know what I mean? Like real clingy shit, which I don't have a problem with, because if I'm helping this guy out, I'm helping him out. But he gets resentful like a motherfucker. And you know what? In a way, I can't blame Joe and these guys for laughing at this guy or even fucking with him, because he deserves it, dude. He really deserves it. You know what I mean? Like, you could sit there and be like, oh, he's retarded, and look what these guys are doing to him, and look how they're... No, dude, this is what Bullfrog wants. You know what I mean? This is what he wants.
I gotta give it to the Joe and his crew, is that like they're trying to tell this guy, look, you're dealing with a scammer. You're probably dealing with an Indian, and we're trying to protect you. No, I'm fucking right, and this is the real person. It's just like, okay, dude, if that's what you want to believe, but like we tried to help you, so I got to give the credit, there.
Yeah, well, when people are not taking a warning or not fucking like, understanding what you're telling them, and they're stubborn about it, then you can only say it so many times, and it's like, hey, you know what? What can you do? You know?
And that's why you kind of like... Go on, Casey.
I was going to say, I love the part where this woman works for the WWE and the NHL, but she needs enough money to fly to meet up with Bullfrog.
Yeah,
and she's also married. So, and this was a clip that I was going to play later, but I don't know if it's DJ Glaze or somebody on Joe's show. Is just like, dude, are you telling me that this woman, happily married, somehow is going to fall? And this guy's like well-built and he's fucking looking good. This girl is going to fucking just go for you.
Yeah. She finds me sexy. She says I showed her pictures of my penis, and, like, come on, Bullfrog. Like, she wouldn't date any one of us, all right? I mean, you're one ugly fucker. But the fact of the matter is, she's gorgeous and she has a life.
Like a human thumb. He looks.
Yeah, it's like, dude, wake the fuck up to reality, bro. Are you really that fucking far gone? Are you really that fucking far gone in your brain?
Yeah. And if he is, he should not be amongst the public. That's a simple fact. If he's really this gone, he should be in a mental institution.
Serious, dude, in a fucking straight jacket. Like in a padded fucking room somewhere.
Absolutely.
Call up Bellevue. Like, that's the place here in New York they used to come and scoop them up when they were fucking too crazy to be out on the streets.
I've heard the story.
They don't do it no more, bro. It's fucking ridiculous. They don't have a place for these people, so they end up on the streets or on our, on the internet in our community or in Joe's community. And some reason Joe finds these fucking people all the time, And listen, like I said, Dave, you know me, bro. I gave Bullfrog a lot of friendship. I really did. For him,
you try to help him out so much, dude. Like this guy,
we all did.
Like I've always said, his heart is too big, and he tried to help this guy out, and he got betrayed. But again, the ultimate culmination is like, no, Ken, I'm only here because Joe's not taking my call. But as soon as he takes my call, I'm the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
and you're like, no, not gonna do that.
Yeah. But you see, behind the scenes, it's I'm just kidding around. I love you, and you're my good friend. All that shit. And it's like, Bullfrog, thank God he was banned off of the streams when he was early on, because it was better off not having him on. Because honestly, like, it's not worth it for me. It's not worth it for me to have him on. You know what I mean? For me, it's just trouble. Maybe for Joe, it's lucrative, but for a person like me and what I'm doing on here, it's totally just not good.
And speaking of Joe, I haven't really been like engaging with that as of lately. But when I was checking out what you guys are saying and about him going, pay me $1,000, maybe I'll go on Discord and talk with you guys. I'm just sitting there scratching my head going, is that what you're resorted to? Just like take money for anything at that point? Like, would you?
Wait, what happened? Wait, what did he do?
Apparently, where YR said, "Hey, come on to Discord," you know what I'm saying? RPN on Discord, come and talk to us. Joe Cronin was like, "Pay me $1,000, maybe I'll go talk to the guys. I'm just.
Well, at least,
And I'm
yeah, but Bullsy, like, at least he lets them know their place. You know
Yes.
what I mean?
It makes me scratch my head though. Like I'm scratching my head. Like there's so many things running through my head at that point. Like first and foremost, like was that really donated to that? And then number two is like, Wire really decided to give money of all people to this guy who clearly is just desperate for
what's his
anything.
name? Dude, what's his name? I think was in your chat before, and I saw a screenshot of him saying about, wow, YR fucking sold out all of his so-called friends just to pay money to be on Joe's shit.
Oh, that's Dr. Earl who said that.
Oh, I thought it was, what's his name? The dude that used to be on with them all the time. What's his fucking name again? The guy who was in a band.
You are correct. We have Kennedy is correct. I'm wrong, but that was Paul 3. And yes,
Yeah,
you are
Paul-
correct.
yeah. Oh,
He
okay,
did
yeah,
pay
I thought it was-
Dr. for my chat today.
But either way, the reason why, the reason why I point that out, the reason why I point that out is because it amazes me. Now, don't get me wrong, Joe has always done things like this. It's been the wheel. It's always been kind of his grift. I never really bagged on it. Listen, you want to make your money, I don't hate it, right? But it came to a point where like, it just comes off as desperate now. And he's a family man with kids and a wife, and I'm just sitting there going, is this really what you want to make your content about? Just some begging dude like a homeless hobo on a street? Is that what you really want to like blow yourself to?
Well, that's the thing, though.
He don't give a fuck, obviously.
Joe, but yeah, at this point, he doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, he don't care what he sounds like or what we say or what anyone else says. It doesn't matter. To him, he's focused. He's like, yo, I'm going to get this fucking money. I don't give a fuck what these guys think. I don't care what they say, you know, and he obviously don't. And it's like, all right, but you know what? At least he's being honest now. Like, he's not pretending to be like somebody's friend or something. He's just, yo, I'm here for the money. You want to talk to me online? Pay me. You want to fucking be on the show? Pay me. You want to fucking, you know what I mean? So at least he's being upfront and honest with these guys, you know? Back in the day, it used to be like, oh, I'll be your friend, I'll be your buddy or something, you know?
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Oh, yeah. I got something similar to that. And like, this is a story of repackaging again after I started talking to you guys, and Joe Cronin was like, oh, don't go over there. They're reporting my streams and attacking me, but I'll leave YouTube. I don't care.
Dude, do you remember when he said that you fucking got converted or brainwashed from me and Dave? Like, you got fucking
dude, I covered that so much because I covered that at reach to me. I'm like, so you actually think people came to me and said, hey, hate Joe, and I was like, okay, I hate Joe now. I think he's a piece of shit, like some just fucking robot.
Like, was it that easy for him to convert people? Maybe that's why he thinks it was that easy or something. But like, no, we had to work on Bullsy, bro. It took months of like, you know, slowly brainwashing and slowly turning. You know, like,
I personally find that insulting. Is just like, I look at people and say, well, I know that they can come up to their own conclusions, even if they just end up disagreeing with me. Okay, fine. But like, for people like Joe Cronin, be like, I'm going to tell you what to think. It's like, I find that insulting.
Yeah.
Joe's kind of always sort of been like that at this time because he's always expected people to defend him, and that's the thing I noticed as well. Like, and then to each their own. Like, he's a grown man.
Well, if you defend him, then you get a lot of points with Joe. You know what I mean? Like, you get some. Even when he's wrong, it's even more points. Like, you back him when he's wrong. Oof, he loves you. You know, so that's why good old Rojas over there is so quick to fucking jump on his defense no matter what. Because he was in a bad standing with Joe lately. Like, that kid worked himself into Joe's like hot spot in a way because
good graces. The best way to put it is like he worked his way to be like his, or at least trying to be his right hand man.
Well, no, I'm saying like he definitely did that, especially when Jake left. But like I'm saying, like he was trying to like he was getting in the hot seat because he was like, I guess, asking for money. at some point?
He's a sycophant and essentially a yes man. So no matter what kind of crime Joe does, he will endorse it and condone it.
Remember that song, Dave? Do you remember that song parody? He's a yes man. Fuck him in his chest, man. He's a yes man. And then I named all the yes men. That was like 5 years ago.
Yeah, man, that's a great line.
Well, there's still people doing it. There's still people doing it. 6 years later, 5 years later. Yeah, that's people see, all these guys are wrestling guys, right? So they see Joe covering wrestling. That was another thing I was thinking about before when I was listening. He's doing a wrestling review show, right? An AEW wrestling review show, and it turns into all about Bullfrog.
Yeah, dude, it's fucking retarded. It's insulting because the fact is,
new people
you got like a 2-hour show, maybe 30 minutes is wrestling, everything else is fucking community based. But like, why can't this guy fucking keep it straight? On a fucking wrestling review, you do fucking wrestling, and then on Monetize This, you don't talk about wrestling. That was the whole rule in the first place.
Yeah, it was like, I was surprised at that. Like, it turned into a whole Bullfrog thing, but. I mean, that's why I was like, if there's new people there watching an AEW review, and then all of a sudden it turns into like Bullfrog, they don't even know who Bullfrog is. Yeah, maybe they'll find it funny, but like they're there because of the wrestling. And then all of a sudden it goes off the other, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like honestly, like this is what I noticed about Joe, and I remember there was a clip that Out With Cows posted, and I hear him go, "Fuck, I can't remember anything." Like fuck, and just. Dude, it's your job to watch the show. You literally, this is literally what you chose to do, and you're choosing not.
This is your job. Seriously.
Like, okay, like, I'm not an AEW guy, but I guarantee you, I would do like I could watch 5 minutes and give him a better review. Be like, yeah, Jungle Boy did this. What do you think? Like, people are, okay, moving on. Okay, it can't not be that hard. All you have to do is like sit there, at least sit through 5 minutes through for a match or two, and then do the review. I don't understand it. Like, he can't do one simple thing that he's choosing to do, and he goes, "Oh fuck, I don't have a memory." Dude, what are you doing with your time?
Because he doesn't care no more. He doesn't. I'm like he.
Well, it's a job, dude. You know what I mean? It's
just a job. No, you know what? I take passion in my job, but the fact is, this guy, and even in streaming and shit, but like this guy has this again job to do, like you say, but he just doesn't have the joy that he used to have when he used to do it in the past, and it's so noticeable. Like this is now just something. It's like a weight on his shoulders. Like he doesn't treat it as something like it's joyous.
Yeah, honestly, like this is the thing. Like, Joe ever actually watched the shows, considering what I just heard from recently? Because like it was always like I remember when I was watching Out of Nowhere podcast where he was doing his streams with Jake DeMarco. Jake DeMarco was always leading the topic. You'll notice this because he's always like bringing up these things, this and that and the other. Joe played it off. Joe has always been the joker. I'll just say whatever, give an idea, opinion or two, and that's what it is. That's who Joe does. That's fine. But you'll notice times where like it's others leading the topics, right? Bringing up topics and Joe just relying on them to, bring them up so he can play off of it. He's good at that, by the way. He's really good at playing off of what people say. He's just.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. He's never been the type of guy to do research. Never. Like, there's one moment where he was like, the thing. I know it's our tax money's going into it, but the government could just print more money. I was like, oh, okay. Okay, whatever you say. And there's one, we're going down to the memory. I'll just bring up another point where he goes, during the COVID and the lockdown, where he goes like, I'm sitting at home and I'm doing just fine. I remember sending him a $10 donation, explaining to him, "Yo, not everybody can sit at home and do nothing. I have to go out and do my job and work. That's how you think you get donations."
You know how
I was just joking.
Today to fucking get up and go to work? Well, it was fucking freezing out. Oh, it sucked. I'm like, here we go with this cold weather shit now again. Here we go.
Yep.
Get ready for a whole fucking winter.
It's still hot in Arizona, by the way. Like
Yeah, of course. It's beautiful there, bro. In New York, it's fucking turning shit gray. It's all gray and dungy, and fucking leaves are all off the tree, and summer is totally ripped away and gone now.
Yeah, you're gonna be buried 6 feet deep under snow. You and Dave.
Dude, we haven't had snow here in my on Long Island where I live. When I was a kid, we used to get snowstorms every year. At least there'd be at least 2 or 3 storms where we get like a foot or more. Now,
in
I swear to you.
Hold on, in November?
No, well, it snowed 5 years ago on Halloween, believe it or not, like 2 inches.
Oh, we got that shit all the time in Canada. Fucking
dude,
Halloween
we haven't had snow here, Dave, in over 2 to maybe we haven't had a snowfall here over 3 to 4 inches in like 5 years. It's insane. As soon as Shannon bought me a snowblower, it never snowed again.
You know, when I lived in Pennsylvania, those were some.
That's why I want to move somewhere where it snows all the time. Dave, have you been keeping track of any NHL or anything or no?
Only that the Leafs are losing, so that makes me happy.
Did you see that kid, the draft pick, the number 1 draft pick on the Islanders? That kid, he's been breaking all kinds of records.
I have not, but I know that you've been talking about this kid for a while.
Dude, this kid,
this kid's like 2 years
I love
younger
this
than my
kid.
daughter.
I
and
love
blah, blah,
this
blah.
Canadian, bro. This kid is a stud Canadian fucking, just another Canadian stud hockey player, bro. Gonna be a megastar. They were already talking about him on the radio here, saying that they were talking about Judge and Judge and Soto and the big name players that are in New York. You better watch out because this kid on the Islanders, who's a defenseman, he's breaking all these records and he's doing interviews on TV where he's doing these interviews where he's talking like a normal person, kind of because he's young, he don't know no better, so he's not professional sounding, but he's goofy, but he's really making a splash in New York, bro.
I love it. I love to hear it.
He's breaking all these records, Dave. He's he's the youngest player to score a game-winning goal.
Yeah, I remember when that happened. You're like, guys, you gotta hear about this.
Youngest fucking game-winning goal player. He's the youngest defenseman to score a game-winning goal.
That's actually impressive, a defenseman.
Yeah, and he beat Crosby's record, bro. He beat Crosby's record.
Another Canadian. Don't tell us fucking Canadians don't know hockey, but.
Well, I mean, come on, dude. You guys got the best players ever.
Yeah, and they all moved to the States because they're fucking smart. I mean, this guy's smart. No taxes for him. And again, he moves to New York, of all places.
That's fucking funny you said that because I saw this interview with that fucking Sean Avery prick. And he was he was arguing with this other dude who's another NHL guy. He's a fighter. I forgot who he was, but he was like, yeah, look at your fucking hair. It's so fucking stupid. And he's like, yeah, you're fucking so stupid. Look at you. You're a scrawny crackhead. And he goes, yeah, well, look at you. You don't even live in Canada anymore. And Sean Avery goes, you goddamn fucking right. Live in L.A. where it's happening, baby. Everything happens in America, bro. I'm American now. And the other guy's like, you fucking stupid piece of shit. He got really mad that he said that because he's a Canadian, you know what I mean? So he was like, you fucking defective piece of shit. And he really got mad, and he knew it would get him mad. He was like, yeah, fuck Canada, bro. I'm an LA guy. I'm an American. And he was bashing, Canada. He's like, you fucking bash your homeland like that, you piece of shit. Sean Avery's like,
well, I mean, you know what's funny? There's a lot of Americans that will bash their homeland for fun, but how dare you defend it? But the moment you bash another homeland, it's like, I
always defend. I will always defend my country, man. I had people in my family die for this fucking place, bro.
It's so ironic that the people in the United States hate the United States. There's one moment where somebody was trying to tell me the veterans are imperialists. They were fighting for imperialism.
Dude, I was watching this video. Okay, so I love watching videos of people that are called Karens, right? These older, not just white women, because you could call any color a Karen. You know what I mean? Like they're all cunts. They're all liberal, weird fucking whack jobs. And when you pull them over, they act like they're a sovereign citizen or a fucking, and they try to get away with no insurance, no license because they feel, oh, I don't need one. I'm not traveling. I'm not driving. I'm traveling. And it's like, no, you need a fucking license and an insurance like the rest of us, you piece of shit. Sorry, you don't think you need one because of laziness, but no, you need one. And they pull these people over. But my point is, they pull this woman over. And she is so fucking liberal twat, right? And you could tell she is right away. And she was saying stupid shit to this cop and not like listening to what. Wait, what did you say right before that again? That's what made me think of it.
Well, basically, people that hate the United States.
Oh, that's what it was, right? So this woman is Indian. She's Indian, right? And you could tell she's here from another country, right? She's here from another country. You could totally tell from India or whatever, right? And she was like, she was in this place, a Walmart or whatever, and she was already told to not come back there. She was already fucking, you know, whatever they call that. I forgot what they call that again when you're trespassed, right? You get trespassed.
Trespasser.
Yeah.
Trespasser, basically.
She's walking through the fucking parking lot, and the female cop walks up on her really nice, and she's like, "Hi, ma'am, can I speak with you?" And she's like, "Don't you fucking touch me," right away, and starts waving her hands around. So this woman cop takes her to the ground, and she starts profusely screaming right from the get-go. And she's screaming in like a broken English, right? And you know what she's saying? You know what she says when, you know what she says when she gets in the cop car and they put the cuffs on her and they put her in the cop car? She says all this shit about 9/11 and White Devil and all this shit. Meanwhile, it was one white cop, one female black cop, a female Puerto Rican cop, and another black cop, and this other white dude. And she's in the back of the car going, 9/11 should have happened to you people, and fuck you white devil pieces of shit. This is why America is horrible, and it should blow up, and we should destroy this fucking place, you pieces. And I'm like, what the fuck?
This is what they think of you. They're here to take advantage of the system.
Do you believe
that's the thing.
Of course I believe it. I've interacted with these people, Ken. It's not fucking it's in a rainbow and all that. No, there's people that come to the West
horrible.
And hate it. And they want to destroy them
horrible, man. That's
make
fucking
it to
bullshit,
the
dude.
shit.
Why are they here?
Because they're entitled and they want to be like
they want to make it.
What,
they want to make it the shitholes that they came from.
Yeah, you know what it is, Dave? You know what my friend told me? And he's from another country, this fuck, but he doesn't like these people. He's like, yo, let me tell you something, bro. These people, you know why they're doing this? And I said, why? He goes, the reason they're here and they hate the place is this. They loved where they lived, but there's people running the place where they live that they can't do what they want to do because those people running the place won't let them do certain things that they want to do. So they know that if they come to the U.S., they can come here and get all their tribal people here with them to move into the same area and basically take it over and then do what they want to do there instead of their own country. So yes, they're going to hate the country, but they're going to come here, and they're going to utilize every fucking thing that you have available for them to utilize because that's what they're taught.
Because the thing is, though, also the West is basically, it's supposed to be a high trust society because of homogeny, which means the same race that populates, the country. When you introduce all these other races and all these other tribes that are bringing in their shit, and these countries like Saudi Arabia is actually paying for these people to be exported so they don't have to deal with them. That's why these countries are striving, and the West, who's getting these fucking, like you said, Ken, getting these fucking people imported who hate the country, that's why they're fucking suffering from what's going on right now. What was that you said earlier, Ken?
No, I was saying that they basically, that's why they fucking do hate the country. They're not here because, I want to go to America because I love it and it gives me freedom, even though they do utilize that part of being an American. They literally get to the point where they think they can't even be arrested for doing something illegal because they think, oh, you can't do nothing to me. I'm here in America. I'm free to do whatever the fuck I want. And it's just like, no, there's rules and laws that you're gonna have to fucking go by, or else you can't stay here. You know what I mean? So, and this woman, it just goes right to 9/11 and race. And I'm like, man, it's like almost every fucking person, even white people, these sick fucking bastards, the minute they get arrested, they start repeating themselves 1,000 times, and then they go right to race.
Repetition
and it's
is
like
the sign of a weak mind.
Same thing. Yeah, they all do the same exact
But
fucking
because
thing.
that's
It's the
how they
weirdest thing.
think it works. Because again, this mentality is like, if I say it enough, these people are going to get annoyed and they're just going to release me. But they don't come from a world where there's actual, law and order. So like, it might work back in their shithole, but it doesn't work here.
The guy goes, this comedian the other day goes, this woman thinks that every minute out of that cop car, even though she knows she's going to be arrested, every minute out of that cop car is a minute free. So that's why she's stalling and making these cops do all this. And I'm thinking to myself, like, and the guy goes, she thinks by the minute, not long. Like, she can't think past a minute. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No,
and I was thinking
absolutely.
about
There's a
50, that makes a lot of sense though when you think about it, because he was going, you understand what I'm saying? They can't think past a minute. And I was like,
there's an
what does he
actual
mean by
theory on
that?
this, Ken. It's the 15-minute rule. And it basically comes
Yes,
from
I
people
heard of this,
that
yeah.
has,
I heard.
an IQ that's under 75. And the American system actually changed retarded from 75 to 85 because there's too many people of a certain ethnic group that were being caught as being retarded. But basically, true retardation is 75. And these people have that mentality, so they really cannot grasp what happens more than 15 minutes. And there's been studies on this. 15 minutes after you commit a crime, for example, if a cop comes up to you after 50 minutes, like, what did I do? It's just like, but we've got video recording of it. It wasn't me. It clearly wasn't me because I can't remember past 50 minutes. So, it wasn't me. And like, these people actually think this way. Ken knows what he's talking about here. And like, it's a scary thing,
Yeah.
but we live with people like this.
Yeah, and that repeating shit is true, bro. Like, they literally will repeat the same thing. Like, for instance, this one person, like,
I've seen that.
now I know they all repeat themselves when they get like manic, and it's like, but this guy was like saying it over and over again. He was like, I told you I'll give you my license. I told you I'd give you my license. And he just kept saying it and saying it and saying it and saying it the whole time they're putting the cuffs on him. And I'm thinking to myself, man, these people are fucking wet brains, bro. Like, they literally, something is in the water. Is it like there's something, some kind of dumbing down is going on in like the middle America, like in an area. I don't know what the fuck it is, but these people are like almost zombie-like, where they just like, they go into trance.
And dude, we talked about this in the past. This is what I've referred to as organic portals, basically an automaton. Another way of the recent way of describing it is a NPC. These people are literally there's no soul in them, there's no thought in them. There's something called abstract thought. So like, if you can actually imagine an apple with the way it glistens and its skin and all that, it shows you have a high IQ. If you could only figure it out or maybe think of it like as a drawing or something, it shows a lower IQ. And that's the fact, is that these people, NPCs, these organic portals, they cannot think in this abstract way. They're literally fucking zombies, like fucking Ken said.
Yeah, it's like a fucking, their eyes glare. Like, this one woman, I could tell she wasn't drunk. But she might have been high on something. I don't know, but she was fine right in the beginning. And then like 20 seconds into like this cop talking to her, you could see the fucking lights went out and her eyes got like looking past the cop. And the cop was even going like, ma'am, you have a license? And she's like, and the cop's like, ma'am, do you have a license? And she's like, just ignoring him and looking around the car like she's walking through a spider web or something. And like, I'm like, what the fuck is like, and this happens with so many people, bro. It's like, what the fuck, dude? Those videos are sick. Yeah.
When you said middle America type of people, you're not talking about me, are you?
I don't know. You in middle America?
Well, I mean, I am like right in the middle, pretty much, in Oklahoma. So I take offense.
I honestly wouldn't drink the water anymore if I were you, to be honest with you.
Oklahoma's a red state. It's a clean state. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Dude, it's okay. He doesn't know anything about Oklahoma. despite living in it. So don't
Yeah,
even listen.
what I mean by that is like you go to these places and it could be not central middle America, but you know what I mean, like deep in there. Deep in there. You know what I mean? Like where you done
Keep it Illinois or California, and unfortunately Arizona has some.
Definitely California. There are so many cool people in California, but then there's like for every cool person in California, there's like another 10 fucking retarded people. You know what I mean?
Oh, that.
Yeah,
I agree with
yeah. Yeah, of course you agree, Casey. We know.
And
Finally,
New
you
York is kind of like that too, bro. If you want to go down in numbers, New York is kind of like where it's like there's some cool people from New York, but you're gonna get like 15 to 20 real dumb fucking just out of their mind idiots to every one good person you get from New York.
It's basically a hive mind. And in fact, there was a study done. People on the right are more conscious thought and differing opinions than the left. They operate and they think the exact same thing. I kid you not.
Bullseye, that is the truth. Bullseye, that is the truth right there. You know why? I'm talking about this tonight. I'm going live in a little while, and I'm talking about the whole fucking Marjorie Taylor shit with Trump and Nick Fuentes and all this shit. There is a subculture now starting to grow within fucking MAGA, dude, and it's fucking weird shit, man. Really weird shit going on with the far right now. Like the far left, we all know what we're dealing with them. The far left. We could sit here and talk about those assholes for hours, right? But the far right, dude, is now becoming like fractioned. Like it's really fucking weird what's going on, man. And Nick Fuentes, he's like the leader of this shit. And Candace Owens and fucking like Tucker Carlson and
this is all true.
Dude,
this is all true. It's as well.
Bullseye, it's starting to scare me, man. Honestly, I swear to God, because it's like what is going on with MAGA? What is going on with these people that were MAGA that were like believed in the same things that I believed in? What is going on right now? They're all
even then,
like they're turning
even then
on Trump, dude. You know?
Yeah, but but you also have to take into account, Ken. Like, not every Trump voter was a MAGA. This is the common thing that left does.
I know.
You're MAGA.
Definitely, you're right about that. Dude, there was a lot of people that were not MAGA that voted for Trump because Kamala Harris was such an idiot and the Democrats were all fucked up.
In fact, there's a lot of Democrats that chose to vote for Trump.
But I'm talking about actual MAGA, bro, because these people were MAGA. Tucker Carlson was fucking MAGA. You know what I mean? Like Marjorie Greene, she was MAGA. You know, like fucking Nick Fuentes, yeah, he might not have ever been Trump because that dude seems like he fucking juggles everything around, even pussy and dick. Okay?
You know what? That's the thing, though. We talked about this on Ken's show the other day on Insomniac. Is both Mello and I came to the same conclusion. I agree with Mello. I know, crazy.
Yeah,
but basically,
guess what,
he's
Dave?
a grifter and he's gay.
Guess what, Dave? I like you just said that because you want to know something?
What?
That very fact right now, what I'm talking about, what you guys are talking about, is going to be the thing that is going to bring more people together that you wouldn't think would come together, because that's what's going on now. It's this shit that's going on with these fucking people. It's starting to like really put a whole twist into fucking everything.
Alex Jones calls it the MAGA Civil War. But then again, people like Candace Owens, she's been calling this shit out, including fucking grifter Fuentes, and she was called anti-Semitic. But like, look at all the shit that she's proved correct, including the fact that President Macron of France's wife is a man.
Yeah, even then, if you want to know why people are moving away towards the MAGA, the one is probably the divide and conquer tactic you got to look at, because especially with the pedophile label that leftists like to use now for miraculously after defending them for so long, they've been calling Trump for pedophile for quite some time now, and a lot of other people, especially with Trump in dealing with Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu. It made people kind of scratch their head in the left to be desired because they don't exactly support everything he's doing around with Israel. But even then, Trump has put his foot down with Benjamin at some points. That's where I'm leaning at towards. But even then, Trump is not exactly, to put it this way, he's part of the machine too. That's one way to look at it. So if you see people kind of stop being MAGA, it's more like they're saying, okay, he's not exactly for the people, but he's the best option. So, yes.
Well, I mean, it's fucking making me like think, you know what? I got to start looking into some shit here now because, like, I'm hearing a lot of different fucking accusations from people that I used to like a lot and still do. But before I go and believe anything, though, before I go and believe any of this shit, I got to go look it up for myself and see what I come up with because I'm not just going to believe people. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not just
you know, the one accusation that is wrong right now is him being a pedophile because that's what the left has finally.
Yeah, hold on, but that's the thing, though. This, I mean, I can't believe that even like Ken. I love you, bud, but like the fact is, like, for you to even be listening to some of these grifters and not understanding what they're trying to pull off.
You never listen to Tucker Carlson?
No, I do, but like again, like some of the stuff that's being thrown out against Trump, it just like if
I'm pissed about it.
If it was true, it would have been released prior to him running against Hillary
I agree with that.
to ensure
I
that
totally
she
agree.
won.
I don't believe any of that.
So,
shit,
like,
I don't
again,
believe
like,
any of it.
what about what's his name? The guy who did WikiLeaks. Can't remember his name.
Oh, James O'Keefe or something like that.
No,
or,
he's a Swedish guy or something. But like,
I know who you're talking about.
No,
I
it's
forgot
not
his
Swedish,
name.
but he basically said like, yeah, we looked through all the leaks of the emails and shit. We found a lot of incriminating evidence on all these other people, but there was nothing on Trump. And they actually promised,
That's
like,
true.
when we release this, if there's anything on Trump, we'll release it. And, like, they actually came out in a minute, like, we looked through all the files, like thousands of fucking files, and there's nothing on Trump.
Dude,
so, like, there you go.
Biden's people had access to all that shit. If there was anything about Trump in there whatsoever,
Clinton's people had that. They could have released that prior to 2016 and
I get it.
and just
I get it. I don't believe
removed
Trump
him from
did
being able
anything
to.
these people are saying.
But that's the thing, though.
Yeah,
Like,
and by the way,
the
by the way,
email that
just-
they
just
received, the email that they released basically was redacted by the Democrats, not the Republicans. Jennifer Gumfrey, I believe was her name, the one who supposedly committed suicide but didn't. She got into an accident prior to that, so she was, injured because, again, they tried to kill her. But she was the one that came out. She was the one that testified to Trump. Trump's the one that went to fucking the police. He got fucking Epstein charged when nobody else would fucking step up. And he was the one that kicked him out of fucking Mar-a-Lago, which is why Epstein called him evil and a bad person. It's because he kicked him out of the club that he was trying to pick up girls on.
Yeah. Yeah.
And by the way, and just to point that out, Trump, even before his presidency, was working on the Epstein case way before it became popular. So, and then he was part of the investigation to release the name even before his presidency.
Yeah.
So, to point that out.
I'm going to be going live in a little bit, but thank you for letting me jump on with you guys and talk about that and all that shit. Dave and Bullsy and the Middle America guy himself, Casey is Raw, right? Nah, I'm just
left.
Casey. You know I love it. Did he leave? Oh, he left?
Yeah, it looks like Casey left. But you don't say
goodbye,
again, to
you just
summarize, I will criticize Trump on many different things, rightfully.
Yeah.
So unlike Mello, who just like, I don't like him. I will criticize him on certain things, but other things I'll praise him on.
I agree with you 100%, and that's what even fucking what's his name says, Alex Jones. He says, bro, we're not in a cult. Okay, we can question our leaders. We always do, even when they're good people that have good intentions.
It's our job to. It's our job.
Yes, you damn right it is. Not as an American, but as a fucking human.
Yep.
As a human being. So, but anyway, guys, I'll talk to you soon. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thanks so much for calling in, man.
No problem.
Did not
bro.
expect you to call in, but always great input from the one and only Ken on 10.
Thank you, bro. Peace.
Yeah.
But that was a good discussion. Didn't expect it to go that way, but I always love it when my shows prove the versatility of not only myself but of those that watch me. Intelligent individuals, unlike the hate watchers that tune in and seethe at the inability to, get me. So, Bullseye, what thoughts do you have on everything that
when you brought up Oh yeah, well, when you brought up like the show, by the way, that was actually a good Zomniac show, by the way. When you brought up Milo, like, still like scratching my head about him going, "Oh, Christianity was based on the First Testament." Like, hey, dude, you're Jewish, you know that's not true. I don't know why he would say something like that.
No,
Like, that surprised me.
is true.
I had to call in and correct a few things because, like, and give a breakdown. I thought I did because it's historically so inaccurate. And in fact, I recently discovered that Judaism it wasn't even based on the First Testament either. It was founded in something place different before it became a part of Israel.
Yeah, I would
That's
love to
neither
talk to
here
you
nor
about
there.
that actually, because there is. I love to research. I love to learn. I love history, and yeah, what you're talking about is a lot more truthful than people might know.
Yes.
So I would love to share that information that I have with you at some point in the future.
Yeah, same. I know a few things about that because when I was reading through the First Testament, none of it talks about Judaism at all. But in the Second Testament, well, too sure if it ever talks about Christianity, but people were prosecuted and they were called Christians by the Roman Empire. And Peter, in fact, was crucified upside down. All the disciples died for what they believed they saw, or at least said Jesus rose from the dead. So if anybody doesn't know, Christianity was based on Jesus rising from the dead and being witnessed rising from the dead after dying for sins of man for the rest of time in history. That is what Christianity bases. Then after that, after the Romans were prosecuting, adopted Christianity and made a Catholic. And this is where they were reading through the scriptures. And you'll know some things are missing. There's a lot of scripture, just got to remember, but even then, the Romans canceled out some of the scriptures. It was like, doesn't go into our beliefs. And that's why you got things made up like purgatory, because even though no scripture talks about purgatory, they inserted purgatory into one of those beliefs where, like, who knows, somebody floating from within that is not
the
even
word
either
purgatory
heaven or hell.
wasn't used, but it certainly was indicated. That's
Yes.
Again,
So,
something
point being,
people are ignoring.
yeah. But point being, what was wrong? I don't know why he would say that. He should know this. He's Jewish who practices basically First Testament
Also,
ideas.
hold on, I do have to interrupt. Bullseye, I've mentioned this in the past, but I'm curious. Have you ever investigated, read, or researched the Talmud or the Zohar? These are these are Jewish books that comes after the Torah. These are essentially after the destruction of the temple, reminding rabbis on how to operate. In the Talmud, for example, if a child is under 3 years, you can rape it, according to Jewish law.
I haven't researched Talmud, but you did tell me about it, and I researched how it came about. Yes.
Also, it's right.
Talmud,
it's justified to steal from goyim, aka Gentiles, anybody that's not a Jew. It's totally confirmed and supported in again Zohar and the Talmud. And in fact, if somebody kills a Jew, then it's justified to kill that person. That is what these books say. So.
Yeah. Yes. But to talk about the Talmud and how it came about, this was a rejection of Jesus dying on the cross, where they had like 500 people saying this guy rose from the dead. He's the savior of man. So the Pharisees wrote the Talmud they're like, no, it's Talmud. We write this instead.
The Talmud actually comes from the times where the Jews, the Hebrews, I should say, the Hebrews were prisoners in Babylon, and many of them did adopt the beliefs of the Babylonians with their Moloch worship, Baal, however you want to pronounce it. But again, the horned monster, anthropomorphized, and that's where you would sacrifice your kids. Again, Moses climbs the Mount Sinai, comes down, and what are they doing? They're fucking worshiping a golden bull. Again,
Oh,
the,
yeah.
the bull is a big, piece of this whole thing here. And again, Moloch worship, Baal, same thing, same entity, different names from different cultures. And the Talmud is a lot older than a lot of people understand. It comes from the time where the Hebrews were captive in Babylon. So many adopted this new religion of the captors that was basically child sacrifice and devil worship. And again,
Basically pagan.
well, what's it called? Where did Alex Jones sneak into? Bohemian Grove. Yeah, they have a giant owl. That's also representative of Moloch / Baal, or Baal, however you want to pronounce it. And that's Akkadian, by the way. That you'd have to understand how to pronounce Akkadian. But yeah, that is the same entity that's worshipped in those places. And ritualistically, they sacrifice children to this god.
Yeah, but well, if you really want to go even further, like these people were called Israelites during Egypt, and at the time after like the Lord saves them from capture,
they were called Hebrews then. No, hold on. They were called Hebrews because only once they escaped the Egyptian yoke was when they, supposedly 40 days after, they finally found the land of Israel, and as such were granted that to them. So
when I was reading through Exodus, I was under the when I was reading through Exodus, the Pharaoh was calling them Israelites as a derogatory term. That's what I was reading through. Like then, and then the Lord came by and referred to them as Israelites as well. And my presumption was to, I guess, reuse the definition because Jacob was renamed Israel after wrestling an angel of God. And that's why I think they were called, at least when they were through Exodus, they were called Israelites. And then they escaped, called Israelites before they entered the land of Israel, which was, by the way, not Israel yet, it was Canaan. So, yeah, that's how I got it through. So they were called Israels, and these same people, by the way, and when they would turn to him, and after the Lord would help them, they would turn away and start worshiping other deities again. And again and again. They kept doing that. Going to him, then worship, then not going to him to worship. And when Samuel was a prophet, the Lord was like, you know what, screw it. I'm going to give him a king named Saul. They want the king. And you know what, I'm not going to help him anymore. That's what happened. So he just decided not to help them anymore. They kept turning away from him. And he was like, you know what, here's a king. And I'm going to prophesize, you guys are going to have trashy lives. And you're going to turn to me again, and I'm not going to help you this time. After all the times I helped you. So, like, they seem Hebrew. Or, in fact, yes, they kept worshiping other deities. And even the Lord said, destroy these statues and these calves and their gods, because I'm the one true God. But they kept, worshiping these same deities after destroying them. So you get the point. These same people, before they became Jewish, which I haven't reached yet, but Judaism did originate from someplace else other than Israel. Keep that in mind. Was inherited. They were like worshiping other deities. They kept doing it, despite the fact that the Lord kept telling them, "I'm worshiping these things." So yes, these same Jewish people keep worshiping the same deities, and they're trying to work on the Third Testament and fake the. It's talking about where the devil is going to mimic Jesus. Yes, it's in the works, by the way. And I heard you guys talk about Project Bluebeam, where they're going to have Jesus in the sky or something.
Holographically displayed in the sky. That is the supposed plan of Bluebeam.
Yes. It is, but this is the point. Yes, these same people, before even they were Jewish, before they were Israelites, they have been worshiping these deities for quite some time now. And then the Talmud came by just to keep those same ideas. And this is where the Judaism, the Jewish ideas in their entitlement comes from. Lord chose them, but if you really read through the scriptures, yes, the Lord chooses them as their God, but that's because they prayed to him to be saved from Egypt. And Lord heard their cries, and then there was the 10 plagues on their 10 gods of Egypt, and then there's the Red Sea. And by the way, the last plague of which is I'm surprised that nobody talks. When I hear atheists talk about the flooding and stuff, 40 years, I'm like, clearly don't understand scripture. But I'm surprised they don't bring this up. The 10th plague was to murder all of the first sons of Egypt. And I'm surprised nobody talks about that. And that's when the Pharaoh releases the Hebrews. I'll use Hebrews because really they're not Israelites, despite being called that. The Israelites, and then the Red Sea opens, the Egyptians pursue them, then they die. So there's one thing to take account. So they were saved. They kept being saved because they kept turning to, the God that keeps telling them, hey, do not worship these things. This is evil. And they kept doing it. They still keep doing it to this day. It's a pattern. And when you read the scriptures of the First Testament, it mirrors a society's modern day similar, very similar. People are zombie brain dumbasses doing whatever the fuck they want.
Now,
doing whatever
I will be honest, although you are raising great points, things that I would love to discuss on ours, but this is more of a drama show than it is a proselytizing show of faith and reality when it comes to religion. And you
maybe Luke Rojas hears this and stuff
make
and
good points,
turns.
But go ahead.
Well, maybe Luke Rojas hears this and he was like, oh, you know what? Maybe I should stop idolizing Joe and start maybe worshiping the Lord instead. Hanging in there.
Yeah, there's a clip that I want to show which is absolutely blasphemous. I'm sure you'll agree. YR makes Joe into Christ, and it's again a 1,000 years ago you'd be treated very poorly. But yeah, he did that, and I was gonna show it.
Wait, is it? You know. Okay, I need to see this.
Yes, but you're gonna have to get off so I can continue. But I do appreciate you joining in. Certainly appreciate the donations and so forth. Yeah, there's stuff that will have to be covered because
yeah. I guess I need to listen into this shit.
Absolutely, it's got a huge replay value. So if you have to step away, at least you know that. We've been going on for more than 4 hours, but yeah, I'm not going anywhere personally. Getting hungry, so I'm going to make dinner soon. But in the meantime, well, you've got the Drama Diner where you can all feast because I will eat after you are all happy with your meal and you've got a nice full tummy. So let's continue. Also, we've got Garguts showing on the screen there.
He doesn't know if he's into. He doesn't know his heritage. Just so you know.
And he claims to be. Native
Latino?
American, but he looks like again somebody from Mexico who was again native, but had their bloodline sort of mixed by Spanish conquistadors of European descent, and he looks like a mix in that, but even still he claims to be fucking Indian, Native
which
American.
You
I
kind
don't know.
Well, you did say he does proclaim him to be looking more like Indian. I was like, he does look Indian, and he confirms that he's Indian. He just doesn't know what kind of Indian.
No, I don't know if he confirms it. He states it. He sort of, but again, in the past, he sort of acted Latino, like orderly Holmes. You know what I'm saying? Like what to look forever. So it's just like, okay, so what are you? A spick? Are you a fucking mestizo, inbred? Or are you fucking like actually, feather Indian, and you should be on a reserve? Like what is it? But I'm going to play this right now. Okay, so if you look at... hold on. If you look at your YouTube, I will transition this and wait until it shows up on your screen, which will probably be a minute and a half or something. This is the blasphemy that I is referring to. That's right, I is referring to. Before the word, I am. There you go. Anyone who knows, knows.
Okay, that's...
We have
wow.
We're gonna get worse. We're gonna get worse. But you're gonna have to watch. I'm gonna play it. And this is YR. YR claims to be Christian. I called this out as being, again, years ago, him being a fake Christian and shit. And, when you have a fucking whole shelf full of fucking dildos, you're not really Christian nor, heterosexual. Calling it out, it made him mad. But, again, this guy is blasphemous, heretical, and this is more evidence of this. So let me play this video where he's smart enough to know that Joe is not a god. And even if Joe says, oh, I'm a god, blah, 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 despite as blasphemous as that is, if YR is pushing it, it's YR who's the problem. So let's watch this. Let's continue. So that's one thing here, and there's more. There's more videos that YR made, but again, pure fucking blasphemy from a guy who claims that he's Christian, and not too cool, not too cool at all. And
what even possessed YR to make that? That is adultery, even worse than Luke Rojas right there.
Indeed. But he's also done this. I'm going to play this now on the screen. I was playing this earlier. But he made this video where Joe Cronin is, sort of sharing snacks with with Ryback.
Streaming live, it's the ultimate thrill. Joe Cronin in the house, you know the deal. Dark Knight coming through with the jokes on lock. DJ Glaze spinning beats, watch the party rock. Yo, the chat fills up. We got that love live. While you're in the mix, donations keep vibe alive. Cash app, super chats, let's show what we got. Monetize this moment, give it all we got. Monetize this, we're here to play.
Also, I just paused it here. Trump let go of the beer and it's floating there. It's just floating there. So great job with the AI, Again, it's going to take a lot more for fucking Skynet to get ready to fucking exterminate humans. So we've got more time than we actually know. That's a fact. Let's continue. And again, this is YR who's created this. So, yeah. Thoughts, comments, concerns there, Bullseye, on YR's little commercial for Joe?
For one, okay, we always talk about this, a fake Christian with dildos in his closet. One concern, YR, is he really human or is he a demon?
I need help. I know it's her.
Also, I'm playing this right now. Bullfrog AI that YR made. So he's got this girl he's Frenching, and yeah, it's hilarious. I don't know if you've seen this video, but YR made this. Again, puppet master confirmed, trying to manipulate this guy. Also, he knows how to fucking... YR, I'll give him this. YR knows how to fucking prompt the AI properly, where you're going to get fucking scenes where you're not going to normally get them if you don't know how to do it. So you got like fucking full tongue, like you had Casey's like, I can't program fucking AI to do French kissing and stuff. Meanwhile, you've got, and Casey can't even do 10 seconds. Meanwhile, you got fucking YR doing fucking 60 seconds a minute a fucking AI because of his coding skills. I got to give YR for that.
Okay, watching that video, I really don't. YR's fixation on getting Bullfrog to do this sort of stuff, like, I don't know what to make of that. What do I even say to that?
YR's a power bottom. That's what I got to say.
Yeah,
He likes to take it in the pooper. He likes to take it in the pooper. Can.
I'm gay. I'm gay, you guys. You know.
I'm not gay, but like, you know, $20 is $20. You know what I'm saying? In fact,
Yeah,
fuck it. Keep your $20. That's what YR would do.
Yeah. And that's just who he is. Like, guy, like.
Indeed.
I'm surprised nobody has asked him why he has so much fucking dildos in his closet yet. I'm surprised.
We all have.
This guy,
and he just deflects. That's always been the case. We've actually asked that, and multiple people, and he's refused to answer that. Acted all sort of insulted, and then sort of shut down the discussion. So that's actually what's happened. That's the truth.
Well, then the one explanation for that is he's a closeted homosexual.
That's exactly the logical conclusion that anybody with right mind or even a blind person would fucking come to. It's just like, okay, you're that fucking closeted. I think you're gay, dude. You may want to look in the mirror, but I think you're gay. No, I'm not gay, Ken. No, I'm just I like penises. You know, like I like towers, and penises remind me of towers, and I like to lick towers. That's the explanation that you would get from fucking YR.
And it's like, are you retarded as well? Like,
what of it? What of it, Bullsy? What if I am retarded? Are you a retardophile or a retardophobe? You don't like the retards? You're a retardophobe? Well, yes. Well, yes, YR. I don't like retards. How dare you? It's discrimination. I'm going to call the cops. Discriminating against the retards. That's.
I think that's something what Bullfrog would do, actually.
Actually, no, absolutely. I'm going to call my brother. I'm going to call my brother, and you're going to be sued. I'm going to sue you, and this Jackie is going to marry me, and yeah, fuck you. Yes. Why do we have so... No, I have to ask you this, Bullsy. What is it with wrestling that attracts not only intelligent individuals like myself or you, but really, really retarded people like YR and fucking Bullfrog. Sorry. Bullfrog.
You little...
No, hey, there's too many bulls. But no, seriously, like, we also have other people that fucking watch, and they're retarded, and they like wrestling. It's just like, what is it about wrestling that attracts just the dumbest fucks out there, Bullsy? What do you suspect it be?
Well, I have two theories on this. One, it's tribalistic, and therefore people are just going to be that fucking retarded. And defense of AEW, WWE fans are fucking awful. Like, they go, yeah, strike against AEW again. Like, dude, shut the fuck up. It's the same product. It's wrestling. Enjoy what you're getting. And Triple H has been fucking terrible. But that aside, two theories. One, it's tribalistic, so therefore people are so fucking retarded to go, well, my shit is better than yours, and all that stuff, right? Well, in case in point, people champion for downfall of professional wrestling. So one idea is that it attracts people because of the tribalistic ideas. So therefore, us against yours, and liberals in particular love this idea, and they do it all the time. Trust me, they go. You can agree. We could disagree all you want, as long as it shares the same opinions as mine. And it's one theory because, like, you'll notice this in a lot of pro wrestling, and not just this, but in the entire world, where people gravitate towards things, and it's anime too, by the way. A lot of these same people, and by the way, Luke Rojas is an anime fan. I checked out his channel. He loves Dragon Ball Z. these same people are attracted to anime.
glad
You
that
got to
you
look into
bring
that.
that up. I'm glad that you bring that up because I've noticed that for a while. I grew up with proper anime, and we're talking about fucking Akira or Pat Labor. We're talking about good, even further than that, fucking Macross slash, well, there's a bunch of different names, but regardless, I witnessed the good stuff, and it got gayer, and even Transformers got gay, and it's just like, I know what you're saying, Bullsy, and I'm glad that you pointed out because many people won't, and they seem to think that this anime was always as gay as it was, but it wasn't. Like, it was actually masculine, and there was some fucking good shit out there.
Yes, but to continue the first point of my theory is that the reason why I bring up anime, yes, anime can be cool sometimes, but a lot of the same people are very attached themselves to these same people. You'll see a lot of guys attach themselves to these same projects like WWE and AEW. I know you like to say WWE and AEW are two different sports. I look at them as somewhat the same. But that aside, I look at these people and they have a strong attachment to these companies, Dave. I kid you not. They go tooth and nail to fight for them. And these same people like anime go tooth and nail to say this is the best thing ever.
I did 16 episodes of my, again, Fighting Words podcast. Great name, fucking fit well. Like, again, my naming conventions are always perfect. I try to explain this every single fucking episode that I did, which is just like, it is tribalistic, absolutely, but you can recognize certain things. So if you actually say you like wrestling, then where you're going to be watching is AEW because there's actual wrestling there. But if you like the sports entertainment, where like you got fucking $50,000 worth of fucking pyro that's let out for a star, and then they go into the ring and they speak for 45 minutes, well, that's sports entertainment. But if that's what you like, okay. What I don't like is when people try to get it twisted and say, well, I like WWE, so I like wrestling. No, you don't. You like the talking in the ring for 45 minutes. You like the pyro. You like the fucking background fucking interviewer, like the really bad fucking drama, like, oh, somebody gets hit and all. That's what you like. That's fine. It's not professional wrestling as we used to know it, because WWE used to do professional wrestling, used to have stuff. And for people to just, I'm glad you bring this up, Bolsey, because I was going to talk about this earlier. I was thinking about this prior to starting. Look, guys, to be honest, to be fair, I did reviews with Joe Cronin for years. Okay, I would take notes. I would watch the show, not just enjoy the show or try to enjoy the show, but when you're taking notes, you're not really enjoying the show, to be quite honest, but you're taking notes. I would do that for Joe Cronin. I would fucking track down independent wrestlers here in Canada and interview them so I could fucking provide Joe content. I would fucking review Lucha Underground and take notes and then fucking do a show just like Bailey at the same time, because Joe asked us to help him out. So Extreme Wrestling Podcast was supposed to be a show. So Bailey was covering the Raw and Nitro Wars, and I was covering Lucha Underground, right? That experience, that knowledge, that attempt to try to help Joe out without any promise of payment. That's the thing. During that time, there was no promise of payment. It was just me and Bailey basically saying, dude, we like you, we want to help you out, and hey, it's something that we like to do. We like to talk about wrestling, so I will help you out. And we tried that. And Joe took advantage of that, didn't really even care about it. And this is stuff that really doesn't get discussed too often, but this is the truth.
Yes, I was referring to more of the tribalistic ideas of why it gravitates to people. It's a tribalistic idea, and ever since AEW came about, this tribalism existed. This went through the retardation reveals mine's better than yours and all this stuff. I understand where you're coming from. Don't get me wrong with the wrestling stuff. And I've been hearing.
Tell me why. Explain to me this though, because I've asked this on my channel and never got a straight answer. But okay, so tribalistic, you understand where we're coming from. But okay, so if you are a fan of wrestling, you're going to be open to all sorts of things. But if you're tribalistic and you say, okay, this is the brand that I want to protect, and anything that might be different, I'm going to claim that it's an attack on that brand, and I'm going to defend against it. So do you think that that people that watch WWE really don't care about actual wrestling, but just really care about the brand?
I actually personally think they care more about that brand, and it's more than just the brand. It's more about versus them, and they don't think 2 seconds past their fucking brain, and they don't realize AEW is wrestling too. That's what I say. So they may not even care about the wrestling, so you might be right. But even these two go
That's what I'm asking, is that it's just okay, I don't care about the wrestling. All I'm doing is trying to defend the brand that I consider the one that represents me, again, and tribalist, not just, again, these people will claim, well, if I like wrestling, but I don't defend WWE, it's but then you don't like wrestling. If you're willing to look at WWE and AEW and be like, okay, I'm watching for the wrestling. This is not wrestling. I'm going to call that out, whether it be AEW or fucking WWE, because both of them not always fucking hit the point. That's being honest. But for those
that's another thing, though, Dave. I'm going to point this out to you. They do say they like the wrestling on WWE. I kid you not, they do. But I've seen some of the matches on WWE, especially lately with Deus versus Punk. I honestly don't see what they're seeing with it. So and now this too, AEW does have better wrestling. I hear more good things about wrestling shows when it comes to the pay-per-views about AEW than I hear WWE. So and I've always said this, Tony Khan is a better booker by a margin, because not only did AEW only come about 7 years ago, and Triple H has a 50-year advantage when it comes to his product. But Tony Khan, to be fair, he's creative with his matches. Triple H just books, go out there, wrestle 30 minutes, I don't give a fuck.
Because some people will actually criticize Tony Khan, saying he's not a good booker. And I will argue that to the point where, as of late, he's been killing it when it comes to booking, because he's involved. But prior to that, he actually admitted, there was all this evidence that showed this, is that he had a group of people that was working on storylines and stuff, and because of that, we had what some people called a lull in AEW's promotions, because the storylines were a little convoluted. And then after that point, Tony Khan said, "You know what? Fuck it. You're all removed from this. I'm the one who's booking shit." And the thing is, though, that people don't seem to understand or care about the fact that Tony Khan's a fan. So if I was in his position, I'd be doing similar. But you know what? I'm not as good as Tony Khan. Tony Khan's actually been booking shit like crazy, like really good stuff. So it'd be great. I could say this. If I was in that position, I would love it. Absolutely love it, because I like pro wrestling. Right? But could I do a good job as fucking Tony Khan? No. Now, we have on the other side, we have Triple H. And from what I've seen other people say, they're not pleased. They think that WWE could be a lot better. And again, I used to do reviews on WWE. I used to like the product. Nobody can tell me that fucking, oh, Dave, you're wrong or blah, blah. No, douchebags. I fucking did reviews and shit, okay? I liked it. And I fucking put effort into it. So you can't tell me that. But there are people out there that will say, just like you did earlier, Bulgy, Triple H is not booking things properly. So the product that you're getting is something that you don't want to watch. And it's not wrong to fucking come out and say that. And it's not fucking appropriate to be tribalistic and be like, you know what? Even if it's shit, I'm still going to defend it because AEW exists. How about you go back to the days of fucking WCW and WWE and say, you know what? I'm going to watch based on what's good. No.
But that's exactly
tribalistic.
Yeah, that's what you touched up on. Instead of just like viewing it objectively and what you like, retardation I was talking about. People don't think to past 2 seconds. They just look at WWE or AEW. This is what I want. Well, dude, who gives a shit? And then they champion, and I've seen WWE fans champion AEW's downfall. I'm like, why would you want to do that? Like, people's jobs you're talking about, you want them to die off? Like,
I'm glad that you raised that point too. Like, I like alternatives because even the time with TNA, right, and WCW, but you got WWE and TNA or WWF and TNA. I wasn't the biggest fan of TNA, but you know what? Like, I never saw the hate there at that point compared to what we're seeing right now with WWE versus AEW. But regardless, fact is that this was an alternative. This was something that, again, you had fucking Kurt Angle, you had all these people, and they put on such amazing fucking matches. I wasn't a big fan of the fucking six-sided, ring, but that's what they did. People liked it, and it was successful. So, again, like, this is like competition makes things better, and more importantly, it's like if you really care for these guys, these people are putting their lives on the line, and they're fucking ruining their bodies for your entertainment. I want these people taken care of in the future. Tony Khan's ensuring that. WWE's not. But it's just like, don't you want these people to be recognized for what they did and that they, again, stay safe and are healthy into the future?
And not to mention, it's the same things. AEW's giving them the same things they asked for in the past. Remember, these are the same people that were against Vince McMahon. He's not giving us the matches or wrestling what we wanted. But AEW comes out and they provide what they wanted. And then guess what? They hate it. They hate it because it's like, we want characters and storylines and stuff.
But
you're gonna get it. But you're gonna get it from both brands, and regardless of what you think, I don't like any of it. Okay, I don't go around going AEW sucks because of the wrestling. I prefer WWE. It doesn't matter. These same people wanted the matches, and AEW is giving it. So this is where it also leads to. They know AEW's giving it, and they'll even admit, I think AEW's wrestling's better, but if you still watch WWE, their wrestling's good. And like, it hasn't been good for quite some time now. So like, this is what I was alluding to. Go on.
No, I'm agreeing totally. It hasn't been, and again, like, I reviewed this stuff back in the day, so I know that at one point, I remember 2009, fucking Randy Orton was fucking killing it. You had CM Punk, like Nexus, like it was really fun back in 2009. So it's like nobody can tell me that I'm wrong in my assessment because I've followed this to the point where I was writing notes. Like, you can't tell me that shit.
Yeah, especially being that the fact that these are, again, same people weren't asking for something new in the competition. They were asking for competition too. Yeah, you know, remember that? They were asking, like, we want bangers, and AEW comes about. Like, they were asking for it.
Just like the meme. Just like, no, not like that. That's exactly what, we need competition. Okay, AEW comes out. Oh, not like that. They did the meme, dude. They did the fucking meme.
Yes. So, like, yes, and if somebody tells me, AEW fans bad too, I know, but WWE fans have been kind of worse as a whole right now because they're championing a company dying off where people's jobs are on the line, that are doing the things they asked for. So Yes.
And I'll be the first to criticize fucking AEW fans because of the fact that a lot of them are fucking woke, and you've got a lot of people that work with AEW that are fucking woke as fuck. So they pull this shit off, like fucking Adam Cole, Nia Jax, Nyla Rose, the male that claims to be a female and stuff. Like, there's a lot of stuff that I disagree with socially when it comes to fucking AEW. So I'm willing to be critical of them, but people ignore them. They're like, "Oh, you're just a mark." Well, yes, but I'm also willing to, like, dude, I kind of think that, you know, Tony was listening to me, he'd be like, "Yo, you're never coming into an AEW show. You're too fucking conservative."
Probably, yeah. And that is actually my second theory of why people are retarded. But point for the first one is like people have this tribalistic ideas, will ignore obvious things and flaws, and just be like, whatever. Like they don't think 2 seconds past. They just look at something, and that is the thing. They're like baby. They're fucking like 2-month-old babies. They just see something they like and they stick with that in their hyperfixation on that freaking little toy. That is what you get. Second theory is actually the politics. Yes, and I mean politics because it's not just AEW, it's WWE too, by the way. There's a lot of virtual signalers going out. Chelsea Green, CM Punk, Kenny Omega, you name it. They exist. And let's just start with the fact that these same people, including Triple H and Tony Khan, has appealed to these woke leftist libtards. And this is the funny thing. They have appealed to them. And guess what? These same people, Champion Death, these same people, remember Hulk Hogan, by the way? Where they were like, yeah, race is dead, but we like CM Punk, the sexual harassing backstage piece of shit. That's our hero. You get where I'm leaning towards. These pro wrestling has attracted leftist libtards, lefty tunes, and they're infested with this. So there's that, and you'll notice a lot of these same pro wrestlers like cater to them. They even like instigate them, and then when they have something that is different opinion that is any remotely political, these same wrestlers hate these same fans, start hating them. They start hating them. This is the people that WWE and AEW has attracted to them, and unfortunately, this is just the way it is. They hate Hulk Hogan, not because he made racist remarks, mind you. There's like 3 remarks about the N-word he made on that are separate occasions on different proportional that are like, I put it, like he made racist remarks 3 different years apart, and there are only 3 times, and people hung up on it, but really they just hated him because he was a MAGA. That's the real answer. And I remember sending you a conversation, Dave, on Twitter where, like, I asked somebody, okay, which one's worse? Where do we this? Is saying the N-word worse or being a wife beater? This is regards to the Mount Rushmore.
Yes, I remember.
Not a single person. Well, they eventually did answer, but every single person kept trying to bring up other shit, like Hitler and his fascist. I mean, I don't know how that came about. People kept bringing up slavery, pigments. They were making up the best excuses why Hulk Hogan doesn't deserve to be on the Mount Rushmore, but Stone Cold, knowing his history, does. And it was just basically, bring it up. Like, feelings matter. Really, it was. This is how the pro wrestling fan base is. WWE, AEW, no matter where you look. This is the retardation you'll deal with. And that's why I think the main reason why these companies have terrible ratings, because these same fans that invested in it, and it's driving out the actual people that want to watch wrestling.
And that circles back to who would watch Joe Cronin. These types of people, the ones that we're currently incredulous to. But, they would certainly watch Joe Cronin and buy into whatever he's trying to sell.
Joe Cronin, like, the funny thing you bring that up into, like, the wrestling fans nowadays are left tunes. I kid you not, very much so. And I blame them specifically for driving out the people that actually just want to watch the product. So this is the people I blame. Because like you'll notice them, they've existed quite some time before AEW, in fact, and this I'm no joke. They're the same people that want this foreign products. They're the same people that like complain about everything, and then they get what they want. They still bitch, right? And with the Joe Cronin thing, I noticed this in the past where like, and I'm not saying every single person was bad, but I would talk to them and they would just hate Trump. They would talk about how he did this, and he's a bad person, this and that and the other. And I go, well, here's what Joe Biden did. And it was like, oh, where'd your gut come from? They were just ignorant. And keep in mind, Joe Cronin has covered a lot of news in the past. It's just amazing that these people know so much about Trump, but not a thing about Joe Biden. And this was back in 2020. And yes, I repeat, Joe Cronin has covered a lot of news in the past. So, can you blame me for being shocked that these same people don't know a thing about Joe Biden, who was running at the time? Especially, it was one of the biggest campaigns, biggest elections that happened in the past, especially with the election rigging going on, all that stuff. It just amazed me. Like, these are the same people that will be like, I don't want to insert politics in wrestling, but then insert it 24/7 as well. They do this all the time. They do it all the time.
That is true.
Yes. And when it comes to Joe, I don't know, but I never really seen him as a leftist lefty tune, but he did say some lefty commie stuff in the past. It's there, but he's always tried to be dispensative.
Some lefty stuff?
Yes.
The guy's a fucking full-blown communist.
Well, I don't believe that firmly. He's always been like, I'll criticize both ends, but...
Dude, come on. I've worked with him for so long. Are you going to dismiss that? No.
I'm not dismissing that, but I'm going basically like what I've seen from him. Like, I don't see a full-blown commie. I see a guy who just trends on the lines.
He's what the communists called a useful idiot. He will basically be the type of person that will spout their lines, but eventually will be, the first to face the wall.
Well, yeah, basically. I do think he does have some commie ideas.
Oh,
he just
come
doesn't
on,
go
dude.
all the way with it.
He's full, but that's the thing, though. He's full-blown commie from what he's learned, but he doesn't really know politics. So he would never know what a true Marxist would be. He's just a useful idiot. Remember, dude, this is the best fucking combination of Joe, is the fact that he said that he voted for Obama the first term, but what did he do the second term? He cheered him on. He cheered him on.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that supposed to do when it comes to election? Well, I cheered him on. Did you vote? No. Then what are you even talking about? I cheered him on. You were there at the fucking polling center with a sign outside, be like, I'm not voting today, but I'm cheering him on. Vote for Obama, because I'm a guilty white guy, and I'm fucking liberal. Is that what happened? Because that sounds like what happened.
Sounds like I need to freaking speak his language when it comes to says retarded shit like this.
Explain to me what does cheer him on? What does cheer him on mean?
What I think it means is like he didn't vote and realizes Obama was not a good option, but didn't want to displease his wife, so he just like, I'm not gonna vote, but I'll say this online. But really, I don't actually support his ideas. That's what I think he was actually trying to say.
Yeah, I think you are correct on that one. But pathetic and sad.
Don't get me wrong, though. He does have commie ideas, and honestly, sometimes I go, yeah, he's commie. Yeah, I don't doubt your take on him being a full-blown commie. Just saying, what I've seen from him was more trying to be a centrist point of view.
That's what he says is sitting on the fence. Well, I'm sitting on the fence with this. It's like, dude, you just saw a white girl stabbed well, no, he refused to see that footage. Again, very typical of Joe. He refuses to see the truth. But yeah, Ilya there, that beautiful Ukrainian refugee that was stabbed in the neck by that fucking nigger. Yeah, Joe refused to even review that, but he's more than willing to talk about it and probably, again, blame white people because somehow they caused this black guy to say, I'm going to kill white girl. And he did that. But Joe will defend that, won't he?
It's like I don't know why he wouldn't retake this. Again, he's a guy who covers news. Why wouldn't he cover that?
Biasly.
Gee, I wonder.
Biasly. It's always biasly, dude. Come on, man. Like, from the get-go, this guy was always trying to make it like, oh, the Democrats are the balanced side. And, you know, I'm on the fence here. I'm a libertarian. But, yeah, let's vote for Stalin. That's what he was doing.
That is one thing I will never believe, him being libertarian. Now, the exception of being
he claimed, but we know it's false.
Like, goddamn, I doubt he even knows who David Nolan is. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. Also, libertarians are fucking dumb idiots nowadays as well. Even I say that as a libertarian. In their pussies, they don't actually abide by the actual ideas. They just like, I don't like both sides and stuff. They talk about anything that is controversial or considered controversial, so don't even start. Joe Cronin claiming he's libertarian. Honestly, I think he's just trying to align himself with people, or at least trying to sound intelligent when he says it. I promise you, if you ask him the definition, he'll be like, freedom? Because that will be his definition. And it's actually a leftist definition of a libertarian. No leftist knows what a libertarian is. There's one moment where like one guy went up to Charlie Kirk and was like, I'm a libertarian socialist. Like, what? So, if Joe Cronin is anything, he's retarded. So, like, no, I don't take him seriously. If he ever called himself a libertarian at all, I do not take that seriously. To me, that screams lefty tuned logic. So that just screams it.
He's never called himself a libertarian because I don't think he can pronounce a word with so many syllables. But the fact is, he's called himself a fence sitter, and that's a libertarian. And he thinks like, oh, I'm actually liberal and like in the middle here, and that reveals that basically he tries to use talking points of a libertarian, but we know and we've seen that he leans hard left, and that means that he's a socialist. Now, he might not admit it. He might not even understand the political, like, unlike you and me, but, like, he doesn't understand the actual political implications or what's required, but he takes that stance, and just like the Soviets described, like, you have several different types of socialists. You have the ones who are expendable, which are the useful idiots. They'll spout your fucking lines and your fucking rhetoric and all that, but they're the ones who need to be eliminated first. This is described in fucking, if you look into actual Soviet fucking doctrine and documents that are published, you see that, like, okay, once we take control of a country, the first people we remove are the people like Joe Cronin, the ones that spouted our lies, but we'll be the first to wake up and, you know, realize, oh shit, I was taken advantage of. You know, and then you've got the people that knew exactly that it was a fucking fallacy, but, you know, they want to be in power and control. So those are the bureaucrats and apparatchik, as the Soviets call them. But, you know, people like Joe Cronin, they'd be the first to face the wall. It's the truth.
Yeah, honestly, like, see that happening. There is even a quote from a communist book, I believe, that says, well, and this bleeds into the point where, like, a lot of this, not just useful idiots, but it turns into the fact that they will do this not even knowing, unintentionally, where it says, and this is a quote from a comic book, by the way, if you just use the term like Nazi and keep calling people Nazi, even if it's not true, because if you keep calling them that, eventually the associated with that word becomes true to the public mind. This is within a comic book, by the way. So, yes, this is common communist tactics at the time. And a lot of people do not understand history about communist or Marxism at all. Or some people will like, well, Antifa came about as Marxist against fascism. Well, true, but if you really look at history, Marxism came about around the 1890s, where fascism, in fact, came about around the 1920s to counter Marxism. And guess what the Marxists were doing? Killing Orthodox Christians and Muslims. So and that was so fascism came about in retaliation to Marxism. I am not saying fascism is good, but fascism was to counter Marxism. I mean, to each their own. I mean, there's Marxists running around anyway.
Anything that's anti-commie, I will endorse. So if that's fascism or National Socialism, whatever. If it's anti-commie, I will fucking endorse the fuck out of it. So fuck commies.
Well, fascism was in fact to counter Marxism, because guess what? These same Marxist commies killing 20 million Orthodox Christians and Muslims. Again, pointing that out.
And again, if you look into it, fascism was the response. It wasn't created on its own. It was the response to basically Jewish Bolshevik Marxism. And it was a response to it.
Yeah, I did catch the guy leading the operation.
Funded internationally, that is a terrorist organization. They literally are fucking Hydra. Or fucking the one from James Bond. I can't remember what they were called, but regardless, Antifa literally is internationally funded terrorist organization. They might as well be called Cobra.
Mm-hmm. But to point this out, like
Cobra was less gay. Let's be honest.
Yeah. To point out, you pointed out that some of these Bolsheviks were founded by Jewish. About all of them. He was Jewish, and a lot of these before this was before the Red Army, by the way. Yes, the person leading the operation was Jewish, but then Joseph Stalin came by, and it was basically an atheist army. So he was also Joseph Stalin was also a Jew.
Yes, I can show you the information, but Stalin was not his actual original first name, but yeah. So again, the whole Russian Revolution was basically Jewish controlled. And that's just
that makes sense. That did make sense, because a lot of the communist regimes was led by Jew, but they put an atheist regime behind it just so they don't take the fall.
Exactly, that's what they did. They masked it in an atheistic, godless view, when not only this matches what the Talmud sort of dictates, but it also sort of hides who's really controlling things. So you got it. You got it, Bullseye.
Like, I know my stuff too, Dave.
Yeah, you know what? All it takes, simply enough, is to read. You know, the opportunity to utilize our skills and just simply read. And that's what a lot of people don't want to do. And then they look to us and rely on us, sadly, to tell them what the truth is. And although I certainly won't, ever hesitate from doing so, it's just like, you can hate me all you want, but I'm just repeating the truth. So if you ever made the effort to actually research this yourself, you'd come to the same conclusion that I have. So.
And another thing about this, and Joe's Leah might hate this too, but it wasn't actually 6 million Jews, but it was a bunch of atheist gay people.
397,000, dead through just typhoid.
That's
the best I can do.
Yeah. If it was 6 million people dying in the camps at all, it couldn't have been all Jews.
Well, then how is it possible that some people went through 6 different supposed extermination camps and came out alive? And more importantly, it's just like, if it's illegal to talk about this sort of subject in countries, then, maybe you should wonder why it's illegal. You know what I'm saying?
But yet, maybe wonder why Jewish people are trying to be framed as the most prosecuted, but meanwhile, Christians are the most prosecuted. religion across all nations.
Okay, if in fact the Holocaust happened, and I'm sure that Mello would be quite mad at my statements on that, but if it was truly what happened, would not be statues everywhere in the world celebrating the fact that Europeans helped free Jews from these camps, rather than what we see right now, which is basically statues that sort of shit on those that died to free these people? Would that not be the case?
I'm hearing the Jewish Mello Joe Glia outrage right now. Yeah, I bet Wire would be outraged too for Joe Cronin. For Joe Cronin.
I don't think I've shared this. It's a meme because it's very simple to digest, but Israel is not the country. Israel is the church. Israel is the people. That is what Israel is. So for all these evangelicals that are claiming that Israel must be defended and blah, 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 it's like Israel's causing problems of this world. I mean, people can say what they want, but I mean, statistically, you just look into it and you see it to be true. So,
but you really want to
Why would defend that, by the way? He'd argue that and defend Israel. He'd be like, yeah, absolutely, they deserve to fucking kill Muslims and all these people. I got no love for the Muslims, but you know what's happening right now? You've got innocent Christians being murdered in fucking Bethlehem and other places in the Holy Land, which belongs to Christendom, and these people are dying, and their structures are being destroyed. Why and who? By the Israeli military, who hate Christians. It's as simple as that. If you've looked into this, actually, in Israel, you don't have a plus symbol. So kids, when they learn how to do addition and stuff, they don't have a plus symbol. They have, imagine a plus but without the bottom. Why? Because Christians hate the sign of the Jews hate the sign of the cross, and therefore they won't allow that to be included in their teachings. And if anyone knows their epithets and racial statements, kike, which is a term that's been used against the Jews, how did that come out? What's a keikel? A keikel is essentially a circle by the Jews. So when they came to Ellis Island and had to just, if they were illiterate and had to sign an X or a cross onto their papers, they refused to do so. So what they would do a circle. And what's that called in Hebrew? Or Yiddish, I should say? It's a keikel. So that's where this term kike came from.
Interesting. I did not know that. I should look into that. I know something that would actually make Mello mad and a lot of leftists mad. Did you know Hitler
tunnels under New York that he refuses to address and continues to claim to be anti-Semitic, when meanwhile you've got videos of fucking long-haired Jews and their Sephardic, Orthodox ways coming out of the fucking sewers? Yeah, that'll certainly piss off Mello.
Yeah, but another thing I was referring to was during Hitler's time as president, he would actually, he didn't plan the concentration camps for Jews. What he was actually trying to do was establish a Havok Accords with Palestine to get Jewish people resettled in Israel, and which was blocked by Britain. And this was before the Abraham Accords, mind you. And after World War II, Britain, France, America, and the USSR finally came by and was like, yeah, we'll establish the Abraham Accords now and let Israel get established as a state. Sure, Hitler tried to get him established as a state while Britain was blocking that. So Hitler might be evil, but a lot of the leaders were a lot more evil than he was. Just pointing it out. Was he as evil as people are making him out to be? I don't want to be a Hitler guy, but it seems like he was least evil of the bunch. I'm just noticing things, just so you know. And yes, we had Franklin D. Roosevelt as president of the United States, where do I have to bring it up with all his social bullshit, where he created a cultural divide with the United States, and the only way we got out of poverty or a recession or Great Depression was because of World War II. Yeah, we don't talk about that though. Internet camps, by the way, for that one. Remember Japan and their camps where they had U.S. Marines run miles and miles until they couldn't and shot them dead? Remember the gulags with Russia? Oh, no, we just point out Hitler and his concentration camps that hardly existed. But whatever. No, I'm just an autistic retard.
Well, I do have to question, why is it that concentration camps, again, in the name, concentrating people, are different from the extermination camps that were only found on the Soviet side. So the Soviets, being run by the Jews, found all these extermination camps where people, again, were able to dodge death 6 times in a row. You've been moved to camp, kind of weird. Again, if it's an extermination camp and they're going to be killed, they move to camp, and they survived. And yet, if you look in the statistics, there's more Holocaust survivors living now than there were 10 years ago. Very sus, as the kids say. Very sus.
It's almost like they're trying to make themselves look like the victims. Anyway, just ignore what we fucking did.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. You never know, but maybe they're just trying to mask the idea that they were killing off Orthodox Christians and Muslims with those,
Yeah.
Extermination camps.
There's a lot of that going on, especially, and I do suggest that people look into this, Dresden. Dresden was the actual Holocaust, where people were burned alive by all the munitions that were dropped. It was a sanctuary city. It was all civilians there, but the American and Allied forces dropped bombs on that city and killed tens of thousands of Germans, and then they put them into concentration camps. And people should look into this, because even after the war, you had people, you had Germans that were put into these camps that died off due to malnutrition because of the treatment of the Allies. So, and again, there's a lot that could be talked about, but we've been going on for quite some time. I do appreciate your input here. Again, not always do we have the opportunity to educate the audience in historical fact. And I'm glad that somebody like Bolsey has the knowledge necessary to discuss this. It is rare in this community, but certainly it does exist. And I do appreciate it. But we've been going on for 5 hours and 37 minutes or so. And I've certainly enjoyed my time. I certainly appreciate your input, Ken's input, and everyone else that chose to come in. But I think it's time to wrap it up. I'm also kind of hungry and, like to make some dinner. I can cook for myself, like that faggot, Mr. Wrestling was saying earlier when I was reviewing him. I know Casey.
Yeah.
I know Bolsey can, because he's made steaks and he showed photos of that. You can see that exclusively on my Discord.
Yeah. By the way, I got into steak making because of you. Like every time I say, God, I gotta start cooking steak, and I started eating steak ever since. Like,
I'm surprised you haven't been, because, like, again, looking at your chiseled body, Mr. Adonis, I would expect that steak was your natural thing to eat every day. But yeah, it is.
But Dave,
is it not true?
I changed my diet because of you with the steaks and stuff. Because my favorite food was ramen, and I had an issue with eating ramen. I just loved ramen. That's just who I am. Wow. But when I see a steak, I started trying to incorporate more steak in my diet. And it was just such a pleasure cooking. I don't know why. It just was.
Because now you are feeling like a man. That is what drives us. Fire, fucking flame, and fucking fuel. And that is, again, that you get all of that when you fucking make a steak.
yeah, I love cooking steak. But say this about like, dude, I saw the debate with you had with him in Ken's Discord. I'm just sitting there like, you know why he even does that? Like, I mean, I don't hate it. No hate, my guy. I don't hate you. I don't mind communing with you, but it's just like, dude, what do you expect to happen?
Exactly.
Like, you're arguing with the guy being rude like this. Like,
exactly.
I saw how many days he muted for a week, and I'm just like, I want to have muted you for a week, but looking at it, it's like, I mean, like, what else did you expect? And considering what I read from his messages, it's just like, especially afterwards, it's like, I don't blame you for muting him for 7 days. I just don't.
I was kind. Again, like, I can be ruthless. I can just be like, fuck you, I'm kicking you off. No, I just said, okay, 7 days is enough for you to cool down.
And apparently he couldn't cool down.
Well, he keeps making those comments on the fucking videos. Clearly he can't. But he doesn't have the guts to come back into the chat and be like, yo, why'd you fucking, make me muted for the last 7 days? Well, obviously, asshole, because you're a retard, but do you have the guts to fucking say that? Clearly, he does not. So.
Yeah, dumbass, dude. Like, and I know it's you that tried to tell me, hey, talk about jerking off with me. By the way, I know it was you. I don't know why you would even do that.
Yeah, that's the same guy. That is the same guy, dude. That's the same guy.
Like,
he was the one, and I think you brought it up. It's like, why are you being gay? Oh, I'm not being gay, blah, blah. No, he was being gay.
He is gay, like,
clearly.
No,
He's
dude.
closeted, or either way, he's hiding something.
Like that was so weird when he was telling you, oh,
Not
like,
his
maybe
pooper,
you're
though.
gay, you're cooking the kitchen like it's like.
No, it's like, oh, you're baking, sweetie. Like, that's so feminine. It's just like, but hold on a second here. Do you even know about cooking and baking? Because if you did, you'd know, again, men are predominantly the ones in those roles. But more importantly, it's just like, you consider that an insult? Like, really? Can you cook for yourself? Or when was the last time I saw a photo of you fucking doing this sort of shit? Because, like, Dave Rose fucking posts this shit all the time. Right?
He's clearly he clearly leans to the left. Like, I presume he thought like
absolutely.
I presume when he said that he was thinking like, well, traditionally the woman cooked for the men after coming home from work, so maybe it's a feminine thing. Like, and no, but that's a tradition of a woman serving a man. So you just understand that aspect first before you start talking about cooking. And two, anybody that is confused about the gay stuff and all that stuff, let me just inform you, when it comes to leftists, he also called Dave a leftist for blocking him. Ironically, right? Well, not blocking him, but muting him.
I didn't see that, but you must have. But regardless,
I
hilarious.
have.
But that's the funny thing. Is just like, if anything, I'm the furthest thing away from a leftist. But again, this is the same guy who starts off saying, oh, you don't like gays? And then he's like, fuck you, you're gay. It's just like, hold on, you can't just play both sides of the field here. It's just like, either you're pro-gay or you're anti-gay, but you can't just come at me, try to use all these fucking attacks. It doesn't work on one side, then you go to the other. It's just like, now you're just fucking exposed. But,
The weird thing is, Dave, the scripture in Leviticus kind of sort of teaches you to be anti-homosexual.
But that's the thing. I went into this earlier. It's just like, okay, we can consider that, but we can just totally ignore it and just look at biological fucking responses. And I showed that fucking study where it's just like, yeah, heterosexual men view gay guys kissing in the same manner as they do seeing fucking rotting food or fucking maggots. They're disgusted by it. And that's a biological response. There's no religion, there's no morality or anything involved in that. That's simply just humans acting like humans. So this guy, again, just wants to fucking ignore it, and more importantly, wants to play both sides of the field. Typical leftist. It's like, if this argument doesn't work, I'll use the other opposite argument. And neither worked against me.
Like, I don't know what, like, I've seen that. Where, like, to tell like this, where people are telling me, yeah, this guy's weird. Because when he came to me, and yes, he is a leftist, came after me first because I posted a leftist meme talk about leftists using derogatory terms, name calling you fascist, all this stuff, and they'll stoop to any low. And he came to me saying, "Go jerk off, Bolsey. You have no life." I'm like, "You're clearly the diplomatic type of person, aren't you?"
Yeah.
Like then I ask, why are you telling me to jerk off? Weird, ain't it? Like, in fact, why are you asking about people's sexual life, sexuality, or
It's
even their
disgusting.
sexual life?
It's
Like,
disgusting, but yeah, that's what these people do. They're closeted. They don't admit it, but and it's a bigger statement about this community because we've seen this in the past. In the past, we've seen individuals that act like this. And it's just like, dude, you have some issues. You clearly do. You're closeted. You're acting in a certain way, and then you attack other people when you feel that whatever it is you're defending is under attack. So we've seen this multiple times, but these are the ones that are actually struggling with their sexuality, and it's pathetic. But
and like you say, projecting, it's projections, though.
Yep.
And I can't help but agree to that because every time I even engage with these same people, and times I do enjoy it, but at times I was like, I'm not even gonna bother. When I do engage with it, they often try to gaslight you. They often try to, they're like, "Are you this way, and this way, this, and that." They try to call you names and all that stuff, and sometimes they just refuse to answer questions, especially if it's just straightforward and easy to answer. And I've showed you that the conversation in Twitter where I'm just asking a simple question, everybody's just pulling other shit out of their ass. Honestly, it was a funny conversation. I was just asking, "Answer the rank, guy." No. That's funny to me. That has to be the funniest conversation I've ever been in Twitter. Like just people refusing to answer a basic question, or if they do, it's just like, "Well, you don't understand. You're not black."
It's
Like that.
it's total fucking gaslighting. Absolutely correct. It's just like they're trying to put you in a position where they can say, "I gotcha," and it's like you're not falling for it, and they get mad about that.
You know what? I should have brought this up earlier because like I was in a stream where a person was in talking about Christianity, right? A guy calls in, right? And answering the stream, it's because there's a bunch of atheists, by the way, left atheists. I go, "Christ is king." One goes, "Well, how do you know?" "Well, like he's proclaimed to be a king." "And where, king of where?" And I go, "King of heaven." "Duh." And he goes like, "Where's heaven?" Heaven is not anywhere else. It's in a different spiritual realm. Like how the fuck you're gonna talk about something? At least read about it, right? And some guy calls in and goes, "I'm an agnostic atheist." I'm just like,
Yeah.
You can either be atheist, agnostic, or Christian. You can't be both both at once. It just isn't possible.
Yep.
And people go, "Can be atheist, agnostic. You just don't know what you're talking about." I'm like, actually, I do.
They're retards.
You can't be either or.
That's what.
Yeah,
that's what they are. They're retards.
I kid you not. This was, and guess what? Another argument came to me. This is the funniest part about that. One person came to me. "Well, wait. So you could be Muslim and agnostic?" Like, well, I didn't say anything about Muslims.
Yeah, hello,
Where'd that come from?
McFly. Hello.
Yeah, it's like this came to be. So there's like two arguments I was having with people. One was about either you can only be one, atheist, agnostic, or Christian. Make your pick. And the other was, "How come you didn't bring up Muslims?" Like, was I supposed to? Like, why did I need to bring up Muslims? Because you only left through three choices, but left out a Muslim. Like, obviously it would be a choice, but why do I need to include it? Like, what kind of stupid shit is that? Like, and the second one was like, "Oh no, you can be atheist agnostic. You can be like, I don't believe God exists," while being like, "I don't know if he exists." I'm like, yeah, that contradicts one another. Either he does or you don't know. Which one is it? They go, "What is it?"
Yeah, like you said, you can either be an agnostic or an atheist, but you can't be both.
And they go, "Well, you can." Well, like, and they made me. Well, what is your explanation? Yeah, guess what? I had to explain to them both definitions. One, atheist is a person that does not believe in God, no gods at all. And an agnostic is somebody who, it's a possibility. This is my definition, by the way. Considers a possibility of God existing, but is unsure. They go, well, you don't know definitions. Like, I just explained it to you. I just explained it to you. And
See,
another people.
you have too much patience when it comes to these fucking leftists, because I write them out and don't even bother dealing with them. But you seem to have, again, the autistic power to deal with them. And I certainly wouldn't waste my time, but you certainly seem to be enduring of their incompetence. So kudos to you, good sir.
Yes. The final parts where I was gonna leave off was when the person kept bringing up the Muslims. I just explained to you 1,000 times already. You're just going in circles with me. And he goes, well, you admit you fucked up, bro. I'm like, I didn't fuck up. You're going in circles with me and trying to bring up things I didn't even say. And he goes, well, like, you don't know what you're talking about. I wasn't going in circles. You were. Well, then he got mad at me and everybody started calling me an idiot retard. And guess what? They go, well, what sort of dumbass God exists? And prove he exists. They changed the conversation entirely. I'm just like,
that's the thing though, and I'm glad you noticed that. It's just like when they change it, it's like, so you're basically admitting that I won because you can't even fucking discuss what I'm saying. You're so butthurt that you now have to move to a new conversation because you can't acknowledge that you fucking lost. So yeah, congratulations to you.
Yes. So this is what I said and just left it at that because I just considered my boss. Obviously, they were not open for a debate, a logical debate. So I said this: I have to prove any God that exists to you. You're now demanding that I prove something to you that I did not claim, and shifting the proof on me when you're in fact making the claim that nothing of that exists.
Yep.
And I left it at that. I just left. Like I had nothing else to prove to them. Like I clearly had, I think I would had better understanding of the topics that they thought they did, but maybe they just realized that they met up with I guess like you can call me a Christian by definition, but that is a lot more intelligent than they are, which isn't too hard to be intelligent.
Yeah, but let's remove that entirely and just focus on the fact that you challenge them to just present information that would prove you wrong. Did they? No, they just fucking changed the topic altogether. What does that say? That, and I've experienced this, but it basically says that they cannot address you on the topic you're presenting, so they have, because they've got no other option, they have to shift the topic to something else to attack you personally ad hominem, okay? Rather than just say, okay, well, let's continue to address this, or you know what, maybe I'm wrong. No, they can't do that because that would admit that their whole social structure is wrong. So what do? They shift the conversation, deflect, and then focus on you individually, which is, in fact, by definition, an ad hominem.
And also a deflection as well. Things. In fact. Yeah, yes, you did, but yeah, you did actually. I just wanted to say that to feel smart.
Yeah, they're deflecting. They're moving to a different goalpost because they could not address what was presented to them. And as such, they now have to move that to the, okay, well, what about this? It's a whataboutism. That's another fallacy. But yeah, it's basically like, well, I couldn't win there, so let's just think of something else that we can attack Bullseye on. And that's not going to work. Okay, it's not going to work.
Oh, but you've even experienced the same thing within the community. I've seen it where people are like,
and I'm very kind. No, explain this to people, but it's just like at one point you got to be like, you know what, you're fucking retarded, and I would fucking shoot you in the fucking head if I was in front of you. And that would be the fair thing. That would be the fair thing. That's a moderate option.
Yes. When I've seen you like go against people, there's times where I just notice you just don't give a shit. Like, no, fuck it, I'm not even gonna bother. Like it's Seaman and Travis for prime example.
Is it not factually correct? It's like at one point, if you realize you're dealing with people that will not discuss things to you or with you in a manner that is fair, I guess, and like it's just biased. it's just like, well, what's the point of arguing with you or even debating with you? Because if you're going to come to this argument with bad faith and act in a certain way that just makes you clearly, not interested in discussing the topic, but just trying to prove me wrong, then it's just
We're
like
still trying to demand.
But that's the thing, though. You've experienced that too. It's like people will enter an argument not because of the willingness to discuss things in good faith, but in bad faith. They're like, no, my whole intention and point is to try to prove you wrong because you hurt me. You said words that made my feces hurt, and I'm going to try to disprove you in any way I can. That's what normal people will deal with when it comes to people like this in this community, specifically, where they just can't accept that they were disproved and made look like a fool.
Well, that's the thing, though. Seaman and Travis, like, to just go reminisce again. They're you disagree with this, but I would they're smart individuals. Problem wasn't they were wrong. Problem was they were making demands. They were like, you better stop doing this. It's like, no, I don't have to. Like, they were demanding you these things. It was nothing to do with them being right or wrong, Dave. In fact, people even agreed with them more. People didn't dislike Seaman and Travis because they disagreed with them.
Not everyone.
They disagreed because they kept making demands. You stop doing this, stop doing this. They kept going after you over small things when you have already explained this several times. Like, look, I don't like doing it either, but at the same time, they go to a level, I stoop to the low. I never agreed with that myself, but I understood where you came from. That's the point. We've even debated this thousands of times, where you punch first, I punch back. It's the same. It's as simple as giving striking a receipt. That was the whole point. Dave never searched up info on some random person for no reason, like a Scott did or a Simo or anybody you can name. Dave was always Dave always gave her. That's the best term I can give. Receipt, retaliation, those sort of things. It's not like he went and searched some Ken up for their argument. He doesn't go around doing that. But he has talked about personal info with the people he's went against when it came to people like Scott McKinnon or Tony. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah. We've talked about this in the past. I was even defending them, but they kept getting mad at me.
Yeah, that's true. That's quite comical that you had nothing to do with it, but it's like, Bullseye, do something. It's just like, what do you expect me to do? It's just like this guy's doing his own thing. No, but you gotta interject, and yeah, I remember those days where they were shitting on you, and it's just like, but what does Bullseye has anything? If you could stand on what you're saying, you could do it on your own fucking streams and shit. But like, you're calling for Bullseye to fucking interject on you? Like, that's sad, dude. Sad.
But that's also the thing. Like, the same people, like, in particular C-Man, got mad at me for not going against you. Also got mad at me for interjecting. Like, he's just like, wait, hold on. What do you want me to do?
Yeah, which one is
it? Yeah. The real reality was what they actually wanted me to do was stop watching you entirely. That's really, they wanted me to disassociate with you. It's kind of made apparent to me when Travis would come to me. I see you haven't been in Dave's chat for quite some time now. I'm like,
wow, I didn't know that, but that's hilarious. Oh, we're checking up on you, Bullseye, and it's good that you haven't been in his chat. Wow.
Yeah. It was never like to actually they just wanted people to stop watching. And I don't know why they just didn't come out and be upfront about it.
He's too truthful.
Yes, and guess what? C-Man even confirmed that. Yeah, it was like to tell people, to get people to stop watching Dave and stuff, But people already know this stuff, so it's like we gave up halfway. So shit. No shit. Why even bother, dude? Why even attempt that at all if you're just gonna quit halfway through?
Good question, yes, but we'll never know.
Especially being caught with hanging with Scott McKinnon and then leaving afterwards after claiming you weren't associated with him. So
That's true. And then they got burnt bad because he was like, fuck those guys. I'm going to fucking reveal all the screenshots. It's like, hey, okay. And they're like, fuck you. Like, you know, how dare you betray us? It's like, what did you expect, Trusting Scott? You know, again, idiots.
You know what's funny? Dave, it's funny you bring that up because Travis was on Tony's stream talking with Ken and Tony, going like, "Oh, I knew he'd do that, but I just didn't think he would do that so soon." Like,
oh man.
Like, well, what would be later then? Like tomorrow?
Yeah, seriously.
Exactly that.
Seriously.
Like, obviously he was gonna do that. Have you not met the guy? Travis is the same guy that's been like investigating Scott for long. Who knows? Like he would go check chats and see what troll accounts he was. He's done all this. He's even done a show on what is it called? No Hard Feelings on Ken's show explaining the troll accounts and the patterns. Done that, and then he wants to act like, well, I just didn't know.
Yeah, sure thing.
You're smarter than that, buddy.
Sure thing.
Like, of course he does that. Do study this guy's personality himself. He doesn't know he would go do that. Like, what made you change your mind that he wouldn't certainly just go ahead and reveal information this time around? I don't know why he even gone that far, but he got mad at me at one point for saying, I don't think you're a doxer, by the way, and like, how dare you? I'm not talking to you anymore.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
Why?
But
why do this? All this thing.
We've got I think a great show. We've gone over 6 hours. I didn't even expect to even do that. Monday night again. Who knew? Sure, people are watching WWE and stuff, torturing themselves, wondering when it'll be good. But we had a good show here till 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and the show finished off with myself and Bullseye. Is he live? Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I
think
guess
so, yeah.
maybe let's go check that out. But on that note, I do appreciate you being here, Bullseye. It was a fun time talking the truth. And I'm glad other people were here to say their own piece to prove that Dave Rose is not hallucinating and that there's some truth to what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So
You have a habit of being always right. I don't know why. It's like,
eventually I get proven correct. I'm not, but that's the thing. I'm not trying to force people to believe me. It's just like, okay, believe what you want, but eventually I think you might come to the same conclusion I did, and that usually is the case. But
yeah,
I'm a patient guy, and I certainly don't have any sort of interest in convincing people to believe what I believe. I just think that, again, people should be able to make up their own mind, and more often than not, with time, people will see that I was correct. But, it does please me to know that there are those out there that do recognize that I don't have any sort of dog in the game. I'm not interested in being correct. But people will eventually come to the same conclusion I do. So.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, on that note, I think I should leave before I talk a storm again. So.
No,
but it was
know
nice
what?
talking.
Why not do a stream yourself and talk a storm up there?
Yeah.
If you have more
Except
to say,
I get 0 views, so.
Hey, but that's the thing. Huge replay value.
That's true too. People watch afterwards anyway.
That's true too.
But,
that is very true. But again,
Yeah.
I do appreciate
Anyway.
you being here. Thank you so much for coming by.
All right. See you later, Dave.
All right. There goes the
You
one
too,
and
then.
only. It's Bullseye, champion and lion of the community. But yeah, I think I've done a good show. I've certainly enjoyed it. I appreciate everyone that swung by. And 'twas fun. Yes, 'twas fun. But now I must go. Apparently Ken might be live. So, I'm down with listening to that. He didn't message me, from my knowledge. And he should have. But yes, on that note, I'm Devious Dave Rose. This was Drama Diner 143. I appreciate everyone for coming by. Huge replay value, and we shall see you. That's right. Next time.